Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Matter Conversion Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Normality, the state of being normal or usual. When you think of a normal person, you'd probably think of a human that is either male or female. The average height and weight for a certain age. Perfect facial features. Perfect mental health. Perfect everything. This is what most people think, or at least what comes to mind at first. To be blunt, if you believe in this way of thinking, you're far from the truth. Look at Izuku Midoriya. He was abused by his parents and bullied by his best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, for the majority of his childhood. The reason? He was presumably quirkless. A part of the 20% of the human population who was gifted without one. Many people who knew him claimed that he was mentally unstable. Why? From all the abuse from his horrid parents, he became touch-starved. His mother or father would only touch him if it's through anger. He would savor any contact he was given by others. No care, no love, no hope, nothing. Of course, no one knows this part of the story. They only see a damaged teen with dark bags under his eyes, scars and bruises. And if they did, they wouldn't do anything about it. Because he's quirkless. Izuku would always seek comfort from anyone, making him seem like he's a creep. Like the one time in his first year of junior high, he was walking down the halls to his locker and found awful illustrations of himself covering the metal. A group of girls were walking past and saw this. One of the girls stayed behind and tried to touch him on his shoulder. Once she did, he flinched and grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her into a hug. Everyone who was in the hall stood idly watching. The girl pushed him to the ground and yelled at him for touching her with quirkless germs. Ever since that day, no one touched him or went near him because they feared the infamous, quirkless germs. That was one of the incidents of many more. The sad part is that he wasn't officially diagnosed quirkless by the government. No one saw him using it, so everyone thought he was quirkless. That train of thought ended in his second year of junior high. In his last class, he was told by Bakugo to meet him in the school courtyard for his weekly beating. Izuku quickly agreed because he knew he would get worse of a punishment by his parents if he didn't go. His childhood friend would tell his parents that he ran away. So Izuku went to the field and found Bakugo and his followers powering up their quirks at the sight of him. Long story short, Izuku was so severely hurt that some of his ribs were almost cracked and he coughed up red blood. One of the followers grabbed him by the chin and pulled him up to punch him. Some of Izuku's blood decorated the boy's hand and he ended up swiping the blood onto his mouth and swallowing it. In seconds the boy's hand gigantification quirk disappeared. Quickly, Bakugo put 1 and 2 together and to his surprise, Izuku could erase quirks with his own blood. Bakugo reported it to the police and word of Izuku's quirk spread across Japan, informing the possibility that their quirk could be annihilated by his blood. Izuku's parents left him behind and they moved to the USA because they feared his quirk. They told him to fend for himself. This caused him to live off scraps and take any money he could find on the ground. It was a miracle that he was not kicked out of the apartment building. Izuku was sought out by the Shie Hassaikai, more specifically Kai Chisaki and Hari Kurono. Izuku was kidnapped by Overhaul and brought to the compound. The two had prepared him a nice clean bedroom before his arrival. They planned he would live in the compound for as long as Kai deems necessary. That was 2 years ago. Currently, Izuku is curled up in his expansive white cotton bed. The bed itself was a mix between a king-sized bed and a futon. It could be positioned to be a couch. The boy was just tucked into bed by Kai after a normally scheduled day. Ever since that day when he came to the compound, he was confronted with people who seemed to like and care for him. They worried about him. Izuku began to love Hari and Kai. They would give him attention, they would treat him like he was glass and care for him like he was a baby. You could argue what Kai and Hari have done to him is inhumane and should never occur. However, Izuku himself never saw any faults with it. Even if he is 15 years old and they treat him like he loves it. Kai looks like he is a cold-hearted person, but underneath that outer shell, he is a different person. He originally said Izuku was going to use just for his goal to destroy all quirks by using his blood and manufacturing them into bullets. Though, once he laid eyes on him, he understood why Izuku acted the way he acted and what he wished for. Kai never said this to anyone, but he wanted to be needed. Caring for Izuku means he gets what he fully wants. His goals and self-interest. Hari is merciless when he is chronostasis and follows his boss Overhaul. Like Kai, once he saw Izuku for the first time, he felt something new grew inside of him. The need to be needed. Izuku wished to be loved by people. Hari would be fulfilling it if he helped Izuku. The two members decided they would treat Izuku like a young child because Izuku missed out on his actual childhood. The boy seemed to be more lively once he started to act like it. They would always embrace him and praise him. However, Izuku was required to follow a few simple rules, and if he directly disobeys one he would be punished. Though, his punishments don't have physical contact involved with them. The rules are: Izuku cannot walk, Kai or Hari would carry him around. Izuku must follow what Kai or Hari says. Izuku cannot leave his room by himself. Izuku cannot feed himself, Kai or Hari must do it. Izuku must eat all of his meals at each given time. Izuku can only watch or do activities that are approved by Kai or Hari. Izuku can only go to the washroom with Kai or Hari present. Izuku cannot leave his bed at night. Izuku must follow procedures when his blood is being drawn. Punishments: isolation. No touch. Forced to eat food he doesn't like. No movies. Forced to watch scary movies. Cannot go to the washroom for a long period of time. Forced to wear blndflds earplugs. Some of the rules or punishment don't seem that bad, but for Izuku it is. Especially when he's been good for a long period of time and then he messes up. Sometimes Kai or Hari would just scold him and not do a punishment, though that rarely happens. Izuku follows two different sets of schedules. Schedule A and B. A is the normal one and B is when he is getting blood drawn. The two plans switch every other day. And the next two chapters go into finer detail about them. When he gets his blood drawn, a wheelchair is brought in and he fastens into it. Hari places earplugs into his ears and a blndfld over his eyes. Kai would prepare his snacks while he is getting it done. He would wear these so he wouldn't get any ideas of escaping or running away. Let's be honest here, will he ever? Due to Izuku's anxiety and being touch-starved, Hari would caress his arm while the procedure is occurring. Kai would normally be the one to do it. Once Izuku is in the wheelchair, they pushing him throughout the base to the lab. He would always know once he gets into the room because of the potent smell of chemicals, and he lifted onto a different chair, which is a sturdy medical chair. Kai would get the tools ready and extract Izuku's blood by needles and tubes. During it, Izuku is given a drink of some sort and he drinks it. According to him, it helps dilute the uncomfortableness of the situation. Kai would only extract a small amount of his blood. A droplet of his blood can permanently destroy someone's quirk. Newly extracted blood would work a lot better versus blood that was extracted a week ago. The whole process would take up to 50 minutes. Getting Izuku ready, transportation, blood being drawn, etc. After the blood is drawn, Izuku is normally tired and sleeps throughout the day. In Izuku's room, it's a traditional bedroom with a massive bed in the middle with a flat-screen TV installed on the wall. A foldable table and chairs are tucked into the corner and are used during meals. A cabinet near the TV has all of the video game systems and movies in it. Though it's locked and Izuku can't get into it. The room tends to be a lot more cold than warm, so no cooling system is needed. The bathroom is outside the room. To get to it, Izuku would have to go through the room's door and the hall. The bathroom door is parallel to the bedroom's door. Izuku fully believes it's the perfect room and is so much better compared to his old point 1. Speaking of that, because Izuku is exposed to the same schedule mostly every day, having some differences then and there. He has a hard time remembering his past or how he used to live when he wasn't with Kai or Hari. He would remember simple memories, but that's it. He also has trouble speaking. He stopped talking at one point and almost forgot how to. He tends to speak like a 6-year-old. Partially everything he does is like how a 6-year-old would do it. Currently, Izuku is going to be doing the A schedule the next day. He likes it because he can relax and be with Kai and Hari, which he does not mind at all. Izuku slowly opened his eyes to the darkness of the room. He yawned and snuggled up to the warm, comforting blankets that were wrapped around him. He wished he could just be engulfed by the sheets and sleep forever. It was just so warm. Of course, Izuku knew for a fact that this warmth isn't even close to how Kai or Hari touch him. He sighed and closed his eyes once again. Words couldn't show justice how much he loves the two men. They were his family, his caretakers, his guardians, the family he had never had. He remembers the feelings he had when he met Kai and Hari long ago. Just pure happiness. He didn't exactly know how Kai and Hari felt around him, but he could guess they experienced the same emotions. And if they don't, why are they caring for him? Izuku would think about that whenever he had self-doubt or when he got punished. Izuku knew it was his fault for receiving punishments. He should know better. He knows the rules, he just needs to follow them. Nothing too hard. Even when he experienced his punishments, he knew Kai and Hari still loved him. They're just trying to DSPLN him. It is still hard though. Usually, once he's done his punishments, he would hide in his bed and avoid the two. He feels so bad and ashamed. Luckily, Izuku has not had a punishment in a while. 3 weeks? Maybe it was 2 weeks? Or 1? Or less? Or more? Izuku's sense of time was thrown out the window. He had no idea how much time had passed. He sometimes asks Kai or Hari what the date is, but they always avoid the question. Though, if he asked what the time was, they would happily answer him. It's not like Izuku cared about how much time had passed, he wishes to spend eternity with Kai and Hari. Speaking of time, Izuku has his schedule today, the normal one, the one where he can be with Kai and Hari. Normally, on B days, they're so busy with work that they leave Izuku to just watch movies. In Schedule A, Izuku stays in the comfort of the bed and waits for Hari or Kai to come in. The wait took around 15 minutes, but for Izuku it felt longer. He could be with them right now, sadly he has to wait. He would sleep the 15 minutes off, and that's exactly what he's doing. Izuku curled up more, almost like a ball, and slept with his blankets covering every inch of him. At first glance, you wouldn't see anybody sleeping in the bed, only a bump near the headboard. In Izuku's sleep, the door slid open. A man with thin, dark eyes, pointed eyebrows, and pale, chin-length hair that forms arrow-shaped clock needles. He wore his traditional plague mask, black with gold trim and also including circular glasses over his eyes. He wore his long white raincoat, the hood kept permanently up. The man walked in, closing the door once he fully came in. He lifted his hood and mask off and placed them on the mini-table that was beside the door. He turned on the light, blasting brightness throughout the room. He quickly noticed the small bump in the sheets and walked over to the king-sized bed. He sat down beside Izuku and nudged him. Izuku, wake up. It's time to get ready for the day. The sleepy boy's eyes shot open upon hearing the man. He rapidly pulled off the covers and jumped onto the man and wrapped his arms around the man's torso. Hari. Hari chuckled and caressed the boy's fluffy curls, exposing the white cotton pajama shirt and pants and socks he was wearing to bed. He smiled. Izuku was a bundle of joy. After a few minutes of hugging, Hari peeled the arms off of him, causing Izuku to whine. It was short-lived once Hari lifted the boy off the bed and placed him in his arms bridal style. Izuku smiled and nuzzled his face into Hari's neck. Hari quietly walked to the exit and went through it to the bathroom, which was parallel to the bedroom. He maneuvered the boy in his arms to slide the door open. Izuku continued to nuzzle him, unbothered by what was happening. Hari walked into the expansive bathroom and turned on the lights. Gleaming granite countertops, walnut-framed mirrors, jacuzzi tub, fluffy towels neatly arranged, tile floor with underfloor heating, fluffy bath mat and a stark white toilet. No shower was seen. Kai got rid of the shower equipment once they obtained Izuku, serving no purpose because the boy cannot walk or stand. He went to the toilet and positioned Izuku to be sitting on the seat. He whimpered at the loss of contact. Hari pulled down Izuku's pants and underwear and allowed him to do his business. Hari smiled while he stood beside Izuku and placed his hand on the green mess of hair and caressed it. Hari tended to do this. He found relaxation touching Izuku in a calming manner. Izuku didn't care that Hari was watching him do it, he could care less. He loved the attention he received. After a nod from Izuku, Hari lifted the fallen articles of clothing from the ground and hooked his arms under Izuku's knees and pulled him up. The boy leaned forward and rested his upper body onto Hari's chest. The man placed the clothing back on Izuku and pressed the button that made the toilet flush. Next, he transported Izuku to the sink so he could wash his hands. Hari got out the soaps from the drawer and twisted the knob to release water. He carefully and thoroughly scrubbed Izuku's hands free from bacteria. Boy, he knew how much Kai hated germs. Once Izuku was done, he did the same and carried Izuku back into the room, closing the bathroom door and turning off the lights after leaving. He brought Izuku back to the bed and laid him down. Izuku stretched and curled up more. Hari went to the dresser and got out a fresh pair of clothing for him to wear. A gray simple hoodie, white tied-up shoes, white sweatpants and black socks. Izuku, I need you to sit up, Hari ordered and the boy complied. Though, he had a bit of trouble but managed. Hari walked back to Izuku after closing the dresser drawer with the clothing in his arms. He sat down beside Izuku and started to undress the boy. Izuku was so comfortable with Hari and Kai that he didn't care that they saw him naked. He just loved that they did everything for him. Once Hari finished his job, he grabbed the dirty PJs and threw them near the door. He would clean them later. Izuku wrapped his arms around Hari once again and nuzzled his torso. Hari hummed and pulled out his phone from his side pocket and scrolled through text messages. Kai texted him saying he would be able to be there at Izuku's breakfast. Hari put his phone down and lifted Izuku off him. Hey, I'll be right back, I just need to get your breakfast. Kai will be coming during then. Izuku perked up after hearing Kai's name. Normally, Kai wouldn't be able to have breakfast with Izuku. This was rare but he did not complain. Yep. Izuku cheered and crawled to the headboard to lie back down. Hari sighed and waved goodbye to Izuku and walked to the door. He lifted his hood and placed his plague mask back on his face. Bye-bye Hari. Izuku smiled and grabbed out his favorite children's book from the bedside table. He opened it up and read the first page. Hari left with Izuku PJS and went down the halls to prepare his healthy breakfast. Back with Izuku, he loved Where the Wild Things Are. He didn't know why he loved it. He reads it over and over again. Kai originally introduced the book to him a while back. He adored it ever since. After 20 minutes of reading, Izuku heard the door slide open and he lifted himself to look at the door. He smelt the delicious smell of breakfast. He squealed in excitement. The man who brought the food was the one and only Kai Chisaki. He wore his black dress shirt with matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck and a belt with a long, thin buckle around his waist, with 3 beaded lobe piercings in his left ear. Over this, he wore a dark olive-green bomber jacket, its collar lined with thick purple fur, and white lace-up sneakers, their soles tan-colored, with no socks on his feet. He also wore white surgical gloves on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wears over his mouth, which is tipped and embroidered with gold. Kai! Izuku cheered and crawled over to the edge of the bed to see him better. Hari stood behind Kai and lifted the food dish off Kai's hand and brought it to the area where they eat. Hari set up the tables and chairs. Kai smiled under his mask and unhooked it off from his head and placed it on the mini-table. He took off his coat and gloves. He walked to Izuku who was vibrating in excitement. It didn't matter how many times Kai or Hari came into the room, Izuku would act like it was Christmas. Kai sat down and pulled Izuku onto his lap. The boy wrapped his arms around Kai's torso and hugged him. Kai gave a small smile. "Hello Izuku, how are you?" Izuku nuzzled Kai more and gave a small noise as his answer. Meanwhile, Hari finished getting the food ready and walked to the mini-table to take his hood and mask off. He turned around and eyed his boss. "Hey boss, Izuku's breakfast is ready." Kai looked up from the boy in his lap. "All right." He replied and picked up Izuku, carried him to the table and chairs. Izuku began to smile brightly at the food on the table, just for him. A strawberry and peach smoothie, 2 pieces of toast with a fried egg, and a slice of banana bread for dessert. Kai chuckled at Izuku's excitement and placed him on one of the chairs. Hari sat in one and Kai sat in the last empty one. The 2 men glanced at each other and looked at Izuku who was staring intensely at the food in the middle. Kai grabbed the fork and knife and divided the food into pieces. Hari got a straw into the glass and maneuvered the straw into Izuku's mouth. He drank slowly, not wanting to be on the receiving end of a brain freeze. After a few minutes, Izuku finishes drinking, not really listening to the conversation Kai and Hari were having. Something about bullets? He wasn't sure. Hari noticed how Izuku finished his smoothie and pulled the straw out of his mouth and took the glass away. Kai grabbed the fork and started to stab pieces of the cut-up toast and brought the fork to Izuku's mouth. Izuku sighed out of the tastiness of the food. Kai and Hari continued talking, knowing Izuku was too lost in his own little work to pay attention to what they were saying. Kai continued to feed Izuku the toast and when he was done, he fed him the dessert. Izuku loved this kind of meal, it was just so good. Sometimes he would have to eat food he hated, but that was mostly during a punishment. Kai and Hari knew what kind of food he adored. After Izuku was finished eating, Hari wiped a napkin across his mouth to clean any excess food. Kai stood up and picked up Izuku, leaving Hari to clean up the table and chairs. He sat Izuku down near the headboard and Kai went on the bed to sit beside the boy. Izuku smiled and rested his head on top of Kai's thighs. Hari cleaned up the appliances and brought them back to their normal resting positions. He placed the dishes in a neat pile and walked to the bed. Before getting on, he pulled out a pair of earplugs from the bedside table drawer. He sat beside Izuku and lifted his head to insert the earplugs into his ears. Izuku placed his head back onto Kai's thighs and sprawled out by having his legs rest on Hari. Usually, they did this so Kai and Hari could talk in private. They touched Izuku and the boy couldn't hear what was said. The 2 adults talked about the productivity of the Quirk erasing bullets and how they should push forward. The bullets were such a huge success, Izuku's Quirk allowed them to make the bullets a lot quicker. 1 bullet could destroy someone's Quirk permanently. Which was great. However, the heroes are beginning to become suspicious of the Shie Hassaikai. Which was a problem, but as long as they stay low and hidden, they will not be caught. An hour later, they finished talking and took the earplugs out of Izuku. Kai explained he would have to go for a bit and won't see the boy, not until dinner. Izuku whined and hugged Kai for dear life. He rarely got to see Kai in the mornings and now he's leaving? Please. Please not go, Izuku cried in broken English. Kai and Hari looked at each other and had a silent conversation. Hari nodded, and touched Izuku one more time and got off the bed to leave the room. He put on his plague and hood up. Izuku, he called, getting the attention of the crying boy. Izuku turned his head to face Hari, still having his arms wrapped around Kai. Kai has to leave, the boy curled up more. However, I can do Kai's needed work and he can stay with you. Izuku gasped, oh thank you thank you thank you. He nuzzled into Kai's chest even more and sighed, he was so warm. Hari grabbed the dirty dishes and gave a slight nod to his boss. Kai returned it and began caressing Izuku's fluffy hair. Hari left, leaving the door open. After a few minutes, Kai pulled out his phone and scrolled through the news. The League of Villains was becoming ever so popular. Ever since the leader's attack at the USJ, everyone has been talking about them. Kai did not like the leader one bit. Shigaraki is careless and cannot see the bigger picture. Kai has not yet met him in person, but most likely he will in the future. The man looked down at Izuku and saw him smiling with content. Izuku is just a ray of sunshine, he is so innocent and wonderful. Angel, he said. The word angel is Izuku's nickname. He would use it when he and the boy were alone. Sometimes he would say it with Hari, though that was rare. Kai respects his right-hand man and knows he is loyal. However, that doesn't mean he would show his soft side. Hari and Kai both agree Izuku is their greatest weakness. If they were to lose him, they would just fall apart. They make sure Izuku does not get any ideas of leaving the confines of the room. Although, Izuku doesn't want to leave. Angel, I need to bring you to the washroom and then we can watch a movie together. Izuku pulled away. Yay. What one? He asked cheerfully. Kai stuffed his phone into his pocket and got off the bed. He walked to the cabinet near the TV and looked through the list of movies they had. Of course, they had tons of subscriptions to different streaming services, but this was quicker. Kai looked through the boxes of movies and picked one. Izuku's favorite. Wall-E. Izuku gasped and squealed once he saw Kai taking out the movie disc from the box. He opened up the Xbox Series X and placed the movie disc in the reader and grabbed a controller. He placed the controller on the massive bed and picked up Izuku bridal style. He held him close and grabbed a pair of gloves and a black-clothed mask and traveled to the bathroom. Kai never got any hives or anything from Izuku or Hari. He still despises germs and wishes everything to be clean. Izuku's bathroom and the bedroom were already spotless that he never wore his mask and gloves. Though, he does wear them when bringing Izuku to use the toilet. He never left the bedroom without one. His loyal members of the Shie Hassaikai never saw him without one. Even with the 8 bullets, only Hari, Iranaka saw him without one. Of course, Izuku saw his full face all the time. The man pulled the clothing on before leaving the room. Once he did it, he carried Izuku to the washroom. Like with Hari, Kai did the same procedure. Izuku didn't worry about Kai seeing him undressed or washing his hands for him. He just adored the attention he was given. Back in the room, he sat back down beside Izuku and turned on the Xbox with the controller's main button. Izuku pulled up a blanket and rested his head on Kai's side. Kai went through the home screen and clicked the option to watch the movie. The Xbox didn't have any games on it, only the streaming services. Izuku has a Nintendo Switch with tons of games. Kai never enjoyed playing video games, but he loved making Izuku happy, so he might play if Izuku managed to guilt-trip him enough. He started the movie and relaxed with the boy. The TV volume was already at a high amount, not too loud or too quiet. Izuku is scared of loud surprising noises and that's why he hates horror movies. Luckily, Wall-E didn't have any. And if it did, he never noticed. An hour and 43 minutes later, the movie finished. Izuku yawned. Kai watched him for a bit. The boy was in his own little world. The man turned the Xbox off and maneuvered Izuku's body to lay down. Kai went to the TV and grabbed the Nintendo Switch that was in the dock. He powered it up and carefully placed it on the bed. Izuku watched Kai in the corner of his eye and grinned at what Kai was doing. He's allowed to play some video games. Angel, I'm going to get your lunch ready. You're hungry, aren't you? Izuku's stomach growled, causing the boy to giggle. He nodded violently. Kai chuckled. Good, just make sure to turn it off once you get tired. He pointed at the game system. Yep. Izuku smiled and reached for the Switch in his lying position. Sadly, he couldn't reach it. He whined. Kai noticed this and picked up the system. And passed it to Izuku. The boy took it and started to look at the possible games he could play. Kai placed his iconic plague mask, furred coat and white gloves on his body. I'll see you soon, Angel. He waved and heard a quiet hum. He left after closing the bedroom door. Meanwhile, Izuku looked at the selection of games. His favorite was Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Minecraft and Animal Crossing New Horizons. Though he rarely played Animal Crossing by himself, he would always have trouble reading the words. Izuku was scared to play survival in Minecraft, so he always played creative or peaceful mode. Izuku clicked onto Mario Kart and got ready to do some races. Mario Kart is an entertaining game. He never got bored. Sometimes, Kai and Hari would play with him. Those times were the best. Lost in a vortex of time, Izuku didn't even realize an hour passed. He heard the sliding door open once again. He perked up thinking lunch wouldn't be ready not for a while. But to his surprise, it was. Izuku exited the race he was doing and turned off the switch. The smell of food made his mouth water. Kai walked in with new food and a drink and another one for himself. He placed the food on the mini-table and took off his gear. He walked to the foldable table and chairs and got them set up. Izuku kept on glancing between the food and Kai. He was too excited. Kai observed Izuku's excitement and picked up the lunches and brought them to the table. He picked up Izuku and sat him down in one of the chairs. For lunch, Izuku is having smoked salmon sushi and cooked broccoli that has a drizzle of soya sauce. For his drink, he's having a mango dragon fruit smoothie. Kai is having the same though he does not have a drink. Kai prepared the meal and cut up pieces. He gave him a mouthful of sushi, waited for Izuku to swallow it all. He alternates between giving the boy his drink and food. Once Izuku was finished, he picked away at his own food. The boy smiled and waited patiently. After 5 more minutes, Kai cleaned up the dishes and picked up Izuku to bring him to the washroom again. Usually, he would need to use it after meals, and if he didn't, he still used it. After the washroom, Izuku was brought back to his bed and Kai pulled the blankets up for him and tucked him in. Kai turned on the Xbox and scrolled through Netflix. He clicked onto the most recent show Izuku had watched, and that was Pokemon. Kai turned down the volume to be quiet and looked at the boy. He had his eyes barely open, ready to fall asleep. Kai walked up to Izuku's head and touched the curly hair. They made sure to have Izuku's hair be subjected to well-made soaps and conditioners. Never did they use cheap ones. Only the best kinds were used. Kai sighed and got his gear back on. He grinned and nodded towards the sleepy boy and turned off the light. Izuku woke up from a nice refreshing nap. He yawned and focused his eyes on the TV. The room was still dark. The TV provided the perfect light source. Izuku watched a few episodes of the Sun and Moon Pokemon series on Netflix. He had already watched all of it, so he didn't mind that he skipped some episodes. After a while, Izuku got the urge to use the bathroom. Izuku squirmed and whined. He just has to wait a bit longer than he can go. Nothing too hard. He had done this before and succeeded. Just a little longer. In the nick of time, Kai walks in. Izuku whined a bit louder, earning the attention of the man. Kai looked at Izuku and quickly understood what was happening. He turned on the lights. Izuku crawled to the edge of the bed and was picked up to be carried to the washroom. Kai hadn't taken off his mask or gloves yet. Kai walked into the bathroom and brought the boy to the toilet. He pulled down his lower clothing and allowed Izuku to do his business. Izuku sighed once his urine left him. He smiled at Kai, indicating he was done. After the normal bathroom procedures, Kai got his mask and gloves off. Izuku lay down on his stomach and watched Kai set the switch up so it could connect to the TV. They were going to play Mario Kart on the TV screen. Izuku couldn't wait any longer. Kai was taking too slow. But he waited. Not wanting to get a punishment. Kai grabbed 2 Joy-Cons and sat beside Izuku with his back to the headboard. He scrolled through the gaming system and got ready for the future races. He passed a blue Joy-Con to Izuku and watched the boy pick out his character and kart. Izuku picked Shy Guy and Kai picked Mario. He didn't recognize any of the other characters, so he picked the one who was on the title screen. Hari had a lot more knowledge when it comes to gaming. Izuku got more excited every second that passed. He got to play Mario Kart with Kai. Kai sometimes watched him play with Hari, but that was it. He tended to help Izuku with Animal Crossing, claiming it was a valuable source of knowledge. Whatever that means. The two played for a while, both enjoying each other's presence. They were interrupted by Hari, who had their dinner. Time passes when you're having fun. Kai exited the game and shut the switch off. Izuku beamed once Hari came in. Calling his name every few seconds, Hari gave in. He passed the food to Kai and went to pick up Izuku. The boy nuzzled into his neck, smelling his cologne. Kai got the table and chairs ready and food properly placed. Izuku was brought to one of the chairs. Hari took off his plague mask and sat down. Kai sat down, getting Izuku's food ready. Today, they were having lasagna, garlic bread, and Caesar salad. The dessert being a chocolate chip cookie. Izuku swayed in his seat. He watched the food carefully. Hari got a glass of milk ready and placed the straw into Izuku's mouth. After, Izuku was fed by Kai. Izuku loved the food. Who wouldn't? Once he was finished, Kai and Hari began theirs, talking about things Izuku couldn't understand. Something about the League of, he wasn't sure. A total of 30 minutes passed and Izuku got bored. He swayed his feet from under the table back and forth. He hit Kai and Hari's legs a couple of times. Each time, he giggled. Though, it wasn't funny for them. Stop it, Izuku, Kai snapped. Making the boy hung his head low and quiet. He knew he wasn't going to get punished just for that, but he still felt terrible. He hated it when Kai or Hari got mad. It makes him upset. Most of the time, they got mad when Izuku broke the rules or did something stupid. Like kicking their legs. He felt a hand touch his forehead. He looked up and saw Kai and Hari staring back at him. Hari had his hand on him. Hey, what's wrong? He asked after taking his hand off Izuku. The boy sniffed and looked away. You are mad. Kai looked at Hari and sighed, "No, we're not. I just didn't like you doing that, so I told you to stop." Izuku looked back at Kai and started to tear up. Hari was quick to act. "Izuku? Don't cry, it's fine. We're fine." Kai gave a warm smile. "Do you see us mad?" he asked. Izuku was about to wipe his tears away but to stop when Hari did it for him. "No," he answered in a whisper. Kai and Hari both heard him. "We hate seeing you cry, it pains us," Hari explained. Really?" Izuku questioned. Kai smirked. "How many times have we told you that? You should never cry. You should tell us how you're feeling, don't hold it in." Izuku went back to his old self and smiled. Not crying anymore, which was a relief for the two men. Hari pulled out the cookie and broke it into tiny pieces. He fed Izuku slowly, knowing he would try to savor the taste. He loves cookies, especially the ones from Kai and Hari. Sometimes he would get cold, stale ones. He liked them, but he enjoys the warm, gooey ones so much more. "Oh, look at the time for you to go to bed." Hari pointed at Izuku, who giggled. Kai picked up Izuku and brought him to the bathroom to have a bath. It was routine for Izuku to have a bath before bed. It made him a lot more sleepy. Meanwhile, Hari cleaned up the furniture and cleaned up the room. Before Hari walked inside the bedroom with their dinner, he prepared a bath for Izuku. The heater made the water stay warm for long periods of time. Kai allowed Izuku to go to the washroom, then he undressed Izuku and lifted him into the tub. The boy sighed. It was a wonderful feeling. Kai began by scooping up water and pouring it down the curly head of hair. Izuku tilted his head back, trying not to get any water into his eyes. Once the green hair was fully wet, Kai grabbed the specially made shampoo and conditioner. He simmered a blob of the hair product onto his hands and covered Izuku's hair with it. He mixed it in, making it so much more curly. Kai sometimes was rough, but Izuku didn't worry about it. He just liked the attention. The two men did so much stuff for him, and never did anything for them. Which makes him sad when he thinks about it. But he knows, Kai and Hari are happy. At least that's what he hopes for. Once Kai cleaned Izuku's hair, he started to clean the boy's body with a sponge and water. Fast forward 10 minutes later, Izuku was finished and he was sleepy. Kai always made sure he was clean, so he took his time. And that's why Kai bathes Izuku. He doesn't trust Hari's cleaning skills enough to do it. Kai got a towel and pulled Izuku out of the water with little to no effort. Izuku was really light. He ate lots of healthy food, but he never gained much weight. Once the towel was wrapped around him, Izuku snuggled up to the blanket and closed his eyes, ready to sleep. Kai took note of this and gently dried him off, and he tried his best when he brushed Izuku's teeth. Izuku subconsciously opened his mouth, allowing his teeth to be brushed. Kai carried him to the bedroom. He drained the water. Hari watched Kai walk in with the sleepy boy. He had prepared PJs, the ones from this morning. He cleaned them after he left to get breakfast. Kai laid Izuku down and got the articles of clothing and changed the boy into them. Hari turned off the lights and sat down on the bed. Wait," Izuku mumbled and reached his hand out for someone to take it. Kai held it and rested his hand. Hari swiped the wet curly hair from Izuku's forehead. The boy smiled and fell into the amazing world of dreams. The two men waited 5 more minutes watching Izuku sleep. They didn't speak, just watched. The boy was just the cutest. So kind, so innocent, so wonderful. Everything Kai and Hari could have asked for and more. "Well, I'm going to go to my office. Only come in if it's something important, got that, Hari?" Kai explained in a quiet voice. "Got it, boss." Hari sat up and walked to the door. Kai did the same, and they both got dressed in their villain outfits. One last glance and they closed the door, but no fully. "Sleep well, my Izuku," Kai said once the door fully closed. "Sleep well he will." Waking up felt like falling from the sky. The flowing wind passing through green curly hair and kissing his skin. It was a nice feeling. Not a care in the world, just the sky. But of course, every great thing must come to an end. Izuku opening his eyes was a task on its own. His eyelids felt heavy, not wanting to move an inch. He was very tired. He tried his best and opened his eyes. He was in his room, lying down on his bed. Though the room was still dark, he knew he was there. The potent smell of cleaning products and the strong scent of Kai's and Hari's cologne. He sniffed his massive pillow and smelt the two men. He smiled and nuzzled into the cushion. Today he had to get his blood drawn. He had done it tons of time in the past, every other day, practically. Izuku just hated how he would feel tired afterwards. And how Kai and Hari would be busy all day, only seeing him during meals and getting blood drawn. Maybe he was exaggerating, but he would miss them dearly. Before he knew it, the door opened. He heard 2 people walking in. The lights turned on, showing Kai and Hari. Hari wheeled in the wheelchair and the other items. Kai walked in, getting a fresh pair of PJs. Izuku hummed and shivered in delight. He tried to pretend to sleep by flopping on his left side, curling up. From an outsider's view, you could clearly tell someone was faking it. With the clothes in his arms, Kai traveled on the left side of the bed and sat down beside the bump. Hari left the room and went to grab Izuku's breakfast. On most days like this, they would get everything done much more early. The two men would be busy with their own work, making it hard for them to see the boy, which created a toll on Izuku, but he managed. Once Hari was fully gone, Kai leaned down and pulled the blanket off Izuku's body. The boy tugged on the fabric, trying to bring it closer to him. Kai smiled under his mask, he lightly pulled. Izuku pulled harder, though it was weak. Izuku giggled and whined once he realized he messed up. He was trying to fake sleep, but laughing alerted Kai he was actually awake. On the other side, Kai knew Izuku was trying to play a little game with him and he played along. He loved seeing his little angel happy. In defeat, Izuku threw the blanket off and looked at the masked man above him. The boy was surprised that he saw Kai with his plague mask on. Normally he rarely saw it. And if he did, it was never this close. Izuku started to overthink. No, why? I messed up. No. Kai lightly gasped, this was never his attention. He heard Izuku mutter distressed speech. He didn't take the mask off because he would have to put it back on right away. Not seeing any point in doing it, a waste of time. But he didn't realize, Izuku wouldn't have known that. Izuku felt tears trickle down his cheeks. Kai took off his white gloves and mask. With his bare hand, he wiped Izuku's face free from tears. The boy gave a puzzled look. He brought his hand up to Kai's face and touched the skin. Why? He stuttered. Kai leaned back into a sitting position and pulled the weightless boy onto his lap. Izuku continued to touch the man's cheek, flabbergasted. Kai leaned forward and kissed him on the forehead. I'm sorry that I scared you, I shouldn't have done that. He held Izuku's hand near his cheek. Can you forgive me, Angel? Izuku nodded violently. He never wanted Kai to be sad. He was just scared and confused. They held each other for a while, enough time for Hari to come back in with food. Hari looked over to where the two sat. He kept his mask on and prepared breakfast. He knew how much his boss hated him seeing his soft side, so he let them be. He didn't know what had happened, but he could assume. Kai and Izuku continued to hold each other. Kai acknowledged Hari's presence. But that didn't make Kai stop. He just wanted to hold his little angel and show him he's sorry. Izuku was stuck inside his petit world. He couldn't think beyond what was happening. Hari finished the preparations and took his mask off. He coughed to get Kai's attention. Kai's eyes twitched. How dare someone break this precious moment? Izuku looked over at Hari and loudly gasped. Look, Kai. Food's ready. Kai sighed in annoyance. Yes, Izuku. The small boy gulped. He never saw Kai irritated, only seeing him like this when he gave him a punishment. Izuku pulled off and crawled back under his blankets. Kai gave a look of shock. The boy rarely did this. Hari watched in the corner of his eye. He knew Kai didn't acknowledge what his tone of voice was. Before anything could get out of hand, Hari walked over and crawled into the bed. He pointed towards the food. Kai grumbled under his breath and left the bed. He dropped the clothes knowing Hari will change Izuku. Hari pulled the blankets over himself so that was lying beside Izuku. He pulled the boy closer and hugged him. Izuku, are you feeling okay? The boy looked up and shook his head. He was far from okay. Was Kai being scary? Hari asked. Izuku pushed away the blankets to see Kai but was stopped when Hari held them down and brought him closer to his raincoat. Izuku mumbled a short answer, yes. Oh, I'm sorry that he just didn't like me calling him over. Why? Izuku nuzzled into the clothing. Hari felt eyes staring at him. He spoke a bit louder. You see, he and you were having a touching moment and he loved holding you close. But when I called him over, he got annoyed that you took your attention off of him and how I broke it. Izuku felt bad. He never wanted Kai to be annoyed. I'm sorry. Hari loved how sweet and apologetic Izuku could be. Don't say sorry, Kai can just get jealous. He wiped away a few of Izuku's fallen tears. The boy nodded, though he couldn't help himself. Hari maneuvered his arm so that he could reach the new pair of PJs. He grabbed onto the clothes and brought them under the blanket. Holding Izuku close, he changed the boy into the white cotton fabrics. Izuku held no arguments, allowing Hari to do what he had to do. Meanwhile, Kai watched the two, and he appreciated what Hari did. He never wanted his little angel to feel bad. In fact, he wanted him to feel proud. Kai looked down at his hands. Izuku was his only weakness. Once Hari was done, he grabbed Izuku and pulled him out of bed. He held the boy tightly. Hari also picked up his boss's mask and gloves and placed them on the mini table. Hari walked through the door beside the table and went to the washroom. Izuku stayed silent, letting Hari do what he had to do. He did his business and allowed Hari to wash his hands and fix his bedhead. Hari loved how messy the boy's hair could be. They tried to tame it but it would go to waste. Izuku snuggled up to Hari and closed his eyes. the man who was holding him carried him to the bedroom and sat him down on the furniture they used for mealtimes. The boy whined once he felt no one touching him. He blinked and looked down at the table. He brought his gaze to the food in the middle, already prepared. In his seat, Kai watched him with guilt in his eyes. Hari sat down as well. The two men looked at each other in the eyes. In a silent conversation, Hari nodded and picked up the cutlery. In a gentle voice, Hari asked, "Hey, I need you to open your mouth. Can you do that for me?" Izuku turned his gaze from the center to Hari. He lightly smiled and opened his mouth. The man fed Izuku slowly. Kai crossed his arms and sighed. He stood up quietly and walked to the door. He gave one more glance towards the two and frowned. He never wanted this to happen. He grabbed his gloves and mask and adjusted them to their proper places. No more than a couple of seconds, Kai left the room. He knew he wouldn't be needed. Besides, he needs to get the lab sanitized for his angel. Izuku slowly drank his traditional fruity smoothie. He felt bad. He felt Kai was mad at him. Once Hari lifted the straw out of the boy's mouth, he patted Izuku on the head and smiled. Izuku gave a small smile in response and looked down. "Why don't I read your favorite book for you? I can read until Kai comes back." Hari knew how Izuku was feeling and wanted him to be happy. He knew Izuku was going to get his blood drawn today and that made him slightly miserable. Izuku slightly nodded and lifted his arms up to be picked up. Hari obliged and carried Izuku bridal style to the king-sized bed. He carefully dropped the boy onto the unmade bed and grabbed the children's book on the bedside table. He crawled into the bed and sat beside Izuku. He pulled up the blankets and covered the boy. He went to the first page of the book, reading it. He tried to make voices to make Izuku laugh, which worked for the most part. Izuku listened to Hari speak in a calm voice, quickly forgetting why he was upset. He got lost listening to the gentle voice. Hari watched Izuku's face turn from sadness to joy. The man smiled in contentment. His plan worked. He knew Izuku so well that he knew what caused certain emotions. Hari continued to read to the small boy. Meanwhile, Kai finished preparing the lab. The tools were all in the correct place. All that was needed was the boy Izuku. Kai sighed and looked down at the experimental chair. It had arm cuffs and leg cuffs. Izuku rarely needed to be put in them, only did they do it when he directly disobeyed an order or rule. Kai felt rather bad about what happened. He never wanted Izuku to feel terrible. But he knew Hari would fix the boy's mood. Kai left the sanitized room and walked back to the bedroom. The walk was a long one, 7 minutes. But it was used to make Izuku disoriented. He never wanted Izuku to run away. This caused him to get distracted and forget where he was. The man arrived at the room and calmly walked in, leaving his plague mask on. Hari read Izuku the last page of the book and closed it once it was done. Izuku looked up and gasped in excitement upon seeing Kai. "Kai! Oh, I'm sorry." Kai shook his head, walking over to the bed. Hari stood up and prepared the wheelchair and equipment. "Angel, there's no need to be sorry," Kai responded calmly. "Why, you sure?" Izuku was taken back by what he had said. "Yes, I am." The man looked over to where Hari was preparing the tools. "Now let's get you ready." Kai picked up Izuku and carried him over to the wheelchair. He sat him down and tied a blndfld around his face, covering his eyesight. Izuku never enjoyed this process. In fact, he hated it. He loved seeing Kai and Hari, but now he can't. Hari grabbed the earplugs and inserted them into the boy's ears. Izuku whined, having trouble hearing anything. Kai grabbed a drink and transported it into Izuku's small hands. He lifted the straw into the boy's mouth and Izuku began to drink it slowly. Hari placed his hand onto Izuku's shoulder, caressing it. "He's ready, boss." "He can't hear us." Hari looked at the villain. Kai nodded and lightly touched Izuku's cheek with his gloved hand. Izuku leaned into the touch, continuing to drink. Hari took his hand off and placed his plague mask onto his face. Hari walked back and started to wheel Izuku, following Kai, who was walking through the door. "How was he?" Kai asked while looking ahead. Hari looked down at the boy, who was distracted. "He felt that he made you mad and upset. Luckily, I read to him, making him feel a lot better." Kai nodded. "That's good." He glanced back at the quiet boy. "Izuku is so innocent. He relies on us to properly function. We have the ability to change his mood with the most simple of actions." Hari felt a rush of pride flow through him. Without him or Kai, Izuku would be dead. Left to fend for himself. "Yeah, you're correct, Overhaul, he is." Kai looked ahead. The sounds of the wheels moving across the solid ground were only heard. Other than that, it was quiet. The two stayed silent. Kai is suspicious about some of the lesser members of the Shie Hassaikai. He worries that someone will take away his angel, so he makes sure to rarely talk about Izuku. And if he does, it's important. Hari is loyal and will follow his boss to the end of time. He loves Izuku and worries. The two men both agree, if someone were to take Izuku away, hell will be raining down on them. The two walk down the halls of the base. Izuku was still drinking, being pushed around by Hari. At this moment, Izuku relied on his sense of smell to figure out where he was. He couldn't hear nor see. He's done this so many times that he can identify small details. The hall smelt like Hari and Kai's cologne, though it might be like that because he's near them. The lab smelt like chemical and cleaning products. Soon, the smell of potent soap swarmed Izuku's nostrils. He felt a pair of hands touching his hips. The gentle touch was from Hari. Hari picked up the boy and carried him to the medical chair in the center. Kai picked up the needle, bandages, tubes, cotton swab and packets. He made sure to give his angel the topmost care. Once Izuku was in the chair, the boy waved the empty drink through the air, waiting for someone to grab it from his hands. Hari accepted it and passed a new drink into his hand. Izuku brought it up to his mouth and started to drink it. Hari placed the empty drink into the disposal and watched Kai hook the equipment in the correct slots. Hari placed his hand on top of Izuku's head and caressed it, trying to take the boy's attention away from Kai. Even if he couldn't see anything. Kai gently grabbed Izuku's left arm and held it down on the arm of the chair. He picked up the needle and poked the forearm. He pressed into the skin and adjusted it so it can suck out blood. Izuku whimpered at the touch. He felt a hand touch his hair. He tried to take his mind off from the pain and focus on the hand above him. Kai watched the blood sweep into the packet and counted how much was accumulated. Only 55 milliliters was needed. They already had a batch of blood from a few days ago, therefore, they took out less. The two men ignored each other and focused on the task ahead. They knew Izuku hated getting his blood drawn, but for his safety, he shall not see or hear what was happening. They never wanted to break in innocence. Seeing any blood would break him. Kai looked at blood measurements. Seeing that it reached the needed amount, he pulled out the needle and cleaned the excess blood. He carefully wrapped beige bandages around the left arm. He silently grabbed the pint of blood and brought it to one of the lab tables. Hari picked up Izuku, who was still drinking, and brought him back to the wheelchair. He gave one look to his boss. Kai was sanitizing the equipment and organizing the blood for later use. Overhaul, I'll bring Izuku back to his room and put him to bed, Hari explained while looking back at his boss. All right, come back once Izuku falls asleep. I need you to help me out with the bullets. Make sure to call Mimic. Kai said, keeping his gaze onto the lab table. Will do. Hari grabbed onto the handlebars and pushed Izuku down the maze-like halls. The boy didn't exactly understand what was happening, but from doing this over and over again, he came to the realization he was done. And most likely be put to bed. Which Izuku didn't mind. He was tired. Getting his blood drawn always made him sleepy. He yawned a few times and leaned back to rest his head on the chair. In the darkness of the BLNDFLD, he slowly fell asleep. Hari watched Izuku while walking down the everlasting halls. After a bit of time, Izuku and Hari arrived back at the bedroom. Izuku was dead. Asleep, Hari smiled and picked up the boy. He brought him to the bed and laid him down. He pulled up the sheets and blanket and covered the boy. He tucked him in and leaned forward to kiss Izuku's forehead. He kissed him and walked back to the door. He grabbed the wheelchair and turned off the lights. I'll see you in a bit. Hari pushed the portable device out and closed the door. For the rest of the day, Izuku slept. Kai, Hari and Iranaka worked together and created some Quirk erasing bullets. According to Kai, the bullets are in their testing stages. But soon they'll be completed and be published into the world. That day was slowly approaching. Once the world is cured of the disease called quirks, Kai and Hari will spend the rest of their lives with Izuku. Nothing shall go wrong. A few days had passed. Izuku was currently playing Mario Kart with Hari. They were waiting for Kai to deliver their dinner for the day. Izuku was having the time of his life. He wore a beaming grin, aggressively pressing and moving the controls on the Joy-Con. He was trying his best to win the Grand Prix. Hari observed the excitement on the boy's face and slowed his cart down for Izuku to get first place. Izuku whizzed down the track, reaching first place. Hari went to the 7th position. He allowed the NPCs to go ahead of him, quickly becoming 10th. The 11th and 12th characters behind him were too far behind. If he allowed them to go in front of him, Izuku would notice what he was doing. Hari, you're 10. Izuku highlighted with improper English. Hari smiled, even though Izuku couldn't see it, due to looking at the screen. Yes I am, but look. You're first, so much better than I. Izuku looked at Hari's character on the split screen. Yeah I'm. Hari clashed against one of the item boxes, earning a blue shell. He watched the boy's screen waiting until an NPC overcame Izuku's first place. Look! You have blue shell, use Hari. Izuku exclaimed while tugging on Hari's raincoat, keeping one hand on the controller. But you'll lose first place. I don't want to be the one responsible for your loss, Hari explained while keeping an eye on both screens. Izuku stopped tugging and frowned, but he was too late. An NPC came zooming past, reaching first place, knocking Izuku into second. He gasped, "No." Hari found the opening and clicked on the item button. The blue shell zipped through the track, passing every character. "Izuku, watch out." Izuku slowed down his card just a bit so that the other NPCs can get hit by the blue explosion. The blue shell hit the ground, causing the higher position characters to get stuck for a few seconds. Izuku took the chance and reached first place. The finish line was in sight. "Yay!" Izuku cried out. Seeing no one near him on the minimap, he pumped one fist into the air. In a few seconds, Izuku won the race, winning the Grand Prix. Once he had reached the finish line, Hari increased his speed, zooming past multiple NPCs. Izuku watched intensely. He cheered Hari on. "Go, go, go." The cart went past the finish line, making Hari get fifth place. Amongst their excitement, Kai walked in with dinner. "Wow, Hari did great, oh wow." Izuku congratulated with huge arm movements. Hari chuckled. He went to the home screen and turned the switch off. He lightly grabbed Izuku's hips and pulled him onto his lap. Izuku smiled and nuzzled into Hari's raincoat. "You did amazing as well, Izuku. First place, wow, that's intense. I would never be able to reach that," he reasoned while petting Izuku's curls. Kai placed the food onto the table they prepared a while ago. But, you would," Izuku protested, bringing his head up. The smells of yummy fumes of food reached his nose and felt his stomach growl. "Looks like someone is hungry." Hari bopped Izuku's nose with his index finger. The boy giggled. He maybe. Hari faked a surprised expression. "Oh? You're not? Uncertain? Then what was that noise?" Izuku smiled brightly. "No. I am hungry." "You sure?" Hari tilted his head to the left. Before Izuku could answer, Kai spoke up. "Are you done, Hari?" Hari smirked. "Yes, I am, boss. I was just playing with Izuku. Isn't that right?" Izuku locked eyes with Hari. "Yep. I am hungry." Hari picked up Izuku from his lap and brought the hungry boy to the dinner table. Kai was sitting down, cutting up the fish. Tonight, Izuku was going to have fish, fries, and mixed vegetables. This sounds good, but the only thing is, Izuku hates fish. It's one of the foods he hates. Why Kai brought it here is a mystery. Hari sat Izuku down and glanced at the food in the middle. He knew right away something's going to happen. Either it is bad or good. Something will occur. Most likely, bad. "Boss, you know Izuku doesn't like fish," Hari whispered in Kai's direction. Kai shrugged and grabbed his own plate. Hari sighed and sat down. Kai looked at the food, his eyes widened. Kai knew his angel well, every little detail about Izuku, he knows. You would think Kai would know Izuku's most favorite food and disliked ones. And of course, he does. He always makes sure the food is cooked with the topmost perfection and is presented outlandishly. However, recently, Kai has been incredibly busy with his organization and cause, so he lets some members cook the food instead of him creating it. Which has been working for the most part, but today, no, it has not. He knew how much Izuku hated fish. Every time it was presented, he would put up a fuss. Kai looked at Izuku. The boy had a face full of disgust. "Izuku, I know you dislike fish. However, I need you to eat it," Kai explained while bringing up a fork filled with fish. Izuku shook his head. He looked away, trying to get away from the incoming fork. The utensil was only a few centimeters from his mouth. He refused to open his mouth. Hari sighed. "Izuku, we need you to eat, it's important." "Nah." Izuku leaned back, trying to make as much distance as he could. Kai exhaled loudly. "Eat the food." Izuku gulped and looked at the fork in front of him. He brought his mouth to the utensil, about to bite. He froze. He glanced at the food in the center and pulled back from the fork. Hari and Kai looked at each other, then back at Izuku. Their food." Izuku pointed at the center. He was correct about there being other types of food, fries and vegetables. He would happily eat them, but not the fish. The two men looked at the center. "Yes, you're right, Izuku, but we need you to eat the fish. Can you do that for me?" "For Kai?" Hari asked while looking at the disturbed boy. "It would only take a few seconds, then you will be done. And right after, we could watch an episode of Pokemon. You would like that, wouldn't you?" Izuku nodded his head slightly. He would love to watch some TV before bed, but that would mean eating fish. Yes.No. Please. Izuku was testing Kai's patience. He just wanted him to eat all of his food. "No, Izuku," he said sternly. "You will eat all of your food. And if you don't, you will receive a punishment." This made Izuku tremble. In the fastest way possible, Izuku bit onto the fork, swallowing its context. Kai smiled. He picked up more food, repeating the process. Izuku quickly ate the food like he was going to die if he didn't. Overhaul, Hari whispered. He knew it was important for Izuku to eat, but he never wanted him to be scared. He knew how much Izuku hated his punishments. This just shows what the boy would do to avoid one. Kai shot a quick glare at Hari for using his villain name. He saw no faults in scaring Izuku into eating his food. Sure, he could have done what Hari had subjected, though, that would take too much time. Also, Izuku isn't even allowed to watch TV before bed, and if he did, it could make the boy break more rules, causing Kai to give more punishments. He hated seeing the scared look on his angel's face, but if he has to, he will. Besides, Kai wouldn't give Izuku a big punishment, only a small one. Like not saying goodnight to him. Nothing he couldn't recover from. Kai was angry at his right-hand man for using his villain name. He never wanted Izuku to hear the name Overhaul. He wanted to keep Izuku in the unknown. He didn't want to bring up the hero and villain society of the world. Sure, Izuku used to idolize heroes when he was with them. But now he had changed. Changed for the better. The boy could never remember who he was in the past. If he can't recall that, he would never be able to remember what heroes and villains are. Still, Kai would never use the name Overhaul around him. Izuku finished and looked down. He hated this. Now Kai is mad at him. Kai wouldn't threaten him for no reason. Sorry, Izuku whispered sincerely. Kai smiled, happy about what he had heard. Hari crossed his arms. He ate his own food while listening to Kai and Izuku speak. It's fine, Izuku, you will not refuse food ever again, right? Kai asked persuasively. Izuku nodded. He never wanted anyone to be mad at him. Nope, will not. Kai patted Izuku on the head. Good boy. You must learn from your mistakes. Now you know, you will get punished if you refuse food. He grabbed his own fork and ate. Izuku looked up, watched the two men eat. 10 minutes passed. Once the food was gone, Hari sorted the dishes into a neat pile. Kai picked up Izuku, carrying him to the bathroom to have a bath. Izuku nuzzled into Kai's neck. He allowed Kai to bathe him. The boy just watched and listened to commands. The normal bedtime routine occurred. Once he was done, he was brought back to the bedroom and was laid down in bed. Kai covered him with blankets and sheets. Hari sat down beside Izuku. The boy pulled out his tiny hand from the sheets and Hari held it. Kai caressed Izuku's cheek with gentleness. Sorry, Izuku whispered in a sleepy voice. Hari spoke up. Izuku, you're fine. No one is upset or mad. We just wanted you to eat your whole meal. That was all. You sure? Izuku asked. Yes, I am. Kai got a little frustrated. That was it. You're not in trouble. Hari spoke calmly. Kai nodded. Yes, I was. We both know, you're a good boy. You'll listen to Hari and I. Izuku nodded. Thank you, he whispered while closing his eyes. I love you, Kai and Hari. He fully closed his eyes and fell asleep. Love you too, Angel. Love you too, little Izuku. The two men didn't let go until 5 minutes had passed. Kai let go and got off the bed. Hari followed and got on his plague mask. Kai did the same. Hari grabbed the dishes and turned off the lights. The leader got on his gloves and slid the door closed. Kai started to walk down the hall. Hari followed. Overhaul dash. Don't use that name when we're near Izuku. Kai stopped walking and looked at the man dead in the eyes. Sorry, Overhaul, I will not. Good. Now let's get to the lab. Kai continued walking, with Hari following. A few minutes had passed. Hari dropped off the dishes in the kitchen. Kai was going to kill whoever made the food for Izuku, but they weren't there. They traveled to the lab. Kai opened the door and walked to the tables. Hari stood beside Kai. So, Overhaul. Spit it out. I'm not in a good mood. Kai said angrily. Right. I was wondering why were you going to punish Izuku? Wasn't it a bit harsh? Kai looked at the equipment below him. Maybe it was. But Izuku has to eat. It's important for the creation of the bullets and his health. Also, he is underweight. He needs to earn some pounds. He's so light we can carry him with ease. Hari grabbed one of the blood packages on the table. True, he's only 70 pounds. Exactly, he needs the food. Hari looked up and sighed. Do you think he's like that because of his past? Being underweight? Kai continued to stare at the table. I guess we will never know. He has a great home now. Hari nodded. Izuku slowly woke up from his slumber. He looked around the room, only seeing darkness. Like the usual. It was the middle of the night, meaning Kai and Hari won't be coming anytime soon. This wasn't a problem. Izuku could go back to sleep and wake up at the correct time. However, it was a problem. Izuku woke up with an ache in his lower regions. With further expectation, his bladder was full. Deciphering the need to pee. Izuku pulled up the blankets and curled into a tight ball. He was hoping for it to just go away. It wasn't bad at the moment, but if it's not taken care of anytime soon, the ache will get worse. The boy knew he needed Hari or Kai to be with him when he goes to the washroom. He couldn't stand properly, barely even able to walk. Kai and Hari never wanted him to go to the washroom on his own. He would ask, but the answer is a strict no. They told him to just wait for them to come to his room. Most of the time Izuku would patiently wait or get distracted by the TV and forget about ever needing to go. Izuku used to wet the bed when he first came to the compound, but he would receive a strict punishment. Kai and Hari would have to clean up the bed, resulting in a huge nuisance. Kai was rather strict on it, and to this day, he still is. His hatred for germs is the direct cause. Izuku feared he would get punished if he peed on his bed instead of the toilet. Knowing him, he probably will not be able to hold it in until daybreak. And who knows how long that will be. It was a few days after the food incident. Izuku still feels terrible about it. He never likes disobeying Kai or Hari. And if he pees right now, he will receive a punishment. If he strains his memory just a smidge, he could recall he was forced to watch a scary movie. Izuku was terrified of horror movies, the loud noises, the suspense, the jump scares. Everything made him horror-stricken. Izuku started to quietly cry. He shoved his head into the pillow. The ache continued to worsen. He couldn't handle it. He tried very hard to go back to sleep, but the ache was reframing him from doing it. The boy looked up and glanced around the room for a solution. Maybe he could find a bucket or something. Through the darkness, he could see a wheelchair. He would get his blood drawn again in the morning if he ever manages to survive. With no resolution, Izuku started to sob, which worsens his ache. He needed to go to the washroom desperately, but he can't leave his bed, and he can't wet the bed. Izuku didn't know what to do. There were so many possible outcomes of this situation, he couldn't decide on one. Waiting was out of the question. His options were to get up and go to the washroom or wet the bed, each resulting in punishment. Izuku looked back into his memories. He remembers watching a scary movie after wetting the bed, but he could remember nothing about going to the washroom on his own. Maybe that one would be not as bad as a horror movie. He swallowed his saliva, or you could say fears, and pulled the blanket off of him and sat up. The ache was still lingering. He slowly moved his legs to be hanging off the side. He looked down and sighed, his first steps in who knows how long. He placed his right foot onto the ground. He shifted his weight onto his leg foot and placed his other one down. He counted to 5 and pushed off the bed. Thump! He fell onto the cold stone flooring like a leaf in the wind. He tried his best to catch his fall, but that failed. He hurt his knees, probably a scratch formed. Izuku got onto his hands and knees and crawled to the exit in discomfort. The room was still dark, so Izuku relied on his sense of touch, touching objects in his atmosphere, waving his hand around while keeping one hand on the ground. Eventually, Izuku arrived at the door. He maneuvered his body to be on his shins and knees. He stretched his arm wide and grabbed onto the latch. He slid the door open with all his strength. In the hall, the lights were brightening up each speck. He began to crawl to the parallel room. He opened the door the same way and walked in. The room was rather dark, the light switch was high up. He tried to reach it but failed to turn on the lights. He frowned and looked at the toilet. Due to the lights from the hallway, he could see the toilet rather clearly. He crawled up to it. Ignoring the millions of germs, he started to pull himself on top of it. He used his tiny strength. He climbed up to the seat. He repositioned his body and let his bladder free. He waited a few seconds to finish and retraced his step, managing to land back on the floor. He crawled back to the bathroom door and slid it close. He did the same for his room. But he left it open just a smidge. He crawled to his bed and lifted his arms to be placed back on the bed. Izuku looked around for Kai and Hari. He forgot. He did all of this all on his own, with no help. Izuku started to panic. He knew he's going to be in so much trouble. Or will he? He thought back to everything he just did. He crawled. He closed the doors when coming back. There's no way they can find out what he did. He's fine. He will not get punished. Izuku tried harder to bring himself onto the bed. With more tries, he gave up. He sighed and pulled down his blanket and pillow. He placed them into a makeshift bed and pulled the blankets on top of him. He decided he will lie and just say he fell out of bed. Yeah, Kai and Hari will believe that. With a quick toss and turns, he fell asleep quickly, even with the hard flooring. Sadly, he was not free from trouble. He forgot a few crucial things. Things he does every time he goes to the washroom with Kai and Hari. A few hours later, Chisaki walked down the halls calmly and quietly. He got out of bed to get Izuku ready for the lab. Like the usual, Hari was picking up the food. It was taking longer than expected. Most likely due to killing the lead chef. No one is allowed to cause his angel sadness or discomfort. Kai arrived at the correct hall and doors. It was routine for either Hari or Kai to clean the washroom before walking into the bedroom. They wanted it to be perfect for Izuku. He looked at the bedroom door. He noticed something odd about it. It was open. He shook his head, thinking it may have been Hari's doing. Kai walked into the bathroom. He opened a few cupboards to get the supplies. He scrubbed the bathtub until you could see your reflection. He polished the sink countertop and the tap. He went up to the toilet. He looked down at it. His expression grew from calmness to anger. The toilet had pee inside of it with the lid up. Every time Hari and Kai bring Izuku to the washroom, they flush it. He jerked his head to the sink. He knew someone was in there. Izuku. His perfect angel. His angel. Angel. His. Kai flushed the toilet in disappointment and anger. Izuku, his angel, woke up in the middle of the night and went to the washroom. He broke the rules. Multiple rules. He got out of bed even when he's not allowed to. He went to the washroom on his own. He left his room with no one present, disobeyed orders. Kai could not believe it. Izuku was doing so well. He hasn't got a punishment in such a long time, 1 month to be exact. Now he must get one. A strict one. He shook his head. Izuku was probably better off peeing in his bed. Then he would have broken one rule. Better than 4. Kai finished cleaning the toilet and the bathroom, thinking about what to do. He pulled out his phone and dialed Hari's number. A couple of rings, then a voice. Hello Overhaul, how may I help you? Izuku broke 4 rules. Kai leaned back on the counter. Wait, seriously? He did? What did he do? Hari gasped in shock. Yes, he did. He left his bed and room in the middle of the night and went to the bathroom. And went pee all on his own. Kai shook his head in dissatisfaction. Wow. He crawled to the bathroom, right? There's no way he could have walked. I assume that's what he did. It's been such a long time since Izuku walked. It's merely impossible for him to have done it now. That's okay. Where is he now? Hari asked. Kai could hear him walking through the phone. He's in his room. I haven't gone in yet. But we should once you get over here. Kai walked out of the bathroom. How do you know he's in there? It's simple. The bedroom door was open just a crack. I originally thought you left it open from last night, but after further expectation, Izuku failed to close it fully. Alright. Do you have an idea of what his punishment will be? It can't be anything simple. A strict one is indeed needed. I have an idea. Though, I know you will hate it. But I think it will work out the best. He would never do this again. Kai explained. If Izuku will not do this again, then I'm fine. Wait, don't tell me that you're going to do that one? We both know he hates it. Hari asked in hesitation. Exactly. Kai hung up after saying it bluntly. Hari came walking down the corner with his plague mask on. Overhaul, are we going to extract Izuku's blood still? Hari asked while lifting the bedroom door open. Kai gave a slight nod. The 2 men walked in. Hari turned on the lights. They both looked at the bed and its missing items. They heard Izuku mumble a few words in his sleep. Scary, no, trouble, yes. They looked at the side of the bed and saw Izuku wrapped in his blanket. Poor Izuku, he couldn't even get on his bed. Hari sighed and walked to pick up Izuku. Kai agreed and grabbed the wheelchair and items. Hari carried the sleepy Izuku to the mobile and sat him down. Kai placed the BLNDFLD and earplugs in the proper places. Hari picked up the blanket and pillow and placed them on the bed. The 2 left the room with Hari pushing Izuku's wheelchair. Izuku stayed sound asleep. They reached the lab and extracted the blood from Izuku. The boy winced after impact from the needle but continued to sleep, which grew in Hari and Kai's favor. They assumed he exhausted himself from crawling and moving so much on his own. He hasn't done something like that in the longest time. Fast forward a bit, the 2 men were finished and they were walked down the endless hall with Izuku. The 2 were discussing Izuku's punishment. Izuku woke up in his big comfy bed. So incredibly comfy. The extension of Kai and Hari was awesome. He felt them both on either side. It seemed they had no idea what he had done. They were both calm and just watched him. Usually, they would show annoyance or some sort of emotion, however, they were not. So Izuku thought he got away with it. Izuku snuggled up to Kai's side. He noticed how they both had their masks on. Maybe they had to leave soon? He smiled and nuzzled into the clothing, happy he would not receive a punishment. Izuku. Hari spoke up. Izuku hummed, look at me. The boy pulled away and sat up. He glanced around the room. He froze. His eyes widened at the images on the TV, a woman with button eyes and black hair. Coraline. The movie. Coraline was terrifying for Izuku. It scared him so much. He looked at Hari, trembling. Hari. Hari sighed. Izuku, we will give you one way you can redeem yourself. And your punishment will not be as bad. What were you doing on the floor with your blanket and pillow? Kai watched Izuku constantly. Hari did the same. I don't remember. Sorry. Izuku quivered in fear. Kai leaned forward into Izuku's line of sight. We will not take no or I don't remember as your answer. Try again. What were you doing on the floor with your blanket and pillow? I fell off bed. Izuku trembled violently, he was screwed. Kai and Hari both looked at each other and nodded. They both got off the bed and headed towards the door. Izuku watched Hari turn off the lights and grab the controller. Kai opened the door and crossed his arms. Kai began, Izuku, we know what you did. You went to the washroom without us. You broke 4 different rules. Izuku started to cry. You could have been honest and answer honestly. So for your punishment, you will have to watch Coraline. Afterwards, we will not see you when you go to bed. Someone who you don't know will come in and deliver your food and bring you to the washroom at a certain time. Once you're done Coraline, you will watch it again. Again and again, until it is 7 p.m. And right now it's 2:46 p.m. You're not allowed to sleep, you have to watch or at least listen to it. Izuku started to sob loudly, he cried out sorry and asked for forgiveness. Sorry. Sorry. Please. Please don't leave. Kai left the room with an angry expression, probably mad at himself for making Izuku cry violently. Hari turned on the movie and left it on repeat, he left the room, closing it. Izuku cried out loudly, he was so sorry. He didn't think this would happen. He thought he got away with it. He felt so bad. He caused them to be mad. It's all his fault. Only if he said the truth. Only if he held his bladder a little bit longer. Only if he listened. Only if he followed the rules. Only if he was good. He was sorry. Why does he do this to himself? Does Kai love him still? Does Hari love him still? Did he damage their bond? Do they hate him? This is all his fault. Izuku's fault. I'm sorry. Please. Please don't forgive me. Please don't forgive me, love me still. Please don't forgive me, love me still. I need you. Please don't forgive me, love me still. I need you, Kai Hari. A full week had passed since Izuku's punishment. Kai and Hari came back the same night of the punishment and made sure Izuku didn't hurt himself from fear. Like a good boy, he fell asleep. Unknown to the two men, Izuku cried himself to sleep. He felt he was the worst person in the whole world. In the morning, they talked to him about what he did and how he can change for the better. He was rather surprised when Kai and Hari said they still loved him. He thought they would hate him for disobeying and breaking the rules. But to his astonishment, they loved him like nothing ever happened. Quickly, Izuku's mood shifted from sadness to happiness. He got rather distracted and forgot about what had happened. Of course, he remembers not to use the washroom on his own or get up from the bed. Having the same schedule occur over and over again causes the mind to be damaged beyond repair. Kai and Hari see that they're doing nothing wrong, they're not hurting Izuku physically. So Izuku must be fine mentally. If he's not punishment with or hurt with violence, he must be perfectly fine. They could not be further from the truth. Currently, Izuku is in his massive bed, he has his blankets wrapped around his chest. He's sitting down with his back against the board. His legs are sprawled out. Hari and Kai left for work, leaving the boy to watch a movie. Izuku never understood what the two men did for a living. They took out his blood every other day, but he was clueless about what they did with it. Sometimes, he would ask what's the reason for it and they would say, we're curing the world with your blood, also known as your quirk. Izuku had a hard time remembering what his quirk was, he had so much trouble recalling anything else, other than Kai and Hari. Maybe his quirk was blood-related? He wasn't sure. The boy snuggled up to his blankets and contently watched the movie. Tonight, he was watching The Lion King. He had a hard time watching all of it, but he managed. He would often get frightened over some of the characters' death. In the end, Izuku watched it with determination. After the movie concluded, a man walked into the room and went to the TV area. Izuku had no clue who was the man, he had a simple mask on. Maybe he was a thug. Kai would often refer to the random unknown people as thugs or lesser members. Izuku watched the man grab the controller and scroll through the streaming service. Disney Plus was the name. It had tons of Izuku's favorite movies and shows. The man clicked on Lion King. Izuku had watched it before and immediately decided it was terrible. Can you change? Izuku asked, pointing at the TV screen. The man looked at the boy and paused the movie. He placed the controller down and crossed his arms. The man scoffed, what do you mean? I have clothes on already. No, change. Izuku pointed again at the TV. The man looked at the TV and back. Hey! You can't boss people around. I don't know who you think you are, brat, but I took time out of my schedule to be here. The man said sternly. He walked over to the bed and pulled Izuku out of the bed. He held him by the collar of his shirt and brought him to his face. You should be grateful. But at last, you told me to change the movie for you, you were being bossy. I should teach you a lesson, brat. Izuku gulped and felt tears trickle out of his eyes. What? You're crying, what a joke. You're lucky Overhaul likes you, if it were up to me, I would have killed you. Izuku began to cry harder, he was confused about who was Overhaul. Maybe it was Kai and Hari's leader? He heard Hari say it once but he couldn't remember why. Izuku thought the man was right, no one likes him. Only Kai and Hari does. Also this Overhaul person. He would have to ask Kai and Hari about it later. Haha, you're crying, what a loser. The man viciously pulled on the collar and pushed Izuku onto the bed. He grabbed the boy by the hair, ignoring Izuku's cries of sorry, and punched him dead on the face. Izuku gasped and his cries grew louder. The man punched him over and over again, on his face, stomach, chest, arms, legs. Everywhere. Izuku continued to sob and cry out for mercy. The man gave him none. Izuku prayed Kai and Hari would come into the room and save him. But would they? He caused nothing but trouble. He recently broke a lot of rules. He was rude to the man. He deserves this. The man had made contact with Izuku's body 15 times. The man counted it, Izuku didn't. Once the man landed the final punch, Izuku stopped crying, he threw the boy off the bed and onto the hard flooring. Izuku tried to lift his head up before it made contact with the floor, and which he succeeded. He laid on the ground like a rag doll. He had his eyes open, he watched the man stand up from the bed and sit down beside his legs. Izuku felt like he was going to die, blood dropped from different parts of his body onto the ground. He felt numb, he didn't feel pain. Just numbness. Maybe there was pain but his body can't relay it. He wanted Kai and Hari, he wanted their sweet touches of comfort. Even if they will not come, he wanted them still. The man smirked at the broken boy, see that brat? That's what you are. A punching bag. Something I can use. He looked down at Izuku's right ankle. He tightly grabbed Izuku's ankle, watching Izuku groan from the newfound pain. You're nothing. You deserve this. You were rude. Bossing your superiors around. A good punishment was in store. Overhaul shall be proud of what I did. He gets so upset punishing you. I did it for him, he will be pleased. Isn't that right, brat? Izuku gave an incredibly slow nod in understanding. The man was right. Good. The man looked down at the ankle, he brought his 2 hands to the skin. He twisted the bone. Crack. Ah! Izuku screamed loudly and sobbed once the pain occurred. Izuku continued to scream and cry. The man smirked and left the room laughing. The door closed. Izuku screamed and cried until he couldn't. He didn't look at his ankle but he knew the man did something to it. He was in so much pain. Everything throbbed and the pain felt like he was going to die. Maybe he was. Overhaul, aka Kai, walked down the endless halls with his right-hand man Hari. They completed their work for the day. They were heading to Izuku's room, they were going to watch a movie with him. Spend the rest of the day with Izuku. After a long day of work, they needed some relaxation. Earlier, they were talking about the League of Villains. Kai wanted to talk to them and make an alliance with him on the top. He believed the LOV needed guidance, especially after their loss of All for One. A ruler of the villains must be elected and it will be Overhaul. The 2 men walked down the halls and saw the man Kai had ordered to take care of Izuku. Overhaul, sir, I put the movie on. He's perfectly fine. The thug said, stopping to talk to his boss. Kai stopped walking and nodded. Good. He looked down at his clothes. He noticed how he had blood decorating the shirt and mask. Why do you have blood on your shirt? Kai asked bluntly with narrowed eyes. The thug looked down at his clothes and up. Oh, this? I just gave the brat a lesson. Kai froze. Hari looked at the man with murder intent. What do you mean? Kai said cold-bloodedly. Hari watched Kai take his white glove off his right hand. Oh? He told me to change the movie. He was being bossy, telling me what to do. So I gave him a punishment. The man said with a smirk. Who gave you permission to do that? Hari said with anger, beware. Kai was going to kill the man. Haha, no one but dash. Splat. Blood and organs splattered across the walls and floors. Kai had used his quirk on the man. Kai wiped the blood off his face and rubbed his coat free from blood. No one is allowed to touch my angel, Kai said with venom practically falling out of his mouth. Hari understood what Kai had meant. He didn't say Hari can touch Izuku, but he knows he can. Clean this up, Kai ordered, walking away from the murder scene. Yes sir, Hari nodded and followed Kai, who was speed walking down the hall. He will clean if after Izuku is taken care of. Izuku watched the ceiling, he was slowly losing consciousness. He heard the door slide open and 2 men running up to him. He heard someone call out to him. He blinked a few more times and felt more pain. Someone lifted him up. He closed his eyes and fell into darkness. Hari lifted Izuku up from the floor to the bed. Kai tapped his fingers onto his arm. He was in the first time in a while nervous. Izuku breaths were short, shallow ones. Kai, Hari said with anxiety flowing through his body, he could care less if he's not using Overhaul or boss. Izuku was in so much pain. Bruises littered his skin, you could barely see any untouched skin. His clothes were messed up. His right ankle was fragmented, some bones were making indents. He looked like he got hit by a bus. You need to use his quirk on him, he's knocked out but he needs to be healed. We don't have a hospital in the compound. And we can't bring him to the hospital. Kai walked over to the bed and sat down. Yes, I know that. I hate to see him in any more pain. Hari nodded, I understand. Hari sat up and walked to the bathroom to get a towel for Izuku. Kai pulled off his second glove and placed his hands on Izuku's ankle. I'm sorry I couldn't have saved you sooner, Kai uttered in a whisper. Kai activated his quirk and watched Izuku's body disappear into his blood. In a few slow seconds, Kai triggered his quirk once more and watched the blood turn into Izuku's body. Izuku's body had no damage, his ankle was fine. The bruises were gone. Like nothing ever happened. Kai laid down beside Izuku caressing his cheek. Hari walked in with a towel, he was happy to see Izuku uninjured. Izuku, I'm sorry, Hari muttered while looking at Izuku and Kai. Angel, we'll make sure this never happens again. Kai and Hari grabbed a spot on the bed and watched Izuku sleep soundlessly for hours. They made sure he was not in any pain or discomfort. Fortunately, Kai's quirk caused Izuku to be uninjured. The quirk deconstructs matter and reconstructs. It's a powerful ability, but it causes pain to the receiver. Izuku was unconscious when Kai used the power, although he will experience a discomforting feeling once he wakes up. The two men both want to be there when he awakens, they want to comfort him. Izuku went through a rather traumatic experience, something he hasn't felt in a long time. Physical pain. The two men found themselves in a trance, hours went by, they didn't seem to have noticed the ever-so-quick hours. Izuku was mesmerizing to watch. Kai pulled out his phone and looked at the time, it was midnight. Hari looked up from the sleeping boy and tilted his head at Kai. The man scrolled through his phone, attempting to find a particular app. Boss? Hari asked quietly. Kai hummed in response, he continued to scroll through the device, not taking his eyes off it. What are we going to do with Izuku? Kai paused and watched the boy's stomach slowly rise in the corner of his eye. Nothing. We already did enough, Izuku will wake up in the morning and we will speak to him then. Hari lifted his hand up to Izuku's forehead and rubbed him comfortably. You sure? Shouldn't we wait? I don't want him to wake up frightened because we're not here. Kai nodded and stuffed his phone back into his pocket. True, but if you're so worried, you can stay here. We just need to be here before he wakes up. I need to do some things. I'll be back in the morning. Call me if anything happens, Hari. Kai sat up from the bed and walked to the door. Yes, boss. Hari's eyes followed Kai until he was out of sight. He glanced down at the boy and smiled. He wished he could watch Izuku for hours, he loved him so much. He probably would be able to, even forever if possible. Unfortunately, this was all caused by a lower member of the Shie Hassaikai. What that man did was unacceptable, he would never have thought this would happen. Even if Izuku was being bossy, that's not an excuse to hurt him so violently that it looks like he was dead, not to mention the broken ankle. If Kai hadn't killed him, Hari would have done it. No one deserves to live after hurting their Izuku. Hari sighed and got off the bed, he wasn't sure what Kai was doing, probably something regarding the Shie Hassaikai and Izuku. Kai could get overprotective when it comes to him, he would get furious if anyone touched Izuku. Even to the point of getting enraged if someone, other than Hari, looked at him. Hari knew he should go to bed, it's midnight. It wouldn't do him any good if he didn't sleep. Kai was right, they both did what they could for Izuku, they just have to wait for the morning. With a heavy sigh, he walked up to the opening and left the bedroom, sliding the door softly. Morning. Izuku's eyes shot open, he panicked and curled into a tight ball. His breath was uneven, he was afraid. He tried to remember what had happened with the man but his memory was foggy. All he recalled was the pain. He began to sob, he felt some of it coming back to him. The punching, the crack, the tears of help. Did someone save him? He recalled people coming into his room, though he couldn't see what they looked like. Was it Kai and Hari? He hoped so. Izuku raised his head up from his makeshift ball, the lights were off, he smelt the potent smell of soap. He didn't feel any pain, only numbness, he tried to touch his face but was too scared. He didn't want to experience any more pain. He was terrified about what had happened to his ankle, he didn't sense any pain. Maybe it was so broken, his body can't comprehend the agony of it. He decided to stay still and hope for someone to come to the rescue. He continued to sob, not out of pain rather out of fear. He believed he was quiet. Although, anyone who walked past the bedroom door would think someone was dying inside. In the morning, Hari woke up after a long night. He didn't say this to anyone, he was fearful of Izuku. He was worried about how Izuku would react to the situation. He hoped Izuku was fully unconscious and didn't know what Kai had done to him. Of course, he was pleased Kai saved the boy. He was just anxious about what Izuku would think about them now. If he remembers, will he be scared of Kai and Hari? Hari wiped his face with his hands and got up to change for the day. He got on his proper gear and walked out of his room. He walked down the halls, ignoring his stomach growls for food. He could care less about how he felt, he needed to see how Izuku was. His phone buzzed midway through his walk, he kept on stepping down the hall and pulled out his phone. It was Kai. He answered the phone call. Hello, Overhaul. Hello, Hari. Are you going to see Izuku? Kai asked. In the background, Hari could hear Kai walking somewhat quickly. Yes, I am. Kai hummed through the phone call. Good, I'm coming as well. He should be waking up soon. He probably will. He usually wakes up around 8 am, boss? How do you think Izuku will wake up? I mean, he didn't have an expression when we came into his room yesterday. He didn't look like he was in any sort of pain after you used your quirk on him. True, most likely he won't. Although, Izuku will probably be in pain from the shock. So I assume he will wake up fearfully. And that's why I want to be there when he wakes up. I don't want him to be in any more pain. Hari sighed, agreed. We'll talk more about this once we get to the bedroom, Kai explained and hung up from the call. Hari placed his phone into his pocket and continued on his course. Kai walked down the halls with a frown behind his plague mask. Hari was correct, Izuku was acting strangely. He didn't have much of an expression when they saved him. Even through many of his punishments, he would have something on his face. Either it is a sad one or a disappointed one. This concerned Kai. Something was wrong with Izuku. Kai got closer and closer to the bedroom and paused once he heard a yell. He whipped his head in all directions, he quickened his pace. The closer he got to the bedroom, the louder the noises were. Izuku. He dashed to the door and slid the hatch open like there was no tomorrow. The room was dark, he turned on the lights. Earning a yelp. Kai took off his mask and traveled to the bed. He sat down and drew Izuku out of the blankets, he settled the boy onto his lap. He looked at the boy's face and saw tears flowing down red tear-stained skin and red bloodshot eyes. Izuku looked up at Kai and cried more. He rammed his face into Kai's chest and grabbed onto his jacket. Kai sadly smiled, Izuku was holding onto him for dear life. He was too late. Hari ran into the room after hearing Izuku crying. He sighed in disappointment, they were both too late. Hari took his mask off and walked to the bed. He sat down and petted Izuku's green curls. The boy tried to calm himself down. Though he realized he was perfectly fine, he wasn't in any pain. His ankle was fine, his face was free from bruises. Kai? He asked, continuing to cry. No pain. Kai nodded, my quirk healed you. Oh. A few minutes passed and Izuku noticed Kai's and Hari's presence were beside him and cried out, sorry, into the jacket. Angel. Why are you sorry? Kai ignored Hari's surprised expression and lightly grabbed Izuku's chin and pulled his face off his chest. He inspected Izuku's reddish-greenish eyes. Izuku sniffed a few times and felt Hari wipe his wet cheeks free from tears. Aye. Hari smiled softly, take your time, we're not leaving anytime soon. Kai nodded and rubbed Izuku's back comfortably. I bad, Izuku said while looking at the two men. Hari shook his head, that doesn't mean you need to say sorry. Izuku lightly gasped, really? But I bad. Angel, you weren't bad. Kai felt Izuku shiver. He grabbed the blanket off on the side and wrapped Izuku and himself with it. The boy pulled it closer to his neck and snuggled up to it. He didn't say anything for a few minutes. Kai and Hari comforted him during the PRD. Izuku looked up and brought his hands up to take the blanket off him. Kai shook his head and wrapped the boy further. Angel, keep it on. You're cold, I felt you shiver. Izuku shook his head violently, no. I sorry. Before he could shed any more tears, Hari wiped his eyes gently. Izuku, please. Why are you sad? You need to tell us. Hari said. Why? I punished? Izuku muttered in broken English. Kai spoke up, no you weren't. You were never in trouble in the first place. Is that why you're saying sorry? Because you thought you were in trouble? Izuku nodded. What that man did was out of line. We never told him to do that. Kai said with a hint of anger. Izuku's puffy eyes widened. Kai's right, we never said anything of the sort. Besides, we never would punish you physically. Hari said, feeling a heavy glare from Kai's end. Izuku nodded slightly and became confused. But I rude. Yes, you were. But asking to change a movie was out of line for what he did to you. Kai said angrily. Izuku didn't know what to say, so he just nodded. Izuku? You understand, right? Hari asked while he continued to pet his green hair. Izuku felt a bit confused but nodded. He felt like he deserved what the man did to him. Even if he's completely healed now, he felt like he should have been in pain for longer. Good angel, now we should get your breakfast. You must be hungry, Izuku. I'll be right back with it, Hari said and got up. He gave a slight wave to the boy and placed his mask back on. He left quietly. Izuku watched Hari leave and leaned up to Kai. He smiled when Kai caressed his cheek. Kai? Angel? Mad? No, I'm not mad at you. Rather, I'm mad at the man. Why? Angel? Did you forget? He hurt you. If it wasn't for my quirk, you would have had an unrepairable injury. Oh. Kai placed his face into Izuku's curly hair. I should be the one saying sorry. Why? Izuku pressed his face into Kai's chest. I hired that man to look after you when Hari and I did work. I should have stayed with you. Away from that man. I was just so busy with work. No, that's no excuse for what I did. Even if your blood is valuable, you yourself is more important than anything. Also, I was too late. You were already awake crying before I got into your room. I'm so sorry, Angel. Kai, fine. Angel, I love you. Please, that I hated seeing you hurt like that. Don't do that again. I can't lose you. I love you too, Kai, I promise. Thank you, Angel. The two stayed in the same position for a while. They almost forgot about the world around them. They both loved each other's presence. Hari walked into the room after 30 minutes and saw Kai and Izuku faces pressed into hair or a jacket. He quietly got the table prepared and food properly sorted. Izuku smelt the food. Kai? Food. Kai took his face out of Izuku's hair and smiled downwards. You're correct. Let's get you some food. Okay. Kai picked Izuku up and walked to Hari. He sat the boy down and did the same to himself. Hari stabbed the food with a fork and brought it up to Izuku's mouth. The boy ate quickly and eagerly drank his smoothie once the straw was placed into his mouth. Kai and Hari both started to eat their own portions of food. Usually, they eat before seeing Izuku in the morning. Because of what had happened, they didn't. While he was eating, Izuku remembered something. Overhaul. He remembered the man talking about Overhaul. Maybe he should ask. There's no problem in asking. Kai and Hari stopped eating and looked at Izuku with a smile. Question. What is it? Hari asked calmly. Who's Overhaul? Izuku said innocently. The two men paused and stared at Izuku. How do you know that name? Hari asked and watched Kai glared at him. Probably thinking Izuku got the name from Hari. I please not mad? Izuku stuttered fearfully. Kai shook his head. No, we're not. I just want to know how you know that name. Right. From the man. Izuku said carefully, watching their expressions. I see, Kai said while looking down at his plate. Before Izuku could say anything else, Hari spoke up. Overhaul isn't anybody you should worry about. But, the man said Overhaul like me. Kai looked up and felt his eyes twitch. That BSTRD. Hari nodded. Overhaul does. Who he? Izuku, drop it. Overhaul isn't important. Don't worry about it. Kai said with crossed arms and a frown. Okay. Izuku looked away. He was upset that he couldn't figure out who Overhaul is. He thought he was going to find out someone else who liked him, but to his demise, that's a no. Don't get him wrong, he loves Kai and Hari. He just wishes someone else liked him. Not just Kai and Hari. Kai and Hari quietly ate what was left of dinner. Izuku twiddled his thumbs and waited for them to finish. Izuku understood to never talk about Overhaul ever again. Whoever it is, they must be important. Kai doesn't get frustrated at him over nothing. He thought Overhaul was their boss. It would make sense. Hari or Kai never bring Overhaul up in conversation. On top of that, why would they? If this mysterious person is their boss, they probably will not want to bring up work-related topics. AKA their boss. But he was still confused about why he had not met Overhaul yet. He knows Kai and Hari take out his blood for work-related purposes, and surely Overhaul would want to talk to the main source of it. He sighed, grabbing the attention of the two men. They both looked at him and did the same thing. Hari sat up from the table and collected the dirty dishes into a makeshift pile. Izuku watched Hari do this with wonder, still thinking about Overhaul. Meanwhile, Kai studied Izuku. He had a feeling he was thinking about Overhaul. He never wanted Izuku to know who Overhaul was, even if it was him. Like he said before, he wanted Izuku to be isolated from the hero-villain society. If he finds out Overhaul is a villain name and knows it is the other name Kai uses, Izuku may be frightened that Kai and Hari are villains. Because of that, he wanted to keep him in the dark, but of course, life is not on his side. He just hopes Izuku will not figure out any major details. Izuku felt someone viewing him. He changed his sights to be on Kai. Kai indeed was doing it. The two looked into each other's eyes, green onto gold. Izuku smiled and giggled after a few moments. Kai was knocked out of his thoughts and lightly smiled. With no words, Kai sat up and walked over to Izuku's seat. He wrapped his arms around him and pulled him up effortlessly. He carried him to the bathroom, leaving Hari to clean up. Izuku nuzzled into Kai's neck and closed his eyes. Kai shuffled to the bathroom and sat him down on the toilet seat. He yanked down Izuku's pants and underwear. Izuku did his business while he watched Kai. Once he was done, Kai removed the rest of Izuku's white cotton clothing. The boy hummed a quick tune to the commands Kai was giving and smiled. He closed his eyes in contentment. The next thing he knew, he felt being lowered into warm bubbly water. He cracked open his eyes just a smidge, to see Kai. Kai rolled up his sleeves and moved his hands to position Izuku into a more comfortable sitting one. He cupped his hands and scooped up water. The boy closed his eyes and felt warm water being poured on top of his green hair. Kai repeated the process, making sure Izuku was fine each time before doing anything. He gently splashed water onto Izuku's upper body. Eventually, Izuku's hair was fully wet. The same goes for the upper parts of his body. Next, Kai selected the correct products on the side and squirted the soapy mixture onto the palms of his hands. Izuku had opened his eyes to see what Kai was doing and shut them again once Kai was bringing his hands to his hair. Kai rubbed the product into Izuku's hair, making sure to untangle any knots. Some soap slid down the boy's ears, making him hunch up. Kai paused and quickly understood what was the problem. He collected the fallen product with his index finger and wiped it back onto Izuku's hair. "Thanks, Kai," Izuku said cheerfully. "You're welcome, my angel." Izuku giggled at what Kai had said. He would always love it when Kai says, "my angel," it makes him happy that he was getting consideration. Kai continued and washed the product out with water. He did this a second time with a different product. Izuku was adoring the attention he was being given. It made him happy, no, ecstatic. Kai smiled once he saw Izuku smiling brightly like the sun. He was the light in his dark villainous life. He will do whatever it takes to keep it. But it's Izuku's choice to create it. He just needs to follow the rules and he will smile for the rest of his life with Kai and Hari. He picked up a blue frilly sponge and squirted more soap into it. Once the lather was showing, he smeared it all on Izuku's body that was over the water. He washed it away with more water and moved Izuku's body to get the other parts. After a solid 30 minutes, Izuku was wrapped in a white towel and carried back into the room by Kai. Earlier, Hari left the room to drop off the dishes and pick up a set of clean clothes from the laundry room in the compound. He knew Kai will take his time when he's bathing Izuku. As a result of that, he had time. Once he was done, he walked back in and walked to the bed. He glanced downwards and registered that the bed was unmade. The blankets and pillows were randomly tossed around said furniture. Normally, the bed is neatly made and Izuku would unintentionally keep it like that. Although, on the days of punishments or when fear takes over his mind, the bed is messy. Hari placed the clothes onto the nightstand and he picked up the main blankets and comforters, laid them out on one of the corners. He grabbed the rest of the items and did the same. He picked up the main one and grabbed onto the corners. He waved his arms up and down making the comforter slowly fall back down. He did this to sort out the creases. He held the other items in his arms and placed them back in the proper places. Once the bed was made, he walked over to pick up the PJs and spread them out on the end of the bed. Hari sat down on the bed. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through the web. More news about the League of Villains. Speaking of which, Kai planned for the Shie Hassaikai to make contact with the League. He felt that it was a good time for it. Hari believed it was a logical plan to do so. He was just worried about Izuku. Kai did say to him Izuku will not be said or mentioned to the League and will remain a mystery. Though Hari couldn't help himself, he still was anxious. Kai walked back into the room with Izuku in his arms. As usual, the boy was on the verge of slumber. He placed him in the middle of the bed and took the towel off of him. Hari situated the clothes onto Izuku's warm, slightly red body. Kai lifted Izuku's head up to dry his hair. He gently rubbed the hair back and forth until the hair was damp. Hari pulled the covers up and covered Izuku's sleepy body. He tucked him in and sat down near his legs looking at his face. Kai sat near his chest and held his hand. Hari caressed his forehead. Izuku mumbled an "I love you" and a "good night" before falling asleep. Rever. Izuku looked around and found himself in a schoolyard. He was standing on his two legs. He panicked and fell to the ground. He whipped his head in multiple directions trying to find Kai or Hari. But they were nowhere to be found. There were many kids playing and talking with one another. Izuku was by himself. He didn't know where he was or what he was doing. He called out for help, but nobody came. None of the kids were looking at him. They were ignoring him. He called out again. No one noticed he was there. Help. Please. Kai. Hari. But nobody came. Izuku gave up after his voice was giving out. He started to cry. He buried his head in his knees, trying to calm himself down. After a few minutes, Izuku sniffed and brought his hand up to rub his tears away. Glancing at his hand in front of him, he saw burn marks and scratches. He blinked and quickly looked at his arms and legs. He tilted his head. He was wearing green shorts, red shoes, and a white t-shirt. Odd. He has no clothes like that. He has white pants, white shoes, and long-sleeved shirts. Kai and Hari always dress him like that. Never in shorts or t-shirts. He looked at his body one more time. He was smaller than usual. Suddenly, someone behind him appeared and started to cry. He looked at the person. He was a kid with spiky brown hair, a yellow t-shirt and burgundy shorts. The kid had tears falling from his eyes. Izuku continued to stare. He didn't know how to feel. He hadn't seen someone else cry in forever. He was the one to cry. Kai or Hari never cried, so why was this kid crying? Abruptly, 3 kids came walking to them. The middle one had spiky blonde hair with a midnight blue t-shirt and brown shorts. His mouth was in the shape of a smirk. The other one had a simple white tank top with red large wings coming from his back. Lastly, the final one had a purple backwards baseball cap, brown straight hair with a yellow dress shirt. Izuku stood up and started to cry huge tears. In his mind, Izuku was panicking. He never was able to stand, and how was he doing it now? Wait, what if Kai and Hari see me? Oh no. I will be in so much trouble. Come on Izuku, sit back down. He tried to take control of his body but failed. He couldn't move. It was like someone else was controlling him. Was it one of the kids' Quirk? Why are you being so mean? You're making him cry. Kaken. Kaken, who's that? I feel like I heard that before. Wait. How am I speaking? I'm not saying that. But I am. Izuku didn't take note of the fact that he was speaking perfect English. He balled up his fists into a guarding position. He trembled violently. If you keep on hurting him, I'll stop you myself. The one in the middle broadened his smirk. Huh? You want to pretend to be a hero? The one with the wings started to fly upwards and the other one extended his fingers in length. The one who was talking brought his hands together and a mini explosion was made. You don't stand a chance without a Quirk, Deku. Izuku gasped and stepped backwards with wide eyes. Deku. Who's Deku? Am I Deku? The 3 looked at Izuku like hungry predators. They darted at him with quirks fully loaded. Izuku yelled at himself to move out of the way, but he wasn't moving. The finger guy grabbed his green curly hair and held him so that Kaken could punch him. Izuku watched Kaken's explosions coming towards him. He felt heat and pain each time he was punched. He tried to fall to the ground but they held him up. Punch after punch made him cry out. Kaken created one final explosion and set it off in Izuku's face. Before it hit, Izuku cried out for Kai and Hari to save him. Reliant. Izuku screamed and felt the hardness of the floor hit his body like a truck. He jerked himself up in a sitting position and cried. He buried his face in his knees sobbing. He was back inside the comforts of his room. Even if it was pitch black, he knew he was there. He tried to calm his breath down but cried more. He was confused and scared. Who was Kaken? And why does he feel like he knows him? Who was Deku? If he ever survives from this, he will ask Kai and Hari. Although, should he? They got mad at him for asking about Overhaul. Surely they would be mad at him for asking about that. He was confused. He thought it was a dream, but it felt so real. The pain and everything. Maybe it was a flashback? No, it can't. He only has memories of Kai and Hari. Why would he be remembering it now if it was one? Izuku didn't understand any of it. He cried out more and heard the door open. He didn't want anyone to see him with tears dripping down his face, so he stayed in the same position. He felt ashamed that a dream was causing him to cry too much. The door shut again, making Izuku cry more. They're probably going to get Kai and Hari. Then he would get in trouble for being on the floor. Earlier, Joy Iranaka aka Mimic was walking down the halls of the compound. He was told to check on Izuku by Kai, who was doing lab work. It was 10 p.m. at night and Kai was still doing work. The dedication he has for his goal amazes him. Mimic never talked to Izuku before, but he had seen him. Kai would get easily mad if someone other than him or Hari talked about Izuku or looked at him. Because of that, he never ventured down that path. Recently, Kai asked him to check on Izuku when he or Hari wasn't there. Which was fine. He did like to see Izuku. The boy was the cutest thing to exist. He was adorable. Every time he would see Izuku, he would feel warm inside. But that was at a distance. Mimic never really liked kids, so he never wanted to talk to Izuku. Although, he loved to come into Izuku's room and watch him sleep peacefully. No wonder why his boss loves Izuku and spends most of his time with him. Mimic walked down the halls and heard a scream. He slowly looked down the hall in both directions. Hey! If someone is there, come out. No one came out. Maybe I'm just tired. But that's still weird. Who screams in the middle of the night? Maybe someone was having a nightmare. But who? Mimic ignored the scream and walked down to where Izuku's room was. Once he reached it, he slid the door open and the hall light was reflecting into the room. He blinked a few times to find Izuku in the bed. What he saw made his eyes widen. Izuku was curled up on the floor with his head buried in between his knees and chest. Cries and screams were coming from him. Mimic sighed and closed the door. He didn't want to see Izuku like that. He grabbed his phone and called Kai. The dial was heard. Mimic leaned on the wall while he waited. Ring. 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 Hello, Mimic, how's Izuku doing? Sleeping, I assume. Kai answered. No, not exactly. Kai paused, showing he wanted Mimic to elaborate more. I heard a scream while I was walking towards his room, and once I got to the room, Izuku was on the floor crying his eyes out. On the other side of the phone, Kai stopped what he was doing and headed to Izuku's room. Did he see you? No, boss. Good, was he hurt? None I'm aware of. Though, he looked like he was crying after waking up from a nightmare. Alright, you can head back to work, I'll go check on him myself. Alright. Mimic heard the beep, indicating the phone call was over. He stuffed his phone away and started to walk back to the lab. Meanwhile, Izuku lifted his head up after a few more minutes of crying. He was scared that Kai and Hari were going to come. He didn't want to get in trouble. It was his fault for having the weird dreamy sequence, so he's bound to be in the wrong. Izuku wiped his tears away and sniffed his nose. He looked around the dark room and sighed. He needed to get up on his bed. Though, the person must have seen him on the floor and most likely told Kai Hari about it. He would get in more trouble for trying to get up on his own. He decided to stay on the floor and wait for Kai Hari to come in to punish him. A long 5 minutes passed before the door opened again. Kai turned on the lights and looked at Izuku on the ground. He sadly sighed and took off his mask gloves. Izuku raised his head up and watched Kai. He felt some more tears forming. Kai walked up to him and kneeled in front of him. The man lifted his hand to wipe Izuku's tears. Are you okay, Angel? Izuku looked to the side and nodded. Kai enveloped his arms around him, bringing him into a hug. I know you're not. What's wrong? Izuku tried pushing Kai away with a weak force of strength. You don't want me to be here. Kai unwrapped his arms and stood up to leave. Izuku jerked his head up. No. Please, sorry. Not go. Kai frowned with sorrow. Angel, why were you trying to push me away? Izuku looked up with red puffy eyes. Punishment? The man tilted his head to the side after sitting back down, pulling Izuku into his lap. Why would you be punished? For falling out of your bed after a nightmare? The boy gasped. But Kai lightly pushed Izuku's head into his chest. No buts. You just had a nightmare. You don't need one. Is that why you tried to push me away when I hugged you? Izuku nodded. I see. Do you want to go on your bed? Another nod. Kai picked Izuku up with his arms and laid him down in the middle of the sheets under the covers. He laid down beside him, bringing him closer. Izuku curled up and buried his face into Kai's chest. Do you want to talk about your dream? He shook his head. Do you want to talk about your dream another time? A nod. That's fine, I'll wait here with you until you fall asleep. Izuku shook his head and whimpered. He didn't want to sleep and experience that sequence again. No? Do you want to sleep? Another head shake. Alright, we can stay like this for a while longer. Thanks. And like that, the two stayed quiet, enjoying each other's warmth. Izuku didn't know how much time had passed. Either way, he loved being with Kai. And Hari. Kai? Hari? Kai was confused about what Izuku had said but quickly figured it out after Izuku looked to where Hari would normally be in the bed. I was notified about what had happened to you and got here as fast as I could. I didn't have time to call Hari, but I will talk to him later on. Kia explained. Okay. Now, my angel, this caused Izuku to giggle a tiny bit. Want to talk about your dream you had? Izuku gave a small nod. Kai rubbed his back gently. Take your time, there's no rush. Promise no mad? Yes, angel, no matter what you say I will not get mad. It's just a dream, you can't control what will happen in dreams. Izuku lifted his head up from Kai's chest and sighed. He explained what had happened, from him not controlling his body to seeing a boy named Kaken. Once he was finished, he felt like he was going to cry. He pushed his face into Kai's chest. Sorry. Izuku missed the flash of anger that flowed through Kai's eyes. Angel? Has this dream ever happened before? He shook his head. No. Kai nodded and buried his head into the green bush of hair. Good. Question. Kai hummed. Who's Deku and Kaken? Kai twitched in anger and growled. No one you should know. Izuku was taken back. He never heard Kai growled before. But Kaken was calling me Deku. Kai sighed. Do you know or have any memory of them? And no. Good, angel. The reason why Kaken was calling you Deku was. Izuku perked up awaiting the answer. He wasn't talking about you. Deku is someone else, they're not you. You experienced a dream through a different person. Kai lied. Izuku was confused, it felt too real to be a dream. Maybe he's getting the definition of a dream wrong? Kai? What's dream? Kai smirked. He was happy that Izuku didn't see through his lie. After hearing Izuku talk about his dream, he genuinely thought Izuku would have remembered his past. As he said before, he doesn't want Izuku to become independent. If he remembers how to do normal activities like walking or eating, Hari and Kai will not be needed. Kai almost freaked out when Izuku said he stood up on his own in his dream, though he was relieved when Izuku said he couldn't control his body. However, he may remember how to. Well, Angel, a dream is a succession of images, ideas, emotions, and sensations that usually occur involuntarily in the mind during certain stages of sleep. Izuku had a bit of trouble understanding, so he just nodded his head anyway. 2 questions. Izuku asked. All right, Angel, though you have to let me ask one as well. Okay. I saw a dream. Izuku asked with incorrect grammar. Kai smiled and kissed Izuku's forehead before putting his face back into the green hair. The boy giggled and smiled. Yes, you're correct, you experienced a dream. Confused, I couldn't control it. Why? Izuku was slowly believing it was a dream versus a flashback or memory. They're different types of dreams. Like lucid dreams, it means you're aware that you're dreaming while you're in the dream. Meaning you can control what you did. A daydream is when you imagine things when you're awake. Recurring dreams are dreams that repeat more than once. They often have themes such as confrontations, being chased, or falling. False awakenings are a type of dream occurrence where a person believes they've woken up but actually haven't. Healing dreams gives you a sense of connection, meaning, or purpose. It brings about reconciliation and leaves you feeling joyful or at peace. Prophetic dreams are dreams that have foretold a future event. If you dream of something happening and then it occurs later. Vivid dreams are almost always associated with waking up during REM sleep or deep sleep. It's when your dreams are most vivid and more easily remembered. I believe the one you had was a mix between a lucid dream and a vivid one. You were fully aware of your surroundings and felt what was happening in it, but you couldn't control your body. So it's a mix of the two. Izuku was blown away by the information he was given. Kai is so smart. What Kai made sense, so that's why I couldn't control myself. Angel, my turn to ask one. Yay! Izuku smiled, acting like his normal positive personality Kai was used to. In your dream, you stood up, can you do it now? Kai asked with a hint of nervousness. Izuku shook his head, no. Can't, I wasn't controlling dream, so can't when I'm awake. Oh. I break the rules. Kai sighed and relaxed a bit more, good, and yes you're right, you would be breaking the rules. You're so smart, Angel. Kai pulled Izuku closer to him and kissed him on the forehead, I love you, Angel. Izuku smiled brightly, I love you Kai. Do you think you can fall asleep now? Izuku thought to himself for a few seconds. He felt happier that he talked to Kai about it and got a good answer. Kai is smart, so his answer must be the correct one. Yes. Please stay. All right Angel, I'll stay with you until you fall asleep. Yay! Izuku nuzzled into Kai's chest and sighed, he loved him so much. Night. Night Angel. And with that, Izuku fell asleep rather quickly due to the warmth encasing him and the comfort from Kai. Kai watched Izuku for a few more minutes before getting up to leave. He carefully unwrapped himself from Izuku's arms and legs. He stood up and walked to the door, turning off the lights. He left after closing the door. Kai was working at the lab before Mimic called him about Izuku. He was originally planning to come back there after calming down his angel. But after hearing what Izuku's dream was about, he planned to go to his office. He walked down to where the specific room was and opened the door to it once he arrived. He sat down behind his desk and opened a few drawers to find something in particular. Once he found it, he pulled a folder out and sat it down on his desk. He opened it up and selected the correct page and looked at the words. The page was an analysis of a certain person. In fact, the folder was filled with multiple analyses of people. It had a picture of what the person looked like as well. Kai stared at the one picture, he was frustrated. I still cannot believe what you did to my angel, you caused him years of suffering. I was lucky to have saved him when I did, I wonder if he stayed with you and them, what his life would be like now. Though, you're not safe. If I ever find you, you're dead. Kaken or should I say, Katsuki Bakugo. After talking to Kai, Izuku slept calmly for the whole night. He didn't have any dreams about Kaken or Deku, which he was rather happy about. Izuku would always have good or dreamless nights after Kai or Hari talked to him before he sleeps, something about them made him so happy and sleepy. However, without one of them, he has the harshest time falling asleep, he gets scared and anxious about practically everything. His emotions tend to make him overthink and take over his mind. Luckily, Izuku does not need to worry about that today. Kai had promised he would stay with him for the night. Even though Kai does that already, Izuku just wanted to confirm with him. Now all he has to do is not break any rules. It can't be that hard, right? The green-haired boy is lying down with his chest facing the bed, and has his sights on the TV. He watched the animated characters move rapidly through a road. He had never seen this movie before, so the plot didn't make sense to him. Hari is lying down beside him, petting his green bushy hair. Kai wasn't there, but Hari said he would be coming back with dinner. Hari? Yes, Izuku? Izuku looked at the screen again. A red oddly shaped character zoomed past the screen. Another one coming up behind it. Confused. What's? Izuku didn't know how to phrase it, but he was confused. What was going on? He watched the red odd-shaped character gets hit by a green one and skid off into the sidelines. You don't understand what's going on. Let's see. Hari reached his hand out and paused the movie with the controller which was on the bed. Do you know what they are? Like the characters. What are they? Izuku thought long and hard. He felt like he knew what the characters were. He saw them in a dream he had not that long ago, however that didn't answer what they were. No. Hari smiled and rubbed Izuku's head once more. He picked up the controller and scrolled through the streaming service. He landed on the movie info slide which showed the title and description. Izuku, do you know what the movie is called? The boy shook his head and frowned. I'll give you a hint, look at the TV. Izuku did what Hari said and glanced at the words on the screen. He looked at the title and scrunched up his eyes to read the letters. They were in this weird flowing manner that joined together. I don't know. Hari looked at the screen once more and sighed. Izuku doesn't know how to read cursive. Alright, that's fine. What if I say the title and you repeat it back to me? I think you will be able to do it, you are very smart. Izuku nodded with a smile. Hari chuckled at Izuku's eagerness. The title is Cars. Izuku bit his tongue and whined. He didn't know how to pronounce the word, he never heard of it before. How? Hari ruffled the green curls and brought him ever so closer to his side. What's the video game we always play together? Mario Kart? Hari smiled. Yes. The title or the word cars is like cart, just take away the T sound and replace it with S. Izuku lightly gasped. How did he never know that? This just shows how smart Hari is. Cars? Hari flashed a bigger smile. Yes. Good job. He wrapped his arms around Izuku and hugged him, bringing him closer to his side. Izuku giggled and melted into the embrace. He maneuvered his head to be facing the TV while Hari hugged him. Now that you know what the movie is called, does that answer your question? Hari asked while he rubbed small circles onto Izuku's back. Hari answered his question partially. He now knows what the movie is called, but he is still confused about what's going on. What is a car? Is it what the characters were? As a result of that, Izuku shook his head. No. Hari glanced back at the TV. It should be rather easy now. Oh. Izuku must have forgotten what a car is. Being in the same room for a while will mess with your brain. 2 years was it? It feels much shorter. Izuku has changed so much. All for the better, of course. Hari and Kai don't complain, this just makes him more reliant. Also, Izuku never watches movies with cars in them. Kai says Izuku will remember his past if he sees one. Maybe Hari shouldn't show him the movie. No. Kai isn't here, Izuku should be able to see it. A car is what the characters are. A four-wheeled vehicle. A vehicle is a form of transportation. The boy looked even more confused. Okay, what's the big ship called in the Wall-E movie you love watching? The Axiom. Izuku answered rather quickly. Exactly, the Axiom is a form of transportation. Meaning it's a vehicle. Understand? Izuku nodded. Now a car is a vehicle with 4 wheels and it moves on roads, Hari explained, receiving another nod from Izuku. Of course, cars can be driven on all kinds of surfaces, but to make it simple for Izuku to understand, Hari will use simplistic explanations. The characters in the movie are moving on the road, aka a racetrack. Izuku gasped and smiled. Racetrack, like in Mario Kart. Hari couldn't help but smile at how cute Izuku was. Correct. Do you understand now? Yep. Thank you, Hari. You're welcome. Hari picked up the controller. Let's continue the movie. Wait. Why racetrack? Hari quietly sighed. They are racing for the Piston Cup. You know how in Mario Kart you race to come in first of the Grand Prix? You receive a prize afterwards. In the movie, the main character Lightning McQueen is competing to get that prize. Oh, you get it now? Izuku nodded happily. Great. Let's watch the movie. Maybe if we have time, we can play some Mario Kart afterwards. Yay! Izuku cheered and settled into a more comfortable position. After the movie, Izuku, who was still in the same spot, giggled and clapped his hands after moving them to be in front of him. He liked cars very much. Of course, some of the events or characters didn't make sense, but after asking Hari the question, he understood. Hari was so smart. The same goes for Mater, he was the best. He made Izuku laugh every time he made a joke. Hari could care less about the movie, he was just happy Izuku was enjoying it. That was all that mattered. He maneuvered himself into a sitting position and ruffled Izuku's curls. Do you need to go to the washroom now? Or do you want to go before dinner? Izuku paused to think. He could go now, but that means he would miss time out of playing Mario Kart and who knows how long Kai will be. But if he goes before dinner, he will miss time to be with Kai. Now? Alrighty, that's good with me. We can play Mario Kart once you're done. Hari grabbed Izuku's arms and pulled him into a sitting position, causing the boy to giggle. Hari placed one arm around Izuku's back and the other arm around the bend in his knees. Izuku wrapped his arms around Hari's head and nuzzled into the raincoat. Hari left the bedroom and walked into the bathroom, leaving his plague mask inside the room. After the washroom, Hari sat Izuku back down on the bed and went to the TV stand. He pulled out the Switch controllers from the system and turned it on after the push of a button. He changed the TV channel and selected Mario Kart from the Switch main menu. Izuku was practically vibrating in excitement. Mario Kart was extremely fun to play, even better with Kai or Hari. Hari walked back to Izuku and settled beside him. He passed one of the Joy-Cons to Izuku and waited for the game to load. Once they went through the race specifications and settings, Izuku picked Shy Guy as his character choice and Hari chose King Boo. They played a few races and Izuku asked Hari questions about the different vehicles. He loved how the movie taught him so much about cars. Izuku's own knowledge is limited to an extent. If Kai Hari wants to teach something to him, he will absorb that information. But if it's not taught to him or mentioned, he will never learn or ask about it. Hari continued to go easy on him, letting Izuku win almost every race. The NPCs would on occasion prevail. The boy often asked if he was doing a good job or if Hari was proud. Hari would respond simply with a yes. Hari? Hari looked at Izuku and ruffled his curly hair. What is it? He said in a comforting manner. Crossing cup? Can we? Izuku pointed towards the TV in the direction of the cup. Hari smiled. Of course we can, this will be the last one, all right? Kai will be here with dinner shortly. Izuku perked up upon hearing Kai's name. Kai? He exclaimed with joy. Hari chuckled and moved his fingers onto the analog stick to select the crossing cup. Yep, Kai will be here soon. He shouldn't be too long, he hates making you wait, so he should be here anytime. Unless he got distracted by work. Hari knew Kai was running late but didn't say anything to Izuku. Izuku pouted, causing Hari to laugh. Aw, don't be sad, Izuku. He will come, he will never forget you. No matter how much work he has, he always makes sure you're fine. He would drop anything if it means helping you. Izuku giggled and hugged Hari. You too? Oh, of course, my love for you makes it so I can't forget you. And not like I would want to anyway. Yay! Izuku pulled back and leaned on Hari's shoulder. He watched the screen changed into the loading page. Izuku? Before the cup starts, I was wondering, why did you want to play this one? Hari asked after he wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders. With his other one, he held the Joy-Con. Oh. I need 3 stars, it only has 2. Izuku asked while he shuffled into Hari's warmth. You need 3 stars to perfect it, and I'm pretty sure you got every single cup to 3 stars already. You just need to do this one. That shouldn't be too hard. Yeah. Is there any other reason you wanted to do the crossing cup? I feel like there is. Hari asked. He loved seeing Izuku's smile, it would always make his day even brighter. Talking about video games was one of the things that made Izuku smile like the sun. Yes. Animal Crossing, Crossing Cup, see? Izuku said with tiny jazz hands. Hari chuckled. Of course, Izuku would do something like that. Makes sense, you're so cute, Izuku. He leaned to the side to kiss Izuku's forehead and tightened his arm around the boy's shoulders. Yep. Izuku giggled while he said it. Let's start. Izuku held onto his Joy-Con with his tiny hands and stared at the screen awaiting the first race to start. Hari looked back at the screen and watched the first race load. He looked at Izuku in the corner of his eye and smiled once he saw Izuku's bright beaming smile. You ready? Izuku nodded because he was too distracted to give a verbal response. The race started, eventually the second one. Izuku watched the third race load and felt Hari's arm leave his shoulders. He shrugged, thinking Hari was going to set up the table and chairs. Though, he was confused about why Hari didn't say anything. It was weird. He normally does. He noticed how the volume of the TV increased and the Joy-Con Hari was using was placed back into the dock. He probably missed Hari doing it, he was so sneaky. Though Hari forgot to exit the match, now there was this awkward slit screen and an unmoving character. He watched the countdown go off and pressed down on the acceleration button, causing his cart to drive forward. He moved his analog stick in the right direction, avoiding the other players and obstacles. Meanwhile, Hari swiftly placed the Joy-Con back into the Switch dock and picked up the second remote. He pressed the button to increase the volume so that Izuku could only hear the TV, not him. He placed the remote back in its rightful place and walked to the other side of the room to set up the furniture for dinner. He glanced back at Izuku from time to time, making sure he was still smiling. He didn't want to disrupt the boy's happiness to just tell him he's preparing dinner. Besides, Izuku said he wanted to finish the cup and get 3 stars, he wouldn't want to ruin it by telling him to turn it off right when he's about to get it. Though, if Kai comes in with dinner, he will have to tell Izuku to stop. Food is more important than video games. Hari unfolded the table and chairs and heard the door slide open. He looked over and saw Kai in his plague mask with dinner and the items to go with. Kai recognized the video game music and glanced at the bed. Izuku was too distracted by the game itself and volume to even notice Kai's entrance. Kai smiled. Izuku was too cute. He looked at the unfolded table and chairs and paced over to them, sitting the item in hand down. Hari moved around the table and spread the plates out. Kai quickly took off his gear as well. How was Izuku? Kai asked, not looking up from the table. Are you asking if he's good right now or if he didn't cause any problems? To answer both of those questions, he was great. Just his normal happy self. Hari said while he placed the food onto the plates with utensils. That's good to hear. What have you been doing with him when I was gone? Nothing I wouldn't offers, right? Yes, of course, we just watched a movie, played some Mario Kart together. I allowed him to continue to play until dinner, Hari said after he spared a glance at Izuku. Alrighty, we should tell him to stop. Hari nodded to what Kai said and walked over to the bed. Kai sat down at the table and watched the two from afar. Hari turned down the volume with the remote, making it so he could hear them. Hari sat down beside Izuku and kissed his cheek. Izuku. Dinner's ready. Turn the game off. Izuku shook his head, continuing to mash the buttons of the Joy-Con. He just started the Animal Crossing themed race and it was the last one. After he gets first place on this racetrack, he will get 3 stars. Hari was taken back at what Izuku did. He never refuses an order. This will not end well. Kai fought back the urge to get up and turn the game off himself. He knew Hari can handle it. He just hates when Izuku breaks the rules. If this continues, Izuku will be punished. I'll ask again, stop playing and exit the game. You can play tomorrow, it's not going anywhere. However, it will go somewhere, if continue to play. You'll get punished if you don't stop. Hari says with irritation in his voice. Izuku looks up and shakes his head. But he felt tears threatening to break from the clutches of his eyelids. He hated how he had trouble to say the simplest of sentences. What is it, Izuku? Hari says with a raised eyebrow. He sternly crosses his arms. Izuku continues, I need this. He points to the screen with his hand that held the Joy-Con. Please, continue. Please. He felt tears trickle down his cheeks. Hari glances back at Kai who was now standing and shaking his head. Izuku. Hari begins. I'll ask one more time, and this is the last straw. Will you stop playing and exit out? Izuku looks back at the TV and at Hari. He didn't know what to do. Half of him wanted to obey Hari and exit out, but that means he wouldn't get 3 stars. And he was so close. He shakes his head at Hari. Only a few more seconds and he will be done. The only problem was, he couldn't say that in a sentence. Kai sighs and walks over to them. Hari, he said with anger seeping out, go back to the table and I'll talk to Izuku. Izuku paused and looked up. Kai was glaring at him. He started to tremble and panic. He had no idea Kai was there. He thought he could get away with it because of Hari. But now that Kai was here, he's screwed. With his trembling fingers, he tried to exit the game. But he was too late. Kai pivoted and brought his hand to where the system was. He placed it down and looked at Izuku. Izuku, you refuse to listen to Hari, and I will not tolerate this behavior. You broke one of the rules, you disobeyed us. To fix part of this issue, I'll turn the switch off myself. Izuku felt even more tears falling down his face and his heartbeat increased in its pace. You'll delete it. Kai titles his head and crossed his arms. Delete it? From what I could gather, you disobeyed us to just play video games. You would rather play video games than be with us. Myself and Hari? You'd rather be with a video game? Izuku panics even more and waved his hands rapidly. He dropped the Joy-Con ignoring if it fell onto the ground. No. Kai didn't look impressed. Fine Izuku, it seems like you really want to play video games. Well, in that case, I feel rather jealous. I love you very much and I will not stand this. To cure this emotion, I should just destroy the system. He watched Izuku scrambled into a kneeling position. He completely ignored the tears dripping down his face and began to speak. I'll give you one more chance since I'm such a forgiving person. Give me a proper apology and maybe I won't destroy the switch. Izuku tried to suppress the loud ugly sobs erupting from his mouth. Sorry. Please. Don't destroy it. Please. Don't. He whispered a few more apologies. He jerked his head to where Hari was and whispered, "Hari, please." Hari gave a sad smile and shook his head. "This is all on you, Izuku." Kai softly chuckled, causing Izuku to look back at him. What a shame. Too bad that this couldn't end differently. He activated his quirk, causing the switch to break down into tiny irreversible pieces. Izuku's jaw fell, he was speechless, his tears stopped. He stared at where the switch was. He couldn't believe it. It's gone. Kai and Hari shared a few glances at each other and sighed. Kai walked over to Izuku and lightly pushed him into a better position to pick him up. He wrapped his arms around the speechless boy and carried him to the table. Izuku began to cry once again and shoved his face into Kai's shirt, trying to hide his tears and sobs. Kai traveled to the table and sat the boy down, who was still crying. Izuku rubbed his eyes trying to get rid of the tears, but that caused his eyes to hurt more. Hari and Kai both sat down. Hari picked up the fork and piled up the pieces of chicken on top of it. He slowly brought it to Izuku's mouth. "Open up," Hari said with a hint of enthusiasm. Izuku ignored the request and rubbed his face more vigorously. Kai scoffed, "Izuku, I'm not in the mood to tolerate this behavior, eat the goddamn food," he said with rage. Izuku shakes his head in fear and opened his mouth wobbly. He closed his eyes out of pain and opened them again once he felt the fork go inside his mouth. He panicked, almost biting on the fork, and yelled, "I'm sorry," after Hari took it out. Hari spoke up, "We know you are, however that doesn't mean you're out of a punishment." Izuku's tears kept on cascading down his face and he refused to open his mouth once the fork came back into view. "Come on, Izuku," Hari spoke in a nicer tone, "you have to eat, it's important. If you're sad about what happened to the switch, don't worry. After your punishment, we will get you a new one. They're not too expensive anyway. Maybe your save files are deleted, but you can start again. And I'll be with you, we can play all your favorite games once your punishment is over." Izuku whimpered and opened his mouth, allowing the food to come into his mouth. Izuku eats all his food and drank his smoothie. After he was done, the two men began to eat their own meals. He cried quietly. Once they were fully done, Kai spoke up, "Now what type of punishment should you have? You broke one of the rules we established long ago." "Maybe him." He paused for a few moments and continued, "I have an idea, Izuku, why don't you say what you did and why you did it? Maybe I'll give you a better one or a less unbearable one. Depending on what you say, it will determine what your punishment will be." Izuku blinked, he was screwed. He knew for a fact he couldn't do it. He has so much trouble speaking a normal sentence and now he has to perfectly say one. This puts him to failure. He hated it. No matter what he says, he will get a terrible punishment. Izuku looked down and whispered with tears falling down his face. I am sorry. I don't know. Please sorry. Please forgive me." Kai shook his head in disappointment. "Well, Izuku, you failed. I wanted you to give me a proper apology." Izuku knew it. "Hari? Do you have any ideas for a punishment for Izuku?" Kai said, not taking his sights off of Izuku. Izuku looked up, hoping Hari will be his saving grace. Hari sighed, "It is Izuku's fault to do it, so I think the most successful punishment would be to take away his senses. A blndfld, earplugs. 24 hours would work the best." Izuku lost all hope. He was going to get punished. Kai nods, "That's a good one. Let's do that one. Hari, will you get the items?" "Yes, boss." Hari sat up and traveled to one of the bedside tables. He pulled a few drawers out. He sadly smiled once he saw Izuku's favorite book in one of them. So much for a good day. He went to another one and picked up the items. He swiftly closed them and walked to where Izuku was sitting. He paused once he was standing beside him. Izuku rubbed his eyes again. Kai asked, "Why are you doing that? This is your fault. There's no point in giving us your forgiveness, we don't want it. We want you to follow the instructions. It weird, lately, you've been breaking the rules and going against them. I don't understand what's going on with you. I'm not sure what's causing you to do this, but whatever it is, I will not tolerate it anymore. All right?" Izuku gave a slight nod. "Good, Hari, if you will." Kai sat up and started to gather up the plates and utensils. Hari ruffled Izuku's curls and gently placed the earplugs into each ear. Next, he brought the black silk blndfld over Izuku's face, covering his eyes. Hari tied a tiny secure knot. Izuku couldn't hear or see. He reasoned that it was like getting his blood drawn, just for 24 hours. Oh God. "He can't hear or see anymore, boss," Hari said while he started to help Kai with the cleanup. "Good, it starts now. Tomorrow, we need to draw some blood out as well. We're running low on it," Kai said. "That shouldn't be a problem." The two men clean up the table and Izuku cried into the blndfld. Izuku felt someone pick him up and his body move. They dropped him on top of the middle of the soft cushiony bed. After a few moments, the person took his clothes off and changed him into PJs. He hated not knowing what was going on. The person drew the covers over him and he snuggled up into them. Though, he was still crying. He waited a few minutes and gasped. Bathroom. They forgot to bring him to it. He doesn't need to go now, but what if he needs to later? Kai? Hari? Bathroom. Nothing happened. Bathroom. Nothing. Please. Nothing. He felt like he was going crazy. Was he even yelling? Or even talking? He couldn't hear anything. So maybe no? Hello? Nothing. He cries out one more time. Nothing. He felt the warmth of the blankets. He curled into a tight ball. He didn't know if he was making any noises. He hopes he was. But why was nobody answering? Probably a part of his punishment. He could feel everything. He couldn't see. Or hear. He was scared. He felt tears falling down his face through the blndfld. He didn't know if you could sleep. He was scared. He didn't know if Kai and Hari left or if they were still there. Whatever it was. He felt alone. Before. Hari picked Izuku up and gently placed him on top of the bed. Kai passed a pair of PJs to him and he changed the boy. He heard the cries and sniffs from Izuku. This made him want to leave. He wanted to see Izuku happy again. But he can't. The punishment is important. He can see him smile in 24 hours. I'm going to go to the lab, I'll talk to you later, Kai said with hints of guilt. He put on his gear and left. Hari said goodbye to Izuku and placed his plague mask on. He knew Izuku couldn't hear him. He left the lights on and turned off the TV. He picked up the fallen Joy-Con and placed it in the remains of the switch. He'll clean it up later. He picked up the dishes and the discarded clothes. He was about to close the door but stopped after he heard Izuku yelling. I'm sorry, you just have to wait for the morning. You can wait, I know you can, Hari said before he closed the bedroom. Morning? Izuku eventually fell asleep that night. He had a hard time, but he did it. He woke up a few times, frightened that he couldn't see. After a few somewhat calming breaths, he remembered it was his punishment. He can still see and hear, he just has earplugs and a blndfld on. He would cry out for help, no one in particular, he just cried. He felt so bad, it was his fault. He should have listened the first time. He wished he could do stuff on his own. Like talking, walking, writing, eating. He relied on Kai and Hari so much that if they were taken out of the picture, he wouldn't know what to do. At one point, he felt a throbbing pain in his abdomen. He crossed his legs hoping it would get better. It did, after a while. He had no idea if he fell asleep or was awake. It was all confusing to him. After what seemed to be an eternity, he felt someone touch his body and pick him up. He thought it was either Hari or Kai. He tried to fight the urge of nuzzling into their clothing, he failed. However, it was only for a few seconds. He felt the solid furniture of a chair and a metal fork press against his mouth. He allowed it to come into his mouth and ate what was on it. After a while, it switched to a hard plastic straw. He sucked on it, allowing the smoothie to come into his mouth. This only caused him to go pee even more. Once the straw was taken out of his mouth, he whined. Bathroom. Please. Nothing. Izuku panicked, he had to go. Maybe if he waits a bit longer? Shortly after, he was carried to somewhere else. He was placed on top of it. A chair. A wheelchair. Great. The lab. He felt the wind flow past his hair and the wheelchair shaking. He wished whoever was pushing him, most likely Hari, stop and bring him to the washroom. Maybe after? Izuku felt the atmosphere change from room temperature to cold. He shivered. Maybe it was due to his heightened sense of touch. Normally he wouldn't feel a difference, but now he was. He smelt the lab chemicals and sanitizing products. He was carried to the chair. No one touched his head. Or give him a drink. Oh right. The punishment. He felt his arm being grabbed and held down on the arm of the chair. A needle pressed into his skin. Izuku began to cry. Please. Hurts. No one did anything. He only felt the pain from the needle. He cried again and again. After a while, the needle was taken out and a bandage was wrapped around his arm. He was taken back to the wheelchair and back to his room. He was lifted back into bed and someone covered him with an extra blanket. He didn't go underneath but rather on the top. He lied down unmoving. He waited. He still needed to go to the washroom. He waited and waited. How long is 24 hours? How much longer? He can't take this. Later. Izuku didn't know how many hours had passed. But he felt hope once he felt two bodies sit beside him. One of them pulled him into a tight hug and took the blndfld off. Izuku blinked a few times, adjusting the light and saw Hari. Before Izuku could say or do anything, Kai grabbed him by the waist and pulled him into his lap. Once he was in a better position he was carried into the bathroom. Izuku felt like he was going to cry but before he could, Kai whipped them away. He smiled at the boy, causing Izuku to smile shakily. Bathroom. Kai walked to the bathroom and sat Izuku down on the toilet seat. He yanked down Izuku's pants and underwear. Izuku did his business while he watched Kai. He didn't know what to say. Kai looked calm. Should he saw anything? Kai placed a hand over Izuku's mouth and shook his head. We'll talk after the bath. Izuku nodded. Once he was done, Kai removed the rest of Izuku's white cotton clothing. He was lowered into the warm luscious bathwater. He watched Kai's every move. Kai rolled up his sleeves and moved his hands to position Izuku into a more comfortable sitting one. He cupped his hands and scooped up water. The boy closed his eyes and felt warm water being poured on top of his green hair. Kai repeated the process, making sure Izuku was fine each time before doing anything. He gently splashed water onto Izuku's upper body. Kai sometimes flashed a funny face or bopped his nose, causing Izuku to giggle. Eventually, Izuku's hair was fully wet. The same goes for the upper parts of his body. Next, Kai selected the correct products on the side and squirted the soapy mixture onto the palms of his hands. Izuku had opened his eyes to see what Kai was doing and shut them again once Kai was bringing his hands to his hair. Kai rubbed the product into Izuku's hair, making sure to untangle any knots. Kai continued and washed the product out with water. He did this a second time with a different product. He picked up a blue frilly sponge and squirted more soap into it. Once the lather was showing, he smeared it all on Izuku's body that was over the water. He washed it away with more water and moved Izuku's body to get the other parts. Kai sat up and walked to the sink to clean his hands properly. Izuku splashed the water and spun around. Kai sneakily sat down and when Izuku's back was against his, he splashed water on him. Izuku twirled around and gasped. He never expected Kai to do something like that. Maybe Hari, but not Kai. Izuku tilted his head and gasped once he was splashed again. He laughed loudly and splashed Kai. He waited to see if Kai was fine. And before Izuku could react, he was bombarded by another attack of water. The two splashed each other for a while. They didn't care if water landed on the floor or on Kai's clothes. Kai was smiling and Izuku was too. Izuku practically forgot what happened yesterday. He didn't forget that he must listen to the rules, however. Kai had a feeling Izuku forgotten about the punishment and smiled even more. Mission complete. Izuku stopped splashing once Kai sat up. He watched the man go to the sink and pick up a bottle of some sort. It looked like the hair product ones, maybe a different kind of one? Angel? Kai said once he sat back down in a puddle of water. He grimaced but that was quickly replaced with a smile. I have some eye cream, this will help with your eyes. Lean forward a bit. Izuku nodded and did what Kai said. He was right, his eyes were hurting him. Probably from all the crying. Kai smeared the cream onto his eyes and washed them gently with a damp warm cloth. Angel, I have to go get changed, I'll be back. Stay in the bath for the time being. Okay. Kai left the bathroom and walked back into the bedroom. Hari was gone. Which was perfect for Kai because he was soaking wet. He knew that he was going to get wet even before he came to the bedroom to bathe him. Izuku was in a depressed state that needed to be cured. And he knows from being with Izuku for 2 years, to make Izuku happy after a punishment, he needs to distract him. Izuku has a terrible memory, well a young kid type of memory. As he said before, Izuku forgets easily, if he is distracted by amusement. He brought another set of clothes with him before he came into the room with Hari. He quickly changed and walked back into the bathroom. He couldn't help but not smile at what Izuku was doing. The boy was playing with the mountains of soap collecting in the water. He was making sculptures of different things he saw in movies or real life. It was adorable. After the washroom, Kai brought a snuggled-up boy back into the bedroom. Izuku nuzzled into the towel and smiled at Kai. Hari came back into the room right behind them. He changed his course and walked to the dresser to select a set of PJs. Kai sat down with Izuku in his lap and bopped his nose. Izuku did the same nose bop and laughed. Oh? One can play at that game. Kai said while he lifted his hands around Izuku's sides. He pressed onto the skin, towel, and tickled him with an unstoppable force. No. Ha 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 ss stop. Ha ha ha, Kai. Ha 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 Izuku squirmed in Kai's lap and laughed. Kai didn't stop, though he watched his face to make sure he wasn't hurting the boy. Hari chuckled and was pleased that Kai made Izuku happy again. He couldn't stand seeing him depressed. Hari sat down beside the duo. Kai paused and picked up the clothes to change the boy. Izuku grew tired and watched Kai's face while he dressed him. Kai made Izuku lean on Hari's shoulder and sat beside him. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Izuku said after a few seconds passed. Of course we forgive you, we got to make sure you follow the rules and this never happens again. Alright? Hari said while he rubbed small circles on Izuku's back. I'll try.no I will, Izuku said with determination. That's what I like to hear, Kai said while he rubbed Izuku's curly hair. Hari spoke up, don't worry about the SW-. I love you Izuku, we both love you. Isn't that right Hari? Kai glared at his right-hand man. He didn't want to talk about the past day's events. Not yet at least. Me too. I love you, Kai and Hari. Izuku ignored what Hari said and giggled. Want to watch a movie Izuku? Hari asked after he recovered from Kai's glare. With you both? Izuku's eyes glimmered ever so slightly. Yes. We can watch it until dinner is ready. Hari said. What one? Izuku asked and looked at the men. Why not your favorite, Wally? Kai said knowing it will make Izuku happy. Yay! Somewhere else. Katsuki Bakugo walked down the halls of the dormitories. He yelled at Kirishima for bothering him right when he was trying to get to bed. He wasn't in the mood of talking to anyone, he just wanted to be alone in his room and think. All day he was thinking about someone, in particular. It was weird. He normally does, but why was he think about them non-stop? He has some control when he thinks about them, but today he didn't. Was someone happening to them? Katsuki arrived at his dorm and walked in. He turned on the lights and fell on top of his bed. He couldn't take his thoughts off of a certain green-haired kid. Izuku. His childhood friend. He hasn't seen Izuku in forever, and it feels like years, but it was only 2 years. It feels longer. Of course, if you love someone so much, years without them feels like an eternity. He knew he treated Izuku like he was garbage. Like he was worthless, which he's not. Everything Katsuki did to the small green-haired kid he regrets. Really regrets it. He missed him so much, that he regrets every single thing he has done to the boy. He wished he never called him Deku or all the rude names. He wished he never hurt or bullied him. Everyone thought Izuku was quirkless and everyone bullied him for it. No. That's no excuse. Katsuki hurt him so much. He shouldn't have even worried about if he had a quirk or not. Izuku's such an innocent person, he just wanted to be with Katsuki and be friends. And for Katsuki to hurt him, it's horrific. The part that he hates the most is, he was the one who caused Izuku's kidnapping. He was the one who told the teachers and to an extent the world about Izuku's deadly quirk. If it wasn't for him, Izuku would be with him right now. He knows if for a fact, he has looked at reports and they all said he was kidnapped because of his quirk. If it wasn't for him, Izuku's quirk would never be exposed. The police and heroes have forgotten about Izuku. Of course, they worry about the quirk. But not Izuku himself. They worry about their own quirks disappearing. They would rather worry about themselves than save a scared little kid. Of course, he knows every single piece of information about Izuku, he does every bit of research he can do. He misses him. In some ways, he can say he loves him. He thinks about him every day, hoping he's safe. In fact, a huge portion of his wall is filled with pictures of Izuku, reports, hints or possible ways to get him back and reports about quirk erasing products. There are so many questions he wants the answers to. He did see a second report about quirk erasing bullets. Maybe the bullets are the answer, maybe Izuku was a part of it. Wherever he is, he hopes he's safe and fine. If he finds him. No, when he finds him. He will hold him so tight that he will never let him go. He would apologize for everything he has done. He knows he's alive. He knows he's there. It's been 2 years but he will know Izuku's alive. For a fact, he knows. He's not dead. Tortured? Why would he be tortured? He hurt him so much, Izuku allows anything happens to him. If not refuel, why would they hurt him? For the blood? Who would want to torture him? He's such a fantastic person, who would? So innocent. Of course, there are sadistic villains. He just hopes wherever Izuku is, he's with people who care or somewhat care. And once he finds him, he will never let him go. He will never call Izuku Deku ever again. That's a name for someone who is useless. Izuku's far from useless. He loves him too much to be rude to him again. After 2 years of thinking, he has rethought many things and his thoughts about Izuku were one of the many things. In fact, Izuku was Katsuki's everything. He's too ashamed to say this but he has done was because of Izuku. Izuku would give him the power to do anything. He gives him joy. Katsuki getting kidnapped by the League of Villains was no match to what Izuku gives Katsuki. Everything before UA was a huge popularity contest. He was affected by it. That's why he bullied Izuku. It's all his fault. He should never have done this. If he didn't do anything like that, he would be there with him in UA. They would be best friends again. He hopes Izuku is fine. If those sick BSTRDS are hurting my angel, they are dead. He calls him angel because Izuku was his angel, he lighted the way. An angel is pure of heart. And that's what Izuku is. Not Deku, no an angel. If anyone has a problem with it, they can all die. He hopes Izuku's pure of heart has not been tainted in the 2 years gone. If it has been, he will get it back. Katsuki Bakugo rubs his eyes tiredly after waking up at 7 in the morning. He normally wakes up around this time. It takes him around an hour to just get ready for the upcoming day of school. However, the only problem is the fact that he is tired. On a normal day, Katsuki is awake and ready to take on the world. But today, it was different. He stayed up until midnight reminiscing about his angel, Izuku. He couldn't get the poor green-haired kid out of his head. He has found ways to ignore the ever-so-aching memories of Izuku for some cases, though they all seem to have failed for him. He hated the fact that he was losing sleep over this. He loves the kid to death, but sometimes he needs a break from it all. Maybe it's karma for all the bad things he has done to Izuku. To be honest, he wishes he earns a greater punishment than just losing sleep. Katsuki gets up from his bed after cracking his back a few times. He looks around the investigator-looking room and sighs. He shakes his head and rubs his eyes with the palms of his hands. Today will be a long day. He quickly grabs some of the fallen pictures and reports and posts them to their proper places on the walls. This is what he gets for buying cheap tape. He looks at one of the pictures, Izuku smiling at the camera at the age of the age before everything gone to crap. He places a hand on the glossy picture and guided his hand along with the features of Izuku. His hand passed down the picture to the next one below it. It was one with himself and Izuku smiling brightly. Katsuki had his arm wrapped around the boy's shoulders, hugging him tightly from the side. His mother took the picture when they were only so invested with quirks. Katsuki peels off the tape of the said picture and neatly folds it into a smaller version of it. He grabs his wallet from his backpack and slides the picture into the clear plastic pocket. He looks down at the other ones, sighing. He fought the urge to cry tears. Even if he was by himself, he doesn't want to cry. He wipes his eyes with his right thumb and began to get ready for school. Katsuki walked down the halls of the dorms, hands stuffed in his pant pockets. He ignored the other students' looks of shocks when seeing his bags under his eyes. He could care less. He walked to the main hall and saw Denki Kaminari, Erjiro Kirishima and Hantasiro sitting on the green comfy couches talking rather loudly. "No way. You're so brave." Denki cheered with an arm in the air. Kirishima blushed in embarrassment. "Yeah. It was pretty crazy." Katsuki tuned out their conversation and continued his course to the kitchen, feeling his stomach grumble. "I still find it hard to believe that I got on the news. It was pretty manly though. I mean, I did save Amajiki from getting shot twice. Though, I'm still confused over what he was shot by the first time around. Fat Gum did say something about it being a drag. Maybe a quirk erasing bullet? Amajiki's quirks did disappear for a bit." Katsuki stopped in his tracks. He turned towards them and felt his quirk bubbling from his hands. He rushed over to them in an awkward speed walk. The other people around them just shrugged, knowing it was in his manner to attack when he was jealous. But that wasn't the case. He wasn't jealous, far from it. In fact, he was shocked. The three noticed him pacing towards them. They knew something bad was about to occur. "What the hell are you three talking about?" Katsuki said with a hint of curiosity, but that was overtaken by the pure-sounding anger in his voice. Zero leaned back into the couch, knowing someone is bound to get hurt. "Nothing really, we're just talking about Kirishima's work study. Want to join?" Katsuki scoffed and crossed his arms. "I would never want to be with the likes of you. However," he groaned, "I'll stay because I'm only interested." He walked over to the couches and sat down on an empty one. Denki lightly smirked. "Why are you so interested? Are you interested in what Kirishima did in his work study?" he said in a sing-song voice. "It is hilarious that I have my hero licenses but you don't." Katsuki yells out and creates a tiny explosion in the palm of his hand. "Shut up, dunce face." Kirishima speaks up. "Hey. Calm down you two. If Bakugo wants to listen he can. Don't call me that shtty hair. I have a work study with the Fat Gum Agency and a couple of days ago, we were fighting a gang who was using quirk-enhancing drags. Fat Gum did say that the drags are illegal in Japan, which makes sense. However, I'm confused over this one thing." Katsuki leans forwards and crosses his arms. "Get to the point, what is it?" Sure Bakugo, the gang member shot an interesting kind of bullet with a typical gun at Amajiki. And once he was shot, his quirk disappeared." All three of them had shocked faces at what Kirishima said. Katsuki was silent with wide eyes. "I used my quirk to save Amajiki from the second bullet that was fired and protected him. Besides that, I did hear that his quirk did come back on its own. I'm still worried though." "Don't worry." Denki, who was sitting beside Kirishima, placed a hand on his shoulder. "He is fine, he got his quirk back, it was only temporary." "Yeah, you're right. I'm just worried that these bullets will get worse or something. What happens if they are permanent?" Katsuki jumps up from his seat and yelled, "Who created these bullets?" Kirishima shakes his head and waves his hands in distress. "I have no idea, I really don't." "Well, you should know." He scoffed and looked away. "I'm going," he said through gritted teeth. Denki stands up and waves his hand outwards. Hey! Where are you going? Katsuki rolls his eyes and walks to the stairs. He ignores their calls. Katsuki walks to his room. He practically glared at everyone who tried to make a conversation with him. He wasn't in the mood. He opened his room's door and turned on the lights. He walks to the middle and closed the door on his way in. He glanced around the room, looking at the reports and photos. He looks down at his feet, thinking about one thing in particular. Izuku. No, it can't be Izuku. It can't. If it was Izuku, that means he's being OGOD. No, he's strong. He can take it. But I made him weak. It's my fault. How do I know if it's him? I don't. It could be something else. An organization made a serum that was turned into bullets. It can't be Izuku. No way. Maybe it is. It can't. Izuku. I don't know. Honest to God. I really hope it's not him. I don't know what he might be going through. I just hope he's safe. If it is him, I'll do anything in my power to save him. A green-haired kid sways his legs back and forth in the comforts of his chair. He hums a quick tune and feels the breeze of wind flowing through his unruly hair. Hari has a hand on the kid's shoulder and is pushing the wheelchair forwards to a certain destination. Kai, who has his hands down on his sides, walks beside the chair listening to Izuku's off-toned hum. As usual, Izuku couldn't hear or see due to the BLNDFLD and earplugs. Lately, Izuku has changed. Evening worrying Kai and Hari a bit. He has been acting strangely. Of course, they both love it, it just surprised them. He has been a lot more childish, forgetting things and expressing his thoughts through sounds versus words. Hari looks down at the smiling Izuku. Boss. Yes, Hari? Kai was clearly annoyed at his right-hand man for disrupting the quietness. He was listening to the innocent boy's hums. Do you ever wonder why Izuku is acting different? No, I don't. I already know the answer to that. He has adapted through his punishments and changed for the better. What? You don't like that? Kai stops in his tracks and looks at the white-haired man. Hari stopped with a quick pull of the chair. Izuku whines a little bit at the discomfort of stopping. Hari shakes his head rapidly. No, I I just wonder. That's all. Ignore what I said. Kai rolls his eyes and walked forward, Hari following rather closely. Hari started to think, he wonders why Izuku is acting like this. He has always been childish, ever since they got him. Lately, he hasn't been speaking too much. He has sometimes, but with broken English. Which was weird. Kai and himself have always spoken perfect English, but Izuku isn't. He has trouble all the time with it. They reached the entrance of the lab. The fresh wave of cold clashed Izuku's skin, causing Izuku to giggle lightly. He felt a juice box be placed in his hands and the clear plastic straw was adjusted to be touching his lips, awaiting his mouth to open. He quickly opened his mouth and felt the straw on his tongue. He rolled it around his mouth, skiing on it, tasting the ever-so-sweet orange juice flow through his throat. He sighed and continued to play with the straw, skiing every few seconds. He felt Hari pick him up and place him on the medical chair. He leaned backwards, still drinking. His left arm was brought down to have his blood extracted. He felt his shirt sleeve being pulled up to his elbow and a wet substance trace over the crease of his arm. Hari started to rub his cheek, causing Izuku to look up with a big smile. He forgot the straw in his mouth and gasped once it left. Right when it left, it was back inside his mouth. He wrapped his lips around it and smiled through his eyes. He was completely distracted that he didn't notice the breach of his skin in his arm. After a few minutes, he felt Hari's hand leave his face. He whimpered and tried to lean forwards to get the hand back into place. Someone took the straw out of his mouth. And Izuku passed the juice box along. Another few minutes passed. He was rightfully confused. No one was touching him. Normally, Hari, he thinks it's Hari, touches him until the very end. This time, he wasn't. No one was. Izuku whined louder, hoping they could hear him. He leaned forward, still leaving his left arm on the armrest. He whined again. He was going to say hello, but he decided to go against that. He didn't want to disrupt what Kai and Hari are doing. Surely they are doing something extremely important. He whined again. He stopped after a while. Did they leave him? Did they forget? He yelped once he left a cold texture on his left hand that was on the armrest. A hand. Weird. Why is Hari so cold? Or why is Kai so cold? Normally, they are so warm. Maybe it's the coldness of the lab? But the hand feels bigger than usual. Is he imagining things? Surely. He should be grateful. He leaned back into the chair, happy to have Kai or Hari touching him. 1 second after smiling, he feels hot liquid. All over himself. The hand leaves his arm. It's replaced with the warmth of the liquid. Hot slimy liquid. Metal-smelling liquid. He freezes. This is new. He is confused. He whines one more time, trying to get Hari's and Kai's attention. Nothing happened. He only felt the warm liquid flow down his face and everywhere else. What's going on? He wants Kai and Hari. What are they doing? He wants to go back to his room. Why is nothing changing? Did they leave him? How many seconds have gone by? Hello? This isn't normal. Far from it. He wants to see. He wants to hear. What is going on? He wants to be free. Izuku does something he would never think of doing in a million years. He takes off his blndfld. Untying it. He takes out his earplugs. He adjusts his eyesight to the blinding bright light of the lab. For the first time, he sees the lab. He freezes. Disaster. Crimson. Dark. Blood. Organs. Everywhere. Bones. A destroyed human body all on the ground. In shambles. He looks down. He opens his mouth in a silent scream. Blood is all over his white cotton clothes. The red seeps into his clothes. Mostly every inch of him is covered in blood. He has never seen this before, not this much. He has seen blood before, in the sense of him falling and scraping his knee. Afterwards, Hari and Kai would bandage the cut. Was he hurt? No. Did Kai and Hari do something wrong? Izuku looked up more, trying to find the two men he loves. He saw Kai facing towards a door, away from him. Back facing him. Hari was close to him. He was cleaning some of the crimsons off his white raincoat. He was beside a table off to the side. Izuku had a hard time trying to see what Kai was facing. But he could tell. Kai's mad. He panics. He needs to put the blndfld and earplugs back. He's going to be punished if they see him without them. He only wanted to see where they are. Now he has seen them, he needs to act like nothing ever happened. He heard Kai say something about never touching his angel. Wait. Izuku is his angel. Did someone touch him? How? Kai and Hari should have been right beside him. Did they leave him for a second? The person must have touched him in that short time. But why? He isn't that great. But why is there so much blood? Did Kai kill the person? No. He would never. That's something a villain would do. And Kai is not a villain. Hari isn't either. Izuku fumbled with the equipment, using both of his hands to push the earplugs back into his ears. He panicked. The blndfld needs a knot to be tied. He untied it. No. He felt tears falling down his face, mixing with the blood. He started to cry. He heard all of it. He didn't push the earplugs in fully to conceal all sound. Sobbing. He did the worst thing he could think of. Out of sheer sadness, he dropping the blndfld, not even thinking. Through his tears, he saw Kai taking off his plague mask, cleaning the blood off with a white cloth from his pocket. Once it was cleaned, he clipped it back onto his face, dropping the cloth onto a side table. Hari was out of the blast radius to have blood on him. Izuku knows his fate. He's going to be punished. He's dead. He started to cry out. Alarmed by the sound, the two men looked over to the medical chair. Thinking that Izuku was crying over not being touched. They freeze. They saw Izuku covered with blood and with no blndfld. It was in his hands, dripping in blood. An earplug falls out of his right ear, hitting the dirty ground. Soon the other one. Izuku heard and saw what happened. To some extent. They know he had them on once the man touched Izuku's arm. So he much has taken them off when they weren't looking. But either way. Izuku is screwed. Izuku starts to sob violently. He's too terrified to move on his own. The only movements are his sobs erupting from his mouth and the sheer force of it. Izuku looks at Kai. His face that isn't covered by the mask is filled with hives. Some forming, some fading. Kai's eyes twitch, glaring at the blood-covered boy. Izuku looks at Hari. Hari shakes his head and looks away knowing what's going to happen. Izuku looks back at Kai. Terrified. Not of him, but rather what's going to occur. Kai walks up, ignoring the blood seeping into his white shoes. He stands right in front of the boy, looking downwards. Izuku looks up with glossy eyes. Izuku plays with the blndfld in his hands, fidgeting with what he can find. What the hell are you doing? Izuku, you are disobeying a major rule. You are not allowed to take off your blndfld or take out your earplugs no matter the circumstances. Now, look at you. You have seen all of this. All this blood and disaster. All this disease. You know what? This has tainted you, affected you. You, my pure Izuku, aren't supposed to be tainted. You're supposed to pure and innocent. You have seen blood in levels a kid like your age should not see. You have disappointed me. Kai said this in the sternest collected voice you can think of. It was terrifying. Izuku could not hold in the cascade of salty tears. Kai looked over to where Hari was. You know what to do. Hari nodded. Izuku looked up and felt more tears forming. A look of disappointment and anger from Hari. This crushed him. Sorry. Sorry. Hari walked up to the boy and picked him up, ignoring all the blood that was transferred to his raincoat. Izuku cried out apologies and tears. Hari walked to the wheelchair that was in the corner and placed him in it. He grabbed the BLNDFLD from his blood-stained hands and dropped it beside the cloth Kai used. He picked up a fresh BLNDFLD and a pair of earplugs from the lab table. Hari looked over to where Kai was inside. Izuku, be quiet. Hari said sternly. Izuku shut his mouth with so much force that he bites his tongue. He cried out, he bit onto his tongue, trying to stop his cries. Which works for the most part. A few sounds escaped, that was it. Hari pushed the earplugs in and tied the BLNDFLD around his head. Izuku was too focused on not crying to have realized he was moving. Hari pushed the red clothes boy down the halls, making sure no one saw him. He grimaced at the blood on the hard raincoat. Kai stayed behind, overhauling the room to perfection. He didn't want to see Izuku right now. He needs to be cleansed from all the germs the man gave him. The bathroom. After, who knows how long, Izuku was roughly grabbed and placed in a warm watery substance. The bath. Probably while he was busy with not crying, Hari fixed up a bath from him. His clothes were gone too. He felt the respective equipment leave his face. He adjusted to the light and looked to where he felt a hand. Hari had taken off his plague mask. Which made Izuku more scared because he could see the disappointment in Hari's face. His raincoat was gone too. New. Only a dark dress shirt. Hari grabbed a cloth and began to scrub off the blood on his skin. Izuku tried to relax. It failed. He tensed at every touch. Hari sometimes had to pour in new fresh water in the tub due to the blood diffusing in the water. Izuku stayed silent, played and bit his tongue, hoping it would be over soon. He hated the tension. Hari picks him up from the lukewarm water and wraps him up in a towel. Izuku shuddered at the coldness and tried to nuzzle into the towel's warmth. Hari moved Izuku in his arms so that he would be warmer. Hari emptied the water and walked through the bathroom to the door. He would clean it up later. He arrived at the bedroom and saw Kai in the room placing the TV and gaming systems into cardboard boxes. Hari walked to the bed and placed Izuku in the middle, quickly placing fresh clean PJs onto the boy. Izuku didn't say much, still holding the urge to cry. He didn't want to disappoint Hari and Kai anymore. Hari tucked him under the blankets and walked over to Kai, helping him pack. Izuku looked to the ceiling with emotionless eyes. The two men placed the boxes into a stacked pile. Kai left the room for a second and came back with a metal gray bucket. He places it in the middle of the room. The two men stand right at the door. Kai was upset to see his little angel in such a state. Though, he couldn't do anything about it. About this. It's a hard pill to swallow but a needed one. Izuku is tainted, he has seen the troubles of the world. The kid was doing such a good job, for Izuku to only know peace and keeping his innocence. For Izuku to break the rules like he did ruin all of their hard work to preserve it. Izuku, Kai says with an ever-so-present hint of sadness. Izuku looked up and sat up, his back against the headboard. He would yell out and say he's sorry, but he can't. Not right now. He doesn't have the energy in him to. This is your own doing. You have done so much worse today than you've ruined many things. To be honest, I'm saddened by the punishment you have to go through. I wonder if you remember it. I sure do. It was when you tried to do something. Hari knew exactly what Kai was going to say. It was the time when Izuku tried to escape. It was about 2 years ago, when Izuku first came to the compound. They gave Izuku everything he wanted, however, he didn't like it. He claimed that he wanted to be free. Izuku did escape. He ran and ran but was stopped by Kai before he could have left. Izuku was so different back then, even when he wanted to be cared for and to be treated like a child, Izuku never wanted to follow the rules Kai and Hari set for him. Eventually, it all changed once Kai punished him with isolation. Anyway, your punishment is isolation for 1 whole week. You are not allowed to talk to anyone. Your food will be given by one person who will not talk to you. A person you do not know. If you need to go to the washroom, you'll use that bucket in the middle of the room. The person will help you with it. For now, good night Izuku. We will see you in a week. Izuku was petrified. He couldn't move an inch. His mouth was hung open, tears left his eyes. But no sound. Kai picks up the boxes and leaves the room. Hari turns off the lights and leaves. The door closing with a click. Sealing him to his fate. Darkness. Darkness. He couldn't see. Tears. Tears. He hates this. He hates himself. He loves Kai and Hari. He knows this isn't their fault. Rather his. He hates everything about himself. Why couldn't he be perfect like Kai and Hari? Why? He would never get punished if he was. He wants them back. Why can't things go back to the way it was? What changed? Everything. No, not everything. Just him. Is there a way where he can cure all of this? Go back to the way it was? Peaceful times with Kai and Hari. Maybe. Maybe. Freedom? No. He is free with Kai and Hari. He can't get any freer. He just has to wait it out. The week. How long is a week? Kai's office. Kai places the boxes inside the closet and sighs. Hari leans against the wall and watches Kai do his work. He begins to wonder. Kai steps back once he was done and sat down at his desk. Rubbing his head. Boss? Do you think a week is what he needs? Kai nods and folds his arms on the desk. Yes. I know it will. You even talked about it on our way to the lab. He has been acting differently. A key factor is his memory. He has been forgetting many things due to him being too tired. A way he gets tired is from his tears, crying. When the end of the week comes along, he will be too tired to remember what happened. Which is exactly what we want. But of course, the feeling of will still remains. He will forget the punishment mentally, but emotionally, he will remember. Remember to never take out his BLNDFLD and earplugs. A week is what he needs. Recall last only time he has tried to escape the compound? It took a week and he has never tried to escape. He forgot about the punishment, but not the lesson. Hari nods. We do not want him to be depressed. If he remembers all his past punishments, he would be too sad to function. Exactly, and this is one of the reasons why I like him acting childish. He forgets easily due to having low energy levels. A few hours later. Izuku was completely frozen. He didn't move from the position Kai and Hari left him. Legs straight like a pencil, arms pressed against his sides, palms of hands face down on the bed, eyes wide like plates. He hadn't yet taken his sights off the closed door. Staring at the door, hoping for someone to come in. He felt numb. He couldn't feel anything. No matter how much he tried to think positively, he couldn't. He tried to remember the fun times with Kai and Hari, hoping it would pass the time. He could think of a few, but they were all overtaken by other overpowering thoughts. The sheer disappointment and coldness of the two people he loves. He knows he has screwed up in the past, many times. Every time he was punished, he would think it's the end of the world and he will never be happy again. Sure, those were exaggerations. He would be perfectly fine once they were done. He would forget that it ever happened. Which was true for the most part, he would forget. However, this time, he feels like he is broken. A broken puzzle. He feels like this has scared him so much that he will never recover. Maybe Kai and Hari will feel bad for punishing him with an isolation. No. They shouldn't feel bad, it's his own fault. He should be the one to feel bad. He caused Kai and Hari trouble. He caused trouble, he distracted them from their utmost important work. Maybe it was the person's fault that they touched him, but still, he shouldn't have taken the equipment off. To what? Just to see and make sure Kai and Hari were there and didn't leave him. He's so selfish. He should have waited. It was stupid of him to think they would leave. They never have in the past, why would they now? He knows lately he has been rather defiant, not following all of the rules. Earning punishments. He has been such a hassle for the two men, it still amazes him that they love him. He has been causing them so much trouble that he has become a burden. A burden should be disposed of. He doesn't want to bother Kai and Hari anymore. Maybe. He should run away. He would be taken care of. Kai and Hari will not have to worry about him. He will be a burden somewhere else. Somewhere else. Ever since Katsuki heard about Kirishima's work study, he has not taken his mind off of a certain Grionet. He's been thinking that there might be a possibility that his angel is a part of the organization creating the temporary Quirk erasing bullets. He is rather conflicted over it, one side saying it is him and another saying a strict no. He wasn't entirely sure. This thought has been gnawing at his mental health. He has been distracted by school. Even if he was slightly laid back when it came to academics, already getting fairly high marks. He didn't have to put in huge amounts of effort, which worked in his favor. On a normal day of school, he would put his legs up and listen to Mr. Aizawa teach Class 1A, taking notes when needed, answering questions a few times, but mostly he was quiet. However, due to this, he has been trapped within his thoughts. Only thinking about his angel and what he might be going through. He sometimes would acknowledge what was being taught, but that mostly went out the window. His academic grades were declining slightly. Who cares, honestly? He doesn't need brains to save his angel, he needs strength, and that is through hero training. If anything, his physical grades were increasing rapidly. Mostly taking out his anger of hurting his precious angel on Denki or Kirishima. They can heal, but what can't heal is the scares he unleashed on his angel for many years. Maybe he broke an arm of Zero. He would just go to Recovery Girl and get that fixed in seconds. It will take more than seconds to fix all the damage he gave to Izuku. Possibly days, months, or even years. Katsuki lightly ruffled his blonde hair with his arm that was resting behind him. looking out the window, acting strangely to the others in the classroom. Shota Aizawa, Eraserhead, held on to a few pieces of paper and using his empty hand to point at the green chalkboard teaching laws about the Hero Society. He glanced around the class a few times, stopping once he saw that someone wasn't listening. He did look at his student Bakugo a few times, knowing he wasn't paying attention in the slightest. He knew something was wrong. From the eye bags alone, he could tell Bakugo is worried. The grades were making him question if Bakugo is struggling mentally. Aizawa quickly finishes up the lesson and dismisses the students for the end of the day, signing them albeit of homework to be complete for next class in the morning. Aizawa watches Bakugo in the corner of his eye, watching him rub his with his hands and sit up. Odd, he must be tired. He completely ignored Kirishima, who was asking if they wanted to hang out. Normal behavior. Though, he didn't say anything to him as a remark, normally would say, shut up. Odd. Is he too tired to even respond? No, he is distracted by something important. It has to be important for Bakugo to be distracted by. He'll talk to him tomorrow. The bedroom after 2 days has passed. Izuku didn't know if he gained any hours of sleep, he stayed in the same position. He hasn't moved an inch, the darkness of the room causing him to lose touch with reality. Has he gone to the washroom? Has he eaten? He's too numb to have noticed if the unknown person came in and fed him or brought him to the bucket. He was plagued with thoughts of ways of making Kai and Hari happy by running away. He did try to move his fingers, the sheer amount of energy needed to move them was too much. How can he run away if he has zero energy? He could maneuver his body to be lying down and try to sleep. Just the thought alone exhausted him. He was too numb to do anything. Perhaps running away was a bad idea. Next day in class. Katsuki walks into class feeling a lot worse. He barely got any sleep, he was too distracted with pinning pictures and reports together, trying to investigate. Even when he laid down on his messy bed, he would be brought back into the many thoughts of his angel being hurt. He hated the quietness means he will be thinking. Thinking will make him worry. Worry will make him do things he may regret later. For now, sleep is no longer an option. In the end, Katsuki didn't get any sleep. He glances around the class, too tired to yell at the extras' comments. If they expressed their worries, he would blatantly ignore and scoff. He pulled out a picture of his angel, the one he placed in his wallet a few days ago, and started to drag his finger, outlining the boy's green-headed hair and freckles. This seemed to have calmed him a bit, happy to see a smiling angel. He was doing this until he heard his name being called. Katsuki Bakugo, I need to talk to you right now. Katsuki sighed tiredly, now he is going to be punished for not sleeping. God, why is this so exhausting? Katsuki gave a slight nod to his teacher who called him. He neatly folded the perfect picture into his pant pocket, walking out with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Mr. Aizawa came from behind and slid the door closed. Katsuki leaned back against the wall parallel to the huge door. Aizawa gave a glance of sympathy, clearly knows how it feels to pull a full-nighter. He had assumed from the prominent gray eye bags and slow body movements, Bakugo didn't get any sleep. The poor kid looks like he will fall over at any second. Why though? That's something he will ask another time. Bakugo, go back to your dorm and sleep. You need it, it's not healthy to pull an all-nighter for no apparent reason. Aizawa said strictly. Bakugo looked like he was going to say something opposing what he had said, but refused. He didn't have the energy to say anything. He nodded and turned to walk to the exit, stopping once he thought of something. He shook his head and felt a bit of sweat forming. No, I can't go back. I'll fall asleep and think about my angel going through horrendous pain. Bakugo shook his head and jerked his head slowly to look at Aizawa, who was confused. No, I will not, he said in the most groggy voice Aizawa has ever heard. No? Why is that? Bakugo knew he couldn't say why. He is too ashamed. If he says he pulled an all-nighter over his childhood friend, Aizawa is bound to ask why is his friend so important. Then that will lead to him explaining what he has done. It's better to keep quiet, he doesn't need help, he can find his angel all on his own. Never mind. Bakugo said with his eyes barely open. He turned away from his teacher and began to take a step forward, falling once it made contact with the floor. Aizawa quickly grabbed Bakugo before he clashed with the hard tile flooring, placing him in his arms. Bakugo? He questioned while he turned him over so that his face was facing him. He was dead asleep. The bedroom a day later. 3 days into isolation. Izuku blinks a few times once he heard the door to the room open with a click. He was fairly surprised by the fact that he heard it open, perhaps it was due to his determination to complete his plan he created. Oh! He decided on a plan, he still has no energy to move, but he walked around that. It will work. It has too. He doesn't know what will happen if it doesn't. The man emerged from the door with a plate in his hands. Some light flashed inside the room, only illuminating the area around the door frame. He had a simple black fabric mask over his mouth and nose, that's the only detail Izuku's eyes could muster. The plan is progressing well. The man walked up to the bed and sat down beside the tired boy. Izuku watched the man through tired eyes, he blinked slowly. The man organized the plate of food, picking up a fork. He stabbed the food with it and brought it up to Izuku's mouth. The man sighed once he remembered Izuku wasn't moving. With his free hand, he gently grabbed Izuku's chin and pulled downwards, causing the mouth to be open. Izuku made no effort in moving it. The man placed the food inside his mouth and used his other hand to push upwards on the chin, repeating this multiple times, making the mouth chew. He placed more food in and repeat. The whole process took around an hour. The man has done this each time since the isolation started. His boss said Izuku should eat on his own, just make sure to feed him. He didn't say anything about manually opening his mouth for him. He could tell the poor boy was broken. He wondered how Izuku will recover. Hopefully, the food he was given gives him an ounce of energy. The man would have said something to his boss but refrained from doing it. It's the boy's punishment, he's being punished for a reason. If he were to tell his boss, he would probably stop the punishment to make sure he's fine. The man reorganized the plate and fork and stood up, leaving the poor boy. He looked back before walking away and sighed. Izuku's mouth is still open. He leans forwards and pushed the lower part of the jaw upwards with his free hand. Izuku blinks. The plan is already in action. The man stands up straight and walks up to the middle of the room, where the bucket was. He picked up the handle and walked outside. In a few seconds, he came back in with the plate gone and cleaner, shinier bucket. He places it in the middle. He was about to ask if the kid needed to go to the washroom but decided not to. The kid will not respond anyway. He left with the click of the door. Izuku smiled brightly. It worked. The Hall of U.A. Aizawa shuffled his arms around Bakugo's body, trying to find his own phone in his pant pocket. He needs to bring the poor kid to his dorm so he can sleep. The only problem being he needs to teach his class. To fix the issue, he scrolls through the contacts of his phone trying to find a specific number. He eventually finds it and presses the call button. Placing the phone up to his ear, he uses his capture weapon to support the weight of Bakugo, wrapping it around his chest like a second arm. Ring 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 R. Hello eraser head. A beaming voice called out on the other side. Aizawa pulled the phone away from Bakugo's line of hearing, not wanting to wake him up. Hello Hisashi, can you be quiet for 1 second? Oh yeah. Oh sorry, I'll stop. Why did you call me? Not that I don't like it, I'm curious. One of my students passed out due to exhaustion. I'm bringing him back to his dorm so he can get proper sleep. I need you to supervise my class for 30 minutes. Oh, sure. I'll love to. But why can't you just tell your class you're going to bring him back to the dorms? Aizawa adjusted Bakugo into a better hold. The kid was out for the count. I would, however I can't. It's Katsuki Bakugo, he passed out in the hallway. Oh. Exactly, I can't have the others know he isn't feeling the best. It would hurt Bakugo's pride to have been helped even if it was just to bring him to his dorm. Plus having everyone in his class know wouldn't work out the greatest. Sorry. I'll come by in just a few minutes. I hope he feels better, a good rest will do wonders. Am I right, Shota? Quite down, Aizawa hung the call up and placed his phone back inside his pocket. Aizawa glanced down at the boy in his arms and sighed. I don't get paid enough for this. The bedroom a few hours later. Izuku couldn't believe his luck. His plan is actually on the correct track to victory. Plans of his always have a record of failing the first step or at the very end. However, this time, it's different. Every step and possible roadblocks were set out to perfection. The man was playing his role excellently. Sure, the man might not know what he's doing, but that doesn't matter. What does matter is that he escapes or runs away. Escape sounds something like a kidnapped person trying to run to safety. He isn't escaping, he's simply running away. He doesn't have a plan where to go once he's gone. He's not sure where safety is outside of Kai and Hari. He'll think about that when it gets to that part of his story. Also, he knows for a fact he wasn't kidnapped by them. They said every time he has asked that they found him on the side of the road. That right there knocks out the possibility of him being kidnapped. Someone just abandoned him, that's all. He must have been a burden. Maybe he ran away from them. Because he was a burden. It's history repeating itself. Like usual, Izuku hadn't moved. He's still frozen and numb. Truly, he had tried to move ever so slightly but failed to. Even lifting up his right index finger proved to be too much of a challenge. He could barely lift his jaw to accept food. The part that made him smile was that his plan was proving to be too easy. The steps were all a-leaning. He just had to wait for the man to come back in. Hopefully, then, he will have some energy to leave. The Hall of U.A. Aizawa left after Hisashi came to the door of Class 1A. He knew Bakugo will not be waking up anytime soon, which worked out. If the kid woke up while he was in the arms of his teacher, all hell will break out. It still perplexed him that his student was so sleep-deprived that he passed out. Normally, Bakugo is too energetic that causes him stays awake no matter the circumstance. Aizawa brushed off the thought, thinking he will demand, the answers out of Bakugo once he wakes up. Which will probably not happen until tomorrow. He walks down the Utada campus searching for the Class 1A dorms. To his surprise, he heard Bakugo snoring. Definitely odd behavior for him, he's so tired that he got into a deep sleep while in the arms of someone else. After he found the building, he used a part of his capture weapon to open the glass door, still keeping a hold of his student. He paced down the halls, grimacing at the mess in the kitchen. Note to self, interrogate the people who made that and didn't clean it up. He arrived at the stairs, climbing up them. The dorms had a slightly menacing feeling attached to it. It was silent. All he could hear was the taps of his shoes and the snores of Bakugo. It felt like something bad was going to happen. Or maybe it was just his imagination. No villains can get inside the Utada campus. The campus has the most secure technology that no one can get in. Also, why would villains attack a dorm hall? Aizawa got onto Bakugo's dorm level and strolled down, not even noticing he held the boy tighter. Once he arrived at the door, he turned the knob and opened the door. Quickly glaring at the bad odor. God, when was the last time you had a shower? He maneuvered Bakugo's body to his right arm so that he could use his left arm to turn on the lights. He lifted his arm slowly and flicked the switch upwards. He turned around to face the contents of the room. His jaw dropped. All he could see was a room filled with messy papers pinned on the walls and some about to fall. The floor was filled with reports and pictures, you could barely see the ground. Clothes were in a messy pile in the corner, some were clean and others dirty. Bakugo probably made no effort in putting them away in the proper areas. The desk light was flickering, showing the kid must have had it on for a while. The bed was a whole different story. The bottom half of the sheets and blankets were perfectly tucked underneath the mattress. The upper half shows the white folds of the mattress, the sheets were off of it. The blanket was only on the bottom half. The pillow that's supposed to belong with the bed was nowhere to be seen. With further expectation, he could see that all the papers had one thing in common. Cases of Quirks disappearing. The picture shows some villains that were on the run and a green-haired kid. Aizawa sighed. He walked across the room, hearing the crinkles of papers under his boots. He laid the boy down straight on the already made bed and quickly fixed the sheets. Once done, he laid the boy down on his back. He groaned after realizing he had to find the pillow. To find it, he needed to clean up the sheets of paper on the floor. He effortlessly picked them up and placed them on the messy wooden desk, which has many more reports on it. After 5 minutes or so, the floor was cleaned. Though, while he was clearing them, he stopped to think. Why is Bakugo obsessing over Quirk disappearance reports? And who was this small child? He'll ask once he sees Bakugo again. He opened the closet and sighed. The pillow had some explosion marks decorating it. Aizawa assumed that Bakugo was having so much trouble sleeping that he used his quirk on it. Or maybe he was trying to stay awake. Those two seemed very possible. Either way, why? The underground hero brought the darkened pillow to the bed where Bakugo was sleeping. He lifted his head and slid the pillow underneath. He pulled the blanket up, covering the student. With one last look around the room, he left after turning off the lights. Bedroom a few hours later. Izuku waited and waited. Bingo. He felt a surge of energy flowed through his body. The food did take a while but it worked. He guessed that the food he had eaten before didn't do very much in him gaining energy. Sure, food gives you nutrients and will give you energy. But this time, however, is different. His determination to complete his plan gave him a boost of energy. Maybe it was his imagination to think that the food gave him all the energy. In the end, it doesn't matter. What does matter is the fact that he will not leave. Izuku forced each of his limbs to move. He grunted at the feeling of them moving. He slowly swung his feet over to the side and scooted his way to the side. He was already exhausted. No. I'm not. His face scrunched up once his feet hit the ground. Many memories flashed through his mind. He should go back. No. He shook his head slowly and pushed off the bed. He fell straight to the ground, making a loud bang. Go back. No. You're going to fail. No. I will not fail. Izuku pushed himself into a position where he was lying down on his stomach. He bent his arms and dug his elbows into the hard flooring. With all his might, he pushed all his weight onto his elbows, propelling himself forward. He whimpered at the feeling of his skin be ripped open. Even if he had clothes on, all the weight on his arms was taking a toll. He lifted his elbows each time, gaining a slow-paced momentum. eventually, reaching his destination. The bucket. With a strained cry, he pushed himself into a sitting position. He wobbled and lost his balance, crying out after his back clashed with the ground. Get up! With the hints of energy he had obtained, he pushed himself back to a sitting position with his already bleeding elbows. He completely ignored the pain, to dead set on focusing on not falling. The bucket? Izuku almost forgot. He needs to hold the bucket in his lap and wait. He lifted his arm with maximum effort and wrapped his fingers around the handle. Dragging it across, too heavy to lift, the ground with a creak, he pulled it up into his lap. He was happy with himself that he hadn't gone to the washroom in it since the man changed it, resulting in it being completely empty. Now all he has to do is wait. He waited. And waited. Waited. Whoosh. The door opens, revealing the man with a black fabric mask. Perfect. Yeah, kid? What are you doing? The man questioned. He couldn't believe the kid got up from his bed and got all the way to the middle of the room. The kid was having trouble moving his jaw. How could he manage his way to the middle? Izuku looked at the man with tired eyes. He whined while he lifts his hand to point at the bucket in his arms. Why you need to go to the washroom? Why didn't you wait? The man asked. He started to walk towards the boy. Before he could get to him, Izuku fell backwards. His back hitting the ground. Izuku cried out and whimpered. The bucket also fell off of him, hitting the ground beside him. Though, Izuku still held onto the handle. The man rushed over to the boy and helped him back into a sitting posture. He crouched down beside him. Hang on. The man said as he brought his hand to the handle to get the bucket out of Izuku's clutches. No, Izuku mumbled quietly with little to no energy left in him. What? No, Izuku mumbled. You need to speak louder. The man leaned forward to Izuku's face. No. I can't hear what you're saying. The man was now a few inches away from Izuku's face, more specifically his mouth. He moved his head to the side, making his ear face directly at Izuku's mouth. No. After realizing what the boy said, the man leaned backwards with a scowl. Did you just dash? Clank. Izuku, with every ounce of power he had, swung the bucket full force at the man's head. He pulled the bucket back to his chest and adjusted his hand to have a better hold of the handle. The man fell backwards on his butt and grabbed his head in pain. What the hell? Izuku felt an emotion he had never felt before. As a result of that, he smirked. The boy quickly dived to the man's chest, pushing him to the ground. Get the hell off me. Izuku ignored what the man had said. He lifted the bucket by the handle and grabbed it with both hands, one hand on one side. The man began to push Izuku off of his chest, but before he could do it, he felt the bucket clash with his face. The man groaned. Kid? Clash. What the hell? Stop that? Clash. 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 With every bang, Izuku felt blood splash on his shirt and heard the cracks of the man's bones below him. The man was knocked out. Izuku didn't know what emotion he was feeling. He wanted to leave. No. He needed to leave. He felt the desire to make Kai and Hari happy. Him leaving will make them happy. He is a burden. Something Kai and Hari will not want. He was feeling anger. Mad at himself. Beating the man until the man passed out was all his self-rage forcing its way to the surface. He was mad that he could never be perfect. Izuku panted and threw the blood-soaking bucket to the side. His shirt was dripping in splotches of blood. He didn't have much of a reaction. He began to feel numb again. He was so angry that he couldn't express it. The blood made no difference. He saw too much already. Izuku began to go back onto his elbows and crawl on the ground, leaving the man alone with a broken face. He got outside of his room, looking both ways, trying to decide what way to go. He could care less that his elbows were bleeding. That wasn't important. What was important was leaving. Surely, either way will reach the exit. All the movies he has seen gave him an idea of where to go. Just walk randomly and he will find the exit. Not too hard. He began to crawl, changing to put his weight onto his hands, going left. Overhaul's office. Kai rubbed his forehead in annoyance. He leaned back on his leather plush chair and looked up to the ceiling, missing his angel. He hadn't seen him in a while. It was taking a toll on him. He was a lot more mad and quick to kill. Honestly, he was in sorrow. He looked down at his desk, rolling his eyes at the portfolios of the League of Villains. He has made contact with them and met with them in the warehouse, resulting in the death of one of the members. Which wasn't his problem. The member who had died made a bad mistake. He was touched. The only person who can touch him is his angel. The boy would always have perfect ways of calming him down. He wishes he could talk and hug him. But of course, he can't. Izuku is in the middle of his punishment. As much as he would love to be with the boy, he can't. The punishment will be a valuable lesson for Izuku. He knows Izuku is loyal and would never do anything rash no matter how harsh the punishment is. He's his perfect little angel. Plus, he has never in the past. He will see him once it's over, then he will shower the boy in love. The only plausible roadblock that might get in his way of being with Izuku is the League of Villains. The leader, Shigaraki, has made extra contact and will probably have a meeting soon. Kai hoped the League will follow his lead, however, that most likely will not happen. They're too stubborn and still grieving over their fallen comrade. Kai has a hard time trying to understand why. They are upset the villain died. If it was him, he would just brush it off. He knows the risk of Izuku. He plans to make sure boy will not be said in the conversation. It's crucial that Shigaraki does not find out that the source of the bullets is from Izuku. If the leader finds out, he may kidnap him. Izuku's quirk is extremely valuable and will push the League into bigger strides if they got their hands on him. Kai will never let that happen. Kai lifts a picture frame that had Izuku in it. It was taken before Izuku came to the compound. He slightly smiled at Izuku's fake smile, smiling at his old friend Katsuki Bakugo. It amused him that Izuku's life was hell all before himself and Hari came into the picture. Every picture he had of him from that time PRD was also fake. It made him had a sense of pride that all of Izuku's smile to him is genuine. Izuku was truly happy here. Whoosh! Kai made no glance towards the door. Instead, he carefully placed the frame back onto his desk. He slowly closed his eyelids while he crossed his arms on the desk. With his eyes closed in an annoyed manner, he said, "You better have a good excuse to come into my office without knocking." Kai opens his eyes and felt his eyes widen ever so slightly. A man who he assigned to watch over his angel was covered in blood and bruises over his face. The man takes a few steps and bends his body so that he was leaning on his knees. He seemed to be out of breath, most likely ran all the way here. HH cough, the KK kid cough, RRN cough. With the words he could make out, Kai pushed back and rushed over to the man, overhauling him the touch of his gloveless hand. He stared at the ground with his mouth gaping. Izuku ran away. His angel ran away. My angel ran away? He could be miles away from the compound. Who knows how long the thug was knocked out? No. Izuku cannot walk, no way would he be miles away. He has to be here in the compound still, he couldn't have gone too far. He needs to think rationally, call Hari. He wipes out his phone, not even caring if he was dirty from the blood. He wasn't. He put the phone up to his ear, awaiting Hari's voice. Ring R. Hell dash. Get your butt down to my office right now. We have a situation. With no hesitation, Kai started to run down the halls, not caring if other lower members saw him. He doesn't know where the boy is at all. He'll look at every nook and cranny of this compound to find his angel. Killing everyone he knows if that would get Izuku back. What's wrong? What happened? Hari asked with worry, dressing his words. Izuku ran away. With those words, Kai hung the phone call, focusing all his energy on running. Exit. Izuku used all his energy in the last push once he saw an exit leading to the outside world. Every inch of his body was on fire. No one had seen him, making it get away a perfect success. He pulled his body to the exit, pushing it forward. He blinked. A crisp blow of wind flowed through his hair. Air he had not felt in a long time. He crawled towards the wind, smiling brightly after feeling a stronger gush of wind. He heard some tearing in his clothes, opening his skin once more. He didn't care. The wind took control of his thoughts. He was free. With some more steps he felt the heat and saw his shadow. He gasped and looked up to the sky. The endless blue cloudy sky and the bright yellow sun at high noon. He felt tears flowing down his face. It was the most wonderful feeling he could ever muster. All his times with Kai and Hari could never compare. It was too beautiful. All his pain and numbness seemed to have disappeared. The more we watched the sky, the more he felt like he was in the clouds. Just him alone. He wished he could watch the sky all the time. With a surge of excitement, he crawled forward to get a better view of the sky. He continued to gasp in peace. Whoosh! Izuku jerked his head from looking at the sky to what was in front of him. A road. Cars. People. Buildings. Real-life things. More tears formed. Izuku wiped them away, thinking that he shouldn't cry. He's free, he's gone. He's out of the bedroom, seeing new buildings. He can never go back to the bedroom now. Not after seeing the world. This is what he needs. Peace. Calmness. No worry of perfection or being a burden. Freedom. Izuku was dragged out of his thoughts when he heard a cheery voice to his left. He looked over and gasped. A man wearing a white skin-tight top with the number 1,000,000 stamped across his chest in a bold, yellow font. The trimming on the top and shoulder pads are made in a matching fashion. On his waist, 2 green lines act as a belt, along with some lines of similar appearance on his shoulders, which dip in places to form 2 V's. Baggy dark blue pants and white knee-high boots. a red cape as well as thick gloves of matching color. The outfit was topped off with a white visor with yellow lenses. The man was tall with a very muscular body with blue eyes. He has blonde hair, the top part of which is arranged in a cowlick, while the bottom section is worn swept backward. Izuku couldn't take his eyes off of him. "Hiya kid. What are you doing on the floor like that?" the man said in the happiest voice he ever heard. He walked over to Izuku and crouched down. Izuku felt his jaw fall to the ground. He couldn't believe it. "Let's get you up." Izuku panicked. He can't do stand. It's against the rules. He shook his head quickly. The man paused and titled his head. "No? Alrighty, I'll just carry you." Izuku was silent. The next thing he knew was that he was in the arms of the man. He gulped and whispered, "Hero?" The man nodded with enthusiasm. "Yep. I'm just patrolling around the area for my work study, nothing too crazy." Izuku gasped and nuzzled into the hero's neck. A hero from Incredibles. The man felt his eyes scrunch up. No way did this kid just say he's from that Pixar movie. He's a hero. Surely, the kid knows what heroes are and that they are real. "Yeah. I am like a hero from that movie, but I would say I'm even better than the fictional heroes. I genuinely try to save people who need saving." Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. Heroes are real? Kai and Hari always said they're fake. The outside world is awesome. Wow! The man smiled and looked at the boy's body. He held in a gasp. The kid had so many cuts and rips that it looked like he was going to bleed out. "Yeah, it is pretty cool. For me to save you, I need to know what your name is," he asked after he placed a hand underneath a badly infected elbow. "Save? Yes. Everyone needs a hero in their life and I wish to save you." Izuku beamed. "Izuku. Lemillion." Izuku gasped. This was the first hero he had ever seen and got to know the name of. Lemillion aka Mirio Togata had many thoughts going through his head. One being, something terrible must have happened to Izuku. Two being, he must have run away from something. Possible isolation? He doesn't know that heroes are real and that he is too shocked from seeing a mile dirty street. Mirio knew he couldn't ask Izuku what happened to him. That's just stupid. He needs to take his time. Ask carefully. "Izuku? Do you know where you are?" He got a shake of the head. "Where did you come from? Point to where to came to get to where we are standing." Suddenly, Izuku felt the urge to sleep. He whined loud enough that Mirio could hear. "Hey? What's wrong? You're tired. You don't want to sleep, I presume." Izuku felt like laughing. Lemillion was spot on. He nodded his head and rested it on Lemillion's chest, putting a lot of his effort into keeping awake. Mirio felt it was a perfect chance to take Izuku to a hospital. He needed to get his wounds properly taken care of. "I'm going to head to the local hospital, okay Izuku? It will only take a few minutes," Mirio said, hoping Izuku wouldn't freak out about going to the hospital. For all he knows, the hospital may have some traumatic memories attached to it. Izuku nodded his head slightly. He didn't know what the hospital was, or at least he couldn't remember. "I just need to make a quick call, hang on tight." Mirio pulled his phone out of his pant pocket and scrolled through it looking for a specific contact. "Sir Night Eye." Ring 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 ring. "Hello Mirio, how's the patrol so far? Any problems?" Sir said in his usual stern voice. "Hey. No major problems over here. I just came across a kid named Izuku with really bad injuries. I'm going to head to the hospital and make sure he gets proper medical attention." Mirio softly sighed. Izuku fell asleep. "I may have some evidence that supports that he ran away and was abused. May I ask what kind of injuries Izuku has?" Sir asked with more interest in his voice. "He has cut all along his legs and forearms. His elbows are infected and blood is covering parts of his arms and legs. I'm not sure if I want to check what he looks like underneath his stomach. Parts of his clothes are ripped also. He looks like he was crawling." Sir didn't say anything for a few moments. "I see. Head to the hospital, I'll head over there to check Izuku out as well." Mirio smiled in delight. "Thank you sir. I'll meet you there." The young man hung the phone up and stuffed it into his pocket. "You're so tired Izuku, I'm glad that you're getting some sleep. You'll be a lot more comfortable once we get there." Izuku mumbles a quick "thank you" before falling into a deep sleep. Mirio lifted Izuku into a better hold and started to walk away from the alleyway he found the boy in. However, someone from behind called out to him. "Hey!" Mirio turned around to face the alleyway. A man with pale skin with short, shaggy auburn hair, parted to the right. His eyes are thin, their irises small and gold, with rather long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. He was wearing a black dress shirt with matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck and a belt with a long, thin buckle around his waist, with 3 beaded lobe piercings in his left ear. Over this, he wore a dark olive green bomber jacket, its collar lined with thick purple fur, and white lace-up sneakers, their soles tan-colored. His most noticeable features are the white surgical gloves he wears on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wears over his mouth, which is tipped and embroidered with gold. The shy Hassaikai young leader. Overhaul. Mirio quickly noticed the villain's eyes were twitching in absolute disgust. He held the boy in his arms tighter, not wanting to let go. After looking at Izuku and Overhaul, he placed the puzzle pieces together. Sorry for any trouble my boyfriend has done, he ran away after an argument we had. He's just tired after we had. You know what I mean. Nothing like a hero yourself should worry about. Overhaul said with his hands in the air. Mirio nodded and put on a fake smile. Yeah, I can see that. Though I'm still concerned over the fact that he's hurt. You shouldn't worry about what people do in relationships, it's none of your business, hero. I went a little rough with him, that's all. Mirio looks away coughing. Right. I should probably leave him here with you, I do think he should go to the hospital though. Overhaul nodded. Will do. Mirio didn't want to hand Izuku to his boyfriend. They must be in an abusive relationship for Izuku to be filled with injuries. Izuku must have run away because of it. He still believes there must be some sort of isolation from the outside world. He made a mental note to tell Sir about Izuku and Overhaul. But for now, he must hand Izuku back to Overhaul. Don't worry Izuku. I'll be back. Mirio leaned Izuku's body forward letting Overhaul take him. Well hero, we'll be off, see you soon, hero. Overhaul said with the intent of murder. He walked down the alleyway, leaving a shocked young hero behind. Kai's bedroom. Kai walked down the halls with a badly injured Izuku in his arms. He walked past Izuku's bedroom, quickly grabbed some clothes and closed the door that was opened. He arrived at his own bedroom. He opened the door, taking off his mask and gloves, and laid Izuku down on the bed. He quickly grabbed a new pair of clothes for Izuku and took off the blood-soaked ones. He presses a hand on Izuku's chest and overhauled his body back to perfection. With all the injuries gone, he dressed the boy into fresh PJs and pulled him underneath the comforters. Kai laid beside him under the blankets and caressed the boy's curly green hair, thinking about a plan to manipulate Izuku's brain to think it was all a dream. A few hours later, Izuku woke up with the feeling of peace. He had an amazing dream about him flying through the sky during sunset. It felt amazing. He hopes to do it with Lemillion. It was so much fun talking with a real hero and now he gets to skygaze all the time now that he's free. Of course, Izuku will miss Kai and Hari. However, while he was looking at the sky, he felt at peace. Something he had never felt with the two men. Did that mean something? Izuku woke up in the arms of a warm body. He nuzzled into it, searching for warmth. Hello Angel. Izuku yelped and jumped back at that. He was pulled back into Kai's chest with his arms. No. No. He's back at the beginning. He can't feel the peaceful feeling he felt when he ran to the real world. Kai will never allow him to see it again. Kai? Kai placed a finger over his mouth. Hush, we'll talk about it in the morning. What happened? Izuku asked, completely ignoring what Kai said. Sai, nothing really happened, you just had a bad dream so I brought you over to my bed. You should sleep now. Kai said while he pulled Izuku closer to his body. Dream? About? You don't remember? It was probably too traumatic that you forgot, silly angel. He ruffled Izuku's hair, hoping for Izuku to giggle. He didn't. You said earlier it was about you running away from me and seeing the world. At first, you were excited, you wanted to see every little thing. But to your disappointment, the world was complete hell. People being corrupt, people only seeking power, you name it. You tried running back to me, but I was gone. I was in prison. The heroes locked me up for trying to find my angel. Izuku shook his head. No. Not dream. I'm sorry my angel, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm still here, not in prison and you're with me. There's no way that it was real. But Lemillion. Kai scowled through the darkness. Lemillion was the hero who specifically locked me up in prison. Izuku was shocked. No way. Lemillion a hero. I know, it was hard for me to hear it that this was all a dream. You would think that heroes are good and try to save people. Angel, do you think I'm a hero? Izuku shook his head and nuzzled it in Kai's chest. No. Heroes bad. You're good. Izuku got mad at himself for thinking that peaceful feeling was real. It was stupid, he loves Kai with all his heart. There's no way would he run away or talk with a hero. Heroes are fake. If they are real, Kai just proved that they are horrid people. Kai is an amazing person, why would Lemillion lock Kai into prison? That's what I wanted to hear. Kai ruffled Izuku's curls and kissed his forehead, smiled after hearing Izuku giggling. Let's go to sleep, if you have any nightmares, please wake me up. Good night angel. Izuku fell asleep with a contentful smile. A few minutes later. With Izuku dead asleep, Kai called Hari into the bedroom. Hari walked in and stayed at the door, waiting for Kai to say what he going to say. I told Izuku it was all a dream. He believed me, which is great. Kai said. He had told Hari before Izuku woke up what happened. Hari was shocked to hear that a hero was trying to take away Izuku. That's wonderful, now we don't have to worry about Izuku leaving to see that hero again. Exactly, everything works out in the end. Though, you have to wonder, do you think Izuku's lying to you about that? Hari asked with his arms crossed. Kai paused before he continued. That could be a possibility. It's rather unlikely though, he can never lie to me. Or if he does, he's bad at it. I don't think he could have said what he said to me while he was lying the entire time. Hari nodded, true. I'm still kind of shocked that Izuku tried to escape. If you were any second slower, Izuku would have left with that hero. Agreed. That hero was trying to take our Izuku away, my angel away from up. You do know what happens when people try to take what's ours. Of course, boss. It will not end well. I do not blame Izuku at all, it wasn't his fault. It was his fault that he tried to run away, but it wasn't his when the hero got into the picture. Kai said while he caressed Izuku's cheek. Me either. Speaking about that, there has to be a reason why Izuku tried to run away. Do you think the isolation punishment was too harsh? Yes and no. The punishment did a great job in implementing what he has to work on, but the only problem was, it gave him lots of time to think. I assume he thought we didn't want him here or he was a burden of some sort. I don't believe it was out of the search for freedom. Hari nods, Izuku isn't anything of the sort. His mental state affects it a lot of his thoughts. Exactly. Because of this, I an idea to stop him, make him feel better. An idea? Hari asked. Yes. 3 points. 1. We should definitely keep a better eye on him. Make sure he knows we love him and that he belongs here. 2. Stop drowning out blood. We already have a lot of his blood and we should think about his safety. I care more for Izuku than just his blood. 3. Have his door locked at all times. This will keep him in and get rid of the possibility of Izuku running away. I think that we should have done that a while ago. Kai ignored Hari and rolled his eyes. Leave. I'll talk to you in the morning. Good night, boss. Hari left after sliding the door closed. Kai looked at Izuku and held him closer, closing his eyes. Forgetting to change into his sleepwear. Ever since the events of a few days ago, Izuku has consulted many reasons for why Kai and Hari are acting differently. They both seem to be a lot more protective and clingy. This is normal, but to an extent, they both are going over the imaginary line. Confusing Izuku altogether. Hari would sleep with him in the same room saying he was lonely and wanted to be with him. Kai would play video games with Izuku at any given moment. Kai would bring him to his own bedroom and they would sleep together. But most of all, he's not getting any blood drawn and they're letting punishment slide. He would mess up occasionally, like one time, he refused to eat dinner due to him feeling too tired to. Normally, Hari would punish him right and there for refusing. However, he wasn't punished. They only told him to eat a few bites and that was it. They actually listened to his side of the story versus punishing him. No matter what he did, breaking the rules etc., he wasn't punished. He did notice that every time Kai or Hari come through the bedroom door, he hears a soft click sound. He would hear the door jingle, then someone would walk in. It was like they were opening the door with an object of some sort. What was the object called? Izuku couldn't remember if his life depended on it. When they have to leave the room, Kai and Hari always make sure to close the door. There was always a louder click once it was closed. Yesterday, Izuku wanted to test the boundaries Kai and Hari are willing to go. He tried to walk on his own. Or should he say crawl? Long story short, Izuku got off the bed and started to crawl. Mid-crawl, Hari walked in and was frozen. He ran up to Izuku with such a panicked face, the most panicked face Izuku has ever seen, and picked him up to be brought out of the room. With no blndfld or earplugs, he was brought to Kai's room. Kai was there, of course, surprised, but either way, he ran up grabbing Izuku and placed him on the bed, lying down with him. Hari sat beside him and played with Izuku's hair. It was extremely odd, it was like they were talking in a non-vocal language or something. They kept on typing on their phones and looking at Izuku, almost looking like they were making sure he was there. Eventually, they inserted earplugs into his ears. He tried to read their mouths, but of course, with little to no experience with it, Izuku had no idea what they were saying. Though, he did watch their expressions. At one point, Kai had wide eyes and then right after, he looked at Izuku. Hari looked like he was the one talking a lot. It just confused Izuku even more. There must be a reason why they are acting so strange. He assumed he wasn't getting his blood drawn because they had so much that they didn't need anymore? It was the only thing that came to mind. Izuku didn't understand. Izuku looked back at any noticeable events that had happened, and nothing struck life-changing in any way. It was only normal events. Well, except the dream he had not that long ago. Izuku would sometimes imagine what life would be like in the clouds and sky. Kai did tell him that the heroes are the villains and should be destroyed. Which Izuku 100% believed. He doesn't want any hero locking up Kai and Hari away in prison. He would be left alone. That terrified him. He couldn't imagine a world without the two people he loves. Besides the bad parts of the land, Izuku did not see any problems with the sky. He repeatedly has dreams of flying through orange-pink clouds and watching the sunset. It was beautiful. No words can describe how pretty it is. To be honest, Izuku would leave Kai and Hari at any given moment to feel the sky. It made him feel free. Not that he wasn't free with Kai and Hari, it's just when he is in the sky, he feels a different kind of freedom. It's odd. Izuku shakes his head and holds tighter on the controller he's holding. He's playing Animal Crossing with Kai and Hari on either side of him at the very edge of the bed. Leaning on Hari with his head resting on his shoulder, he lightly smiles at the TV. Kai was reading out the words, telling him what to do next. Meanwhile, Hari was preoccupied with rolling his fingers around a lock of green hair. Altogether, the three of them were having a great time. However, that changed once Kai's phone went off. Izuku yelped and threw the controller in the air, startled that the peaceful calmness was interrupted with a stupid phone notification. The controller landed on his lap once gravity took action. "Nuu," Izuku whined while Kai paused to look down at his phone. Hari laughed a little bit, ruffling Izuku curls once again. "Don't worry, Izuku," Kai just paused to check his phone. "He will be done in no time. Why don't we ignore him and continue to play Animal Crossing? What were you doing in the game?" He looked at the TV screen and read the text box, gaining absolutely no knowledge of what was happening. "You were about to talk to Tom Nook asking about money?" Hari wasn't paying attention to the game, he was more interested in playing with Izuku's curls and watching his sweet smiles and joys of being with them. Kai was a lot more interested in the game. He has grown so much for when it came to playing Animal Crossing. Ever since they activated their plan, he has explored all the video games Izuku plays. Hari was the type of person to play more intense video games versus calm ones. Izuku nods with a tint of sadness. Hari smiles at Izuku, resulting in Izuku smiling as well. "Well, let's look at the game." Hari begins to read the words to Izuku. The boy would giggle at his bad attempts at voice acting. Hari finished off the text box and it changed to a question-answer option. He read out the responses, causing Izuku to tilt his head. "Loan?" Hari looked back at Izuku and smiled, happy to answer all his questions. Questions what would be deemed simple and everyone should know. Nope, not his Izuku, he is unique and needs to be taught many things. Right. A loan is a pretty complicated concept for someone like you to understand. I can explain it to you, but again, it might be confusing. Hari says with a snap. Izuku nods his head. "I do. Yeah, hiya. Tell me. Tell dash." Hari quickly stopped Izuku's explosion of words by placing a hand over his mouth. This only made Izuku more excited. He jumped from his spot on the bed and rammed his body into Hari's chest, still chanting, "Tell me." Kai glanced at the two and grinned. Izuku was the cutest little thing. Hari chuckled and wrapped his arms around the smaller body. "Okay, Izuku, calm down. I'll tell you what loans are." Hari pulled Izuku into his lap and held him tighter. Izuku dropped the controller on the bed and looked at Hari with all his attention. In the game of Animal Crossing, Tom Nook loves money. Hari paused looking at Izuku, awaiting a nod in understanding. Izuku shook his head and scrunched up his face. "Money?" Hari laughed while he grinned. He leaned forward and nuzzled his nose against Izuku's. This caused Izuku to giggle. "Hari. Haha, stop. Hee. The boy's mouth exploded with giggles and laughs. "Alright, I'll stop. You're just so cute when you giggle, it brings me joy." Hari explained after he bopped Izuku's nose with his index finger, earning a few more giggles. "No. Not. I'm not." Izuku looked away with a pout. Hari heard Kai lightly gasped, resulting in Hari copying his boss. Izuku heard the gasps and jerked his head to the two men. "Izuku, my little Izuku thinks he is not cute? In what world is he not cute? Who told you aren't cute or adorable? I got to beat the crap out of whoever said that, they should not be alive." Hari said with a frown. He was joking around and also saying the truth. Izuku is the cutest thing to ever walk this world, no one can tell him otherwise. If someone were to say Izuku was ugly or unpleasant, they can go to hell. Izuku looked up at Hari with a smile and leaned forward, nuzzling into Hari's raincoat with a sigh. He was happy to hear that Hari was defensive about what others thought about him. To be honest, Izuku never cared about other people's thoughts, he was more worried about what Kai and Hari felt. But to hear Hari say that made him loads happier. He cute. Izuku lifted a hand up to trace over the seams of the raincoat. Yes, you're currently. Question. Please. Oh yes. I forgot about that. Money is what you buy stuff with. In the game, you earn bells and you would use said bells to buy items, such as clothing. Hari explains. Izuku nodded and played with Hari's collar. In the game. Hari continued. Tom Nook wants the money. Why money? You see Izuku, people love money. In some cases, people have so much money that they have everything they want. For you Izuku, you literally have everything you want. You can ask for it, then boom, you have it. To an extent of course, but you get what I'm saying. Kai has bought everything in this room for you, the food, the video games, the movies. You name it. The Switch? Yes. Anything you see in your bedroom was bought by Kai using money. Due to you having everything, you don't need to worry. You don't desire money. On the other hand, people in the real world need money. To survive in life, you need money. With money, you would buy food or clothes, the basic necessities of life. Without money, you basically can't survive. Because of this, people love it. People tend to be on the receiving end of having to worry about the next paycheck or paying back money on time. Paycheck? Izuku asked with fear dripping from his voice. Hari pulled Izuku closer to his chest and started to rub circles on his back. Paychecks are what you get from working at a job. Izuku nodded, though still confused. This is essentially what loans are. You get a certain amount of money, free of charge, but you have to pay the money back within a time frame. If you cannot pay the money back, then you can possibly go to jail. Hari said with secretly including a lie. Izuku's eyes widened and ceased his hand movements. What? That's scary. Hari nodded, yes it does sound scary. But lucky for you, you do not have to worry about loans or money. The only loans you have to worry about are fake digital loans, which are certainly fake. Izuku breathed out a breath he didn't know he was holding. This gives you a reason on why the outside world is a terrible place. Why would you want to be in a world where you have to worry about when you have to give money back you owe or when's your next paycheck? Why go to that world? When you can stay here with Kai and me? Have everything you desire? I don't know what you're thinking, but to me, it makes so much sense. Izuku stops listening and thinks. He would never want to be in a world where he would have to worry about that. He has no idea how to get or create money. The only money he knows about is bells. You sell fish and bugs at Nook's Cranny to receive bells. But in the outside world, he has no idea how to sell bugs or fish. Who would he have to talk to? So of course he would want to stay with Kai and Hari. He does not need to worry about that. Hari paused his explanation after he noticed Izuku was lost in his own thoughts. He smiled, hoping the message sunk in. He glanced at Kai who was sitting beside them. Kai was watching Izuku. Once Hari looked over, Kai nodded, giving him a look of approval on what he was saying, then went back on his phone, tying away. Kai was pleased to hear his angel and Hari's conversation. He gave another reason why Izuku should not leave the compound. Kai continued to scroll through messages and type at new ones. He rolled his eyes at a message from Mimic stating that the League of Villains leader, Shigaraki, was here. The man was frustrated that he had to leave. He was even more worried that Izuku would be left alone. Of course, someone will be outside of the room and the door will be locked, but that didn't destroy his anxiety. For all he knows, Izuku could be plotting to escape. No. Izuku would never do that. He has manipulated Izuku's mind so much that the boy will believe in anything he says. It can be the craziest sounding lie imaginable and Izuku will still believe it. It's almost cute how much Izuku trusts Kai and Hari. Besides that, Kai has twisted Izuku's mind so that he will never have the desire to leave the compound. He's too scared to venture into the outside world. Besides the small comment about wanting to float through the clouds and sky, he hasn't said anything about the outside world. If anything, he would say the outside is a terrible place and should be avoided. Kai cleared his throat, gaining Hari and Izuku's attention. Kai? Izuku smiled warmly at the man. Hari lifted Izuku off his lap, onto the empty space beside him. Izuku whined at the lost contact and felt a pair of arms wrap around his side. With a startled gasp, he was pulled onto Kai's lap. Kai! Izuku cheered, thinking Kai was done with his boring work. He wrapped his arms around Kai's neck and pressed his chest against the man. Resting his head on the warmth of Kai's body in such a position that he was looking at Hari as well. Izuku, Kai rests his head on the boy's fluffy curls and softly sniffs the hair products. Hari and I have to leave. No. Izuku jerked his head off Kai's chest and a rapid flow of tears fell down his face. Sobs erupted from this throat in quick intervals. Please don't I miss. He clenched his hands into fists and began to bash them into Kai's chest with as much force he could muster. Kai looked over to Hari, the other gave a discreet nod. Kai lightly held the boy's thin wrists with both hands, causing Izuku to look up from his stir and stare into Kai's eyes. Hari crept an arm around Izuku's body and softly pushed the boy into Kai's chest, face first. Izuku tried to stop his hitching breath and tears, failing to either. However, he relaxed into Kai's touch once he felt a hand petting his hair. He saw Hari in the corner of his eye, passing him a simple smile, which made Izuku all the more content. "Angel? Are you okay?" Kai questioned. Izuku sniffed and nodded. Why yes. Just you to not leave. We're only going to be gone for exactly 1 hour. We will be right back once the hour is over and we can watch a movie of your choosing. You just need to be good and stay in bed. You think you can do that? Kai explained while he played with a curl. 1 hour? Yes, my Izuku. Okay. No late. Hari chucked along with Kai. Don't worry your cute little mind, we will be back in a single hour. The same man leaned forward to the exposed ear and began to whisper, you know what Kai and I are doing, duh. A shake of the head. We're getting money. Izuku whipped his head to Hari's direction and tilted his head. Really? Really? Wow. How? He whispered. Hari continued to whisper, yeah. That's the main way we get our money. We use it to buy clothing, food, you name it, and it's all for you. Having meetings with other people is basically our job in simple terms. However, a lot of people in the world don't have jobs. Or if they do, it doesn't pay well. We're the lucky people, Izuku. Izuku nodded with a small smile. For us to do our jobs, we need you to stay here. We can't have you leaving the room and messing up our profits. Hari explained with the underlying feeling of satisfaction. Izuku nodded and smiled. Resting his weight against Kai's chest, he felt a pair of arms wrap around his waist. In a few short seconds, he was lying down on his mattress under his cozy soft blanket. Kai held onto Izuku's hand and rubbed the fingers. I love you with all my heart, Izuku. Izuku giggled at the compliment and glanced towards Hari, who was giving him a patient smile. With the attention of Izuku, Hari shaped his hands in such a way that it created a heart. Izuku couldn't hold in the squeal. Can people do that? The boy giggled and watched Hari tuck him into bed. He brought the blanket over Izuku's face, leaving his eyes out in the open, and leaned forward to kiss the bridge of his nose. After a few more pats, Kai and Hari got up from the bed and began to clean up the room, reorganizing the video game supplies and plates from breakfast. Izuku watched the two men do their last-minute businesses with a smile. He was nervous to be left alone. Oddly, Kai and Hari are leaving for exactly 1 hour, usually they are gone for longer. Something is off. The two got their gear on and stood at the door. They both waved goodbye to Izuku, earning a giggle and a wave back. I love you. The two men grinned and closed the door with the newfound click being heard after it closed. The hall. Kai closes the door and sighed. This is going to be a long day. He glanced over to where Hari stood, who was rearranging the items in hand. Fixing the plates, Hari nodded to his boss and left, leaving Kai to talk to the thug who was going to stay guard outside of Izuku's door. The man watched his right-hand man walk away until he was out of his view. Cracking his knuckles, he leaned back on the door and pulled out his phone to scroll through the news headlines, which seemed to bore him enough to stop the action. After an extremely boring 5 minutes of nothingness, the thug turned around the corner and paced to the boss. Kai kept his traditional cold expression while hearing the man make up an excuse for being late. Sorry boss. I was the man with a simple white fabric mask, brown short chocolatey hair and blue eyes stuttered out an apology. Kai put a hand up to silence the man from his speech. He continued to lean on the door and crossed his arms. I have an important task for you. I have no time for people who neglect the seriousness of their job. The man with the name of Tanji Kazuo gulped and felt his sweat drop. He didn't want to be punished. He has a family. He only does this job because he needs the money to pay the bills. He can't die. What would his wife think? His 2 children? They would live a life without their father, only being 3 and original character. With more composure, Tanji nodded and bowed as a proper apology. Please forgive me of my foolishness, Overhaul. This will never happen again. Overhaul smirked. Good, you know exactly what will happen if you do. I have an important task that shall take #1 priority. I would do this myself, however, I have a meeting. If you failed, well, let's just wait and see what happens, Tanji Kazu. Tanji felt his heartbeat clash against his ribcage. He took 1 step back and nodded. He wanted to leave right now and be back with his beautiful wife. Overhaul stood up and pointed at the door. In that room, there is someone who is the most important person in the whole world. I need you to stay in front of this door and make sure no one comes in or no one leaves the room. Understand? Tanji nodded and glanced at the door. Who is in there? Overhaul, satisfied with Tanji's response, marched away from the door and the man. Although, he stopped right before the corner. Do not disappoint me. Tanji held his breath for a few seconds, pondering who was in the room and why are they so important to the boss. Questions he wished would be answered, but most likely won't. The person inside must know not to leave and he can't see them, so it's up to his imagination to decide. Although it wouldn't hurt to see the person, it's not like Overhaul would notice. He never said he wasn't allowed to go in. Maybe his questions would be answered after all. Class 1A dorms. Aizawa rubbed his eyes walking down the hallway. It was an hour before school started. A few days ago he planned to go early into the class to do some prep work for a hero exercise he wanted the class to experience. He would never have thought that he would be walking to Bakugo's dorm room to check up on him. He yawned once he got to the door. None of the students noticed him, which was good. He didn't want to be asked questions about Bakugo or why he's there so early. Knocking on the door, he hears a rustle behind the door. He presses his ear against the door, hearing shuffling of papers. After a few moments, the door opened. A tired-looking Bakugo slowly blinked at his teacher, not even making an effort to be rude. He groaned. "What? Can I come in?" Aizawa made a mental plan. He will ask nicely. If Bakugo refuses to let him in, he will use force. Ugh. No. I don't need you babying me. The student rubbed his eyes, looking at his teacher, hoping for the man to go away. "You can just go." Aizawa shakes his head. "No, I will not leave. I want to talk to you. I will ask you one more time, can I come in?" Bakugo looks at his teacher and groans. No, with barely any strength left in his arm, he closed the door. Walking to his bed. He was mad at himself that he let his teacher carry him to his room. And at Mr. Aizawa, he cleaned it. Now he has no idea where any of the important papers are. He originally had them where important articles and documents to be on his bed and random ones on the floor. It was a system which his teacher broke. Now he is one step away from saving his angel. He flopped down on his bed, not even putting the effort to stop his teacher from walking on it. Mr. Aizawa already saw it, so there is no point in stopping him now. Yeah, I know, it looks pretty shitty. Doesn't it? It looked a lot better before you came in and ruined everything. Aizawa sighed while he closed the door. He glanced around the room. It looked pretty much the same. This time, the papers he placed on the desk were now back on the floor, divided into more piles. "Kid, trust me, it looked a lot worse." Bakugo snapped. Standing up he yelled, "No it didn't. I had a perfect system before you came in. You carrying me to my dorm did nothing. I still feel tired as F, and even worse. I am one step behind." "One step behind what?" Aizawa said, unfazed by his rant. Bakugo growls and turns around. Picking up a picture of his angel, he runs his index finger along with the details. After a few silent moments, he placed the picture back on his bed, pleased that his angel made him feel calmer. Not paying any attention to Aizawa, he began to pick up the stacks of papers on the ground and place certain ones on the bed. Aizawa stayed silent, watching his student. He grabbed a fairly large pile and walked over to his desk. He felt his eyes droop, and his foot wrap around one of the desk's legs. Falling to the hard ground, Aizawa rushed over to his student. The papers scattered across the floor, causing Bakugo to groan louder. More work. The young hero quickly scrambled to his knees, quickly assessing the order of the papers. He started to fix them back to their rightful order but stopped once he felt arms circle around himself. "Bakugo, stop moving. You need to take a break," Aizawa said after he sat beside his student. The boy tried to push the arms off him, feeling albeit embarrassed. "I don't need your help." Bakugo couldn't help himself when he leaned into the touch. He was too tired. "Want to talk about it?" Bakugo found himself nodding. In a few quick seconds, he was on his bed, leaning on his teacher who was sitting beside him. "Is it about this green-haired kid I keep seeing around your room?" Bakugo nodded. "Yeah. His name is Izuku." Izuku's room. Izuku curled up in his blankets once the door closed. A frown dressed his face. With one of his tiny hands, he held onto the blanket. He was confused over the fact that they would be gone for at least an hour. Usually, they would never say how long they will be gone. Those times, a few hours at most. Never just an hour. What changed? Oh, wait. Everything. They are probably worried that he would do something. What though? Izuku knew something odd was happening. But in the end, he didn't complain. Kai and Hari would be back sooner than usual. Izuku nuzzled into the blankets and closed his eyes to fall asleep. Thinking about the two men he loved, he grew more tired. Breathing out one more time through his mouth, he click. Izuku's eyes shot open and jerked himself into a sitting position. Thinking irrationally, he thought the hour had gone by and Kai and Hari were making their journey back into the room. Izuku giggled at their attempts at opening the door. They were so funny. Always making Izuku laugh. They would love to tease. They continued to jingle the door opener thingy. Izuku didn't know what it was called, until it clicked once more. Izuku knew right away the door opened. Awaiting their arrival, Izuku moved his body to kneel over the blankets. He couldn't help himself when he started to vibrate in excitement. Come on, open the door. Izuku frowned after a minute had passed. Why were they taking so long? Were they joking around, surely? The boy replaced the frown with a smile and laughed. Kai and Hari are so funny. Funny. Izuku ceased laughing once another minute or so passed. Now it was getting weird. Kai and Hari know when to stop their jokes. This has gone far enough. He knew they both were there. They both said they would come to the room after they were done their job. It's not like Hari was there and Kai was gone. Waiting a few more minutes, Izuku pouted and flopped back down on the bed. They probably had to go to do more work, sad. He began to pull the blankets up to fall back asleep. Clunk. Izuku whipped the blankets off him and sat back up, staring into the door, waiting for it to open. Has it been another hour again? Yeah. It had to be. Time is certainly an illusion. The door began to shake, not like last time. Not like a jingle, a shake. It was like someone was holding the door handle while they were trembling. What? Kai and Hari have never done anything of the sort. They would open the door right away after a click. This is weird. Izuku felt the urge to crawl over to the door and help them in. They should have been inside by now. The door continued to rattle. Izuku was caught between an inward battle of himself. Should he help them in or stay still? He does know they will not punish him. Right? He has tested it before. Hari came into the room and held him like a baby. Not even caring to punish him. So maybe that would happen again? Though they're smart, they would see through his plan and remember what he did last time. But when you think about it, they didn't ask him why he tried to get off the bed. They just had worried expressions, nothing else. He shook his head and nodded. With the door continuing to shake, he slowly draped his body over the bed and let gravity take control. With a quiet yelp, he pushed himself into a crawling position and began to waddle his way to the door. Once at the door, he sat his bottom on his feet and reached up for the handle. Not being tall enough, he tried a different position to get to the door. In the end, it worked once he went on his knees. Sliding the door open with all his strength, he heard a gasp. Looking upwards, he yelped, realizing it wasn't Kai nor Hari. He fell back on his butt and froze. The man who was behind the door stared in shock, seeing a young-looking child with bright green hair and pale skin. He never would have thought that the boss's prized possession to be a child. Tanji looked both ways down the halls and sat down with the kid once he felt no one was coming. Sorry about that, I kinda was scared to walk in. Who knew how scary Overhaul can be? Tanji said with a chuckle, wiping off some of the sweat forming on his forehead. Izuku stared in shock. Where were Kai and Hari? Have they lied? An hour had passed. Now where are they? Did they forget? Kai and Hari? Tanji ped his head to the side. Nope, it's Tanji, just Tanji. They both are still gone. Don't worry though. You have me to hang out with, right? The man waited for the boy to say his name. With only a blink in response, Tanji continued. Kid, what's your name? Izuku. Nice name, it sounds pretty. Izuku gulped and tried to move his body to see beyond the man. Where were they? This GUI.no, Tanji is freaking him out. Tanji looked backwards and moved out of the way for Izuku to look into the hall. The man stood up and walked behind Izuku, who was staring at the bathroom door. Need to go to the washroom? Tanji said, who looked at the bathroom door as well. Izuku ignored the man, not caring about what he said. He began to crawl again into the hall, where he looked both ways, pouting when he couldn't see Kai or Hari. Tanji followed close behind, taking a peek at Izuku's face. He noticed his pout. You okay? Izuku whined, felt tears form in his eyes. Tanji nodded at this. You need to go to the washroom, don't you? Well, do not worry, my kids at home used to do this sort of thing. They would look around the room and pout, then whine. Give me a second. Izuku looked behind him, but not quick enough. The next thing he knew was he was in the arms of the man walking towards the bathroom. He began to whine, albeit more. He didn't need to go. Why wasn't he listening? Tut tut tut, no more whining, I'll bring you to the washroom. Tanji said in a calm voice. He was amused that his menacing boss, Overhaul, had a child living in his base. He did ponder over what his age was. He couldn't have been anything under 10. Wait. Was this like age play or something? The kid looked like he was 10 but acted like he was. Tanji opened the door and walked over to the toilet, sitting the child on the seat. He left to go look for some items. Maybe this was age play. Izuku, do you know what age play is? Izuku looked at the man. Huh? Tanji nodded. That makes sense. The boss would never say what he is doing to you. Izuku tilted his head. Was this man crazy or something? Kai and Hari are doing nothing to him. If anything, they are taking care of him. Nothing like this thing called age play. Tanji looks into the cabinets, looking for items you would use to change a child from a dirty diaper or pull up. Izuku got annoyed at Tanji. This man is odd. Kai and Hari? He asked once more, hoping for the man to notice what he actually wants. Tanji made no effort to look at Izuku. Kai is at a meeting, the room is around the corner or around there. He should be back shortly. For Hari, I have no idea. Izuku sighed happily once he figured out where they were. Took Tanji long enough. To his annoyance, Tanji was still going through cabinets. What is so important in there? Why doesn't the man bring him to his bedroom? Tanji. Room. Izuku pointed at his bedroom, which was still clearly open. Tanji looked up at Izuku and followed the boy's direction until he spotted the room. Duh. Why was I so stupid? Thanks Izuku. I'll be back with the items to change you. Tanji stood up and walked to his room. Izuku grew even more confused. What the heck? Why isn't Tanji bringing him with him? He must have forgotten to bring him with him. With a groan, he fell to the hard tile floor and crawled out of the room. He looked both ways along the hall and paused. Where are Kai and Hari? He remembered what Tanji had said before. Kai is just around the corner. With his distracted mind, he began to crawl down one of the halls. Bakugo's dorm room. Aizawa started to rub Bakugo's back. Did something happen to him? Yes. He was. No. I shouldn't tell you. You're going to do absolutely nothing. The heroes did nothing, to begin with. Why would the heroes care now? Aizawa nods. To be honest, some heroes don't do their job properly. It's terrible. But for me, I think I will do something to help. Your well-being is impacted by this. Your normal old self has left the room. It makes me worry. From that, I will help you. You're only helping because of me, not Izuku. I only want your help, which I don't, if you will save Izuku's well-being. Once he's saved, my well-being will be too. Aizawa sighs. For me to help or even begin to save Izuku, I need to know who Izuku is and what happened to him. Bakugo groans. Fine. I'll say it. It's a long story. It all started when Izuku and I were little kids. We were best friends, more than best friends. We did everything together. Every day I had the time of my life. Izuku graced my soul with his presence. Sadly, Izuku had many hardships. I always knew Izuku's parents abused him. Some days I would see Izuku come to my house with bruises, hell one time a broken arm. I would ask him what happened, he would just smile and make up a dumb excuse. That was only age 4, it got worse. When he paused, feeling tears fall down his face, quickly bringing his hands up to rub them away. He couldn't cry in front of his teacher. Bakugo. Katsuki, I know this is hard, it's okay to cry. Besides, this is for Izuku. Put your pride and ego away. Would you rather pride damage or know Izuku is safe? Katsuki sniffed. Izuku. Aizawa nodded. Exactly. Do you think you're ready to continue? Katsuki nodded. Yet it got worse when I started to bully him. I regret it so much, so much. I bullied him over the fact that he was quirkless. Or at least we thought he was quirkless. You see, his parents never brought him to file his quirk down or even to the quirk doctors. They didn't see any quirk, so they thought he was quirkless. They felt no need to go and confirm. Personally, I think they were trying to find excuses to hurt him more. He was so crushed once his parents told him he didn't have one. He told me the next day he was quirkless. With tearful eyes, he cried out apologies, saying sorry that he didn't have a quirk. We both planned to be a hero duo. I was so infatuated with quirks and heroes that I said the only way for us to be friends and heroes is he had to have a quirk. I hate my old self. After hearing the news, I started to abuse Izuku as well. I would hurt him emotionally, physically and mentally. I would make his life hell, everyday hell. Home to school. I said he was worthless, a quirkless loser. Deku. God, me saying it now, makes me groan. It's such a rude nickname. Aizawa hummed in response. From that alone, I can tell you and Izuku had a harsh past. To be blunt, I need to know what happened to him. I don't need your feelings for him. Right. Izuku would be alone. No one wanted to be near him. And even if they tried, I would yell at them not to. Who would want to hang out with a quirkless loser like Deku? God. After years of it, one day I and some extras got into this huge physical fight with Izuku. After a strong punch from one of the extras, some of Izuku's blood splattered onto his mouth. The guy digested his blood. Not even a second later, his quirk disappeared. I forget what the person's quirk was, but I know it was gone. After that, I panicked. I was also punching Izuku so hard that some of his blood got onto my hands. I was so worried that my quirk would disappear as well. So I ran to the police station a few blocks away. I told them about Izuku's quirk. The word of his quirk erasing blood spread across Japan. And one day, he was gone. He hadn't been to school, so I began to question where he was. After that day, I arrived at his apartment, knocking on the door. No one answered. I tried to open the door and to my surprise, it opened. I walked in, no one was there. It was empty. I walked to his room and noticed all his normal decor was gone. He normally had All Might merch decorating every inch of that place. It was just gone. I did take note that some of the drawers were open, some clothes were on the ground, some missing from one of the drawers. Everything I knew Izuku still loved was gone. For example, a series of notebooks about heroes he would write were gone. In fact, shredded apart. His phone was destroyed, it almost looked like someone disassembled it. After this, I knew something was off. He was kidnapped. After a few moments of silence, Aizawa spoke up, "You're saying Izuku was kidnapped because of his quirk?" Katsuki nodded silently. "Do you think all the reports in your dorm room about quirk erasing items were caused by his quirk?" Another nod. "Okay Katsuki, I'll look into it. Also, Kirishima said he faced someone who had quirk erasing bullets. Do you think it was Izuku's blood empowering the bullet?" Aizawa nods. "It makes sense, either way, I'll look into it. Though, before I leave, I have a question." "Yes?" "Let's say hypothetically, Izuku is saved. Do you think he would want to see you after all the trauma he went through because of you?" Katsuki stays silent for quite a while. Aizawa hears him whisper, "No." Halls. Izuku crawled for a while, he felt lost. He went down the hall the man said to go down. Wait, did Tanji say to go down a certain hall? No. Tanji didn't. He's lost, in the middle of nowhere. Okay, maybe not nowhere, but still. He has no idea how to get back. Izuku began to crawl a little more quicker, everything looked the same. The same gray halls. He tried to remember the times when he went down these halls, but all those memories are blurred. He felt tears drip down his face, he paused to wipe his tears. He tried to imagine Kai and Hari talking to him, hopefully, he will get some comfort through that. "Okay Izuku," the boy said in a slightly deeper voice. "Fine." He continued to speak in two different voices for Kai and Hari, he felt like they were right beside him. "Wait." He shot his eyes open at a door that was along one of the walls, he heard Kai's voice. He found it. Meeting room. Tamura Shigaraki held up the bullet with his 2 fingers, "This is it? The quirk erasing bullet, you perfected." Overhaul, who was sitting across from him, shrugged and leaned back into the couch. Hari was on guard, same with Mimic, ready to attack if Shigaraki decided to try something. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. "If we are going to work together, we need to share some secrets. But if you're too scared for your precious bullet secrets, I'll drop off the question. However, I want to know how this particular bullet works. I do know it's some sort of quirk erasing bullet, a low-quality one due to the fact that Mr. Compress still has his quirk." Kai narrowed his eyes. "I will not discuss dash." Bang. All heads look over to the main door, startled at the sound, thinking they were alone. A particular green-hair kid shook his head side to side, displacing his tufts of hair that fell over his eyes. Shigaraki tilted his head and stared at the boy. Scoffing, "Really? Why is there a FING kid here?" He paused. "I see, he's your boyfriend isn't he?" He glanced at Overhaul, who had wide eyes, staring at the boy. "Hari, Overhaul," Kai says in a flat tone, frightening Izuku. The boy watched as Hari walked around the couch. The man with a hand on his face was sitting. Hari crouched down and picked Izuku up, tightly hugging him. Izuku was about to nuzzle into the touch but stopped himself once he saw Hari's look of fear and Kai's look of worry. "I bad?" Izuku says in the most innocent-sounding voice he could muster. "No, you aren't." Hari says, causing Izuku to let go of the breath he was holding. The man held the boy close to his chest, happy to have Izuku in his arms. Not giving any glances to Kai or Shigaraki, he left the room, breathing in Izuku's scent. After the door was closed by Mimic, Shigaraki looked at Overhaul with his full attention, breaking out into a full laugh. "Haha, you're kidding me?" Kai looked at the villain with a sharp glare, hoping for him to shut up. "Am I right? You have a freaking kid as your boyfriend?" Shigaraki grinned, happy to find a weak spot in the young boss. Kai felt his urge to kill Shigaraki, then and there. How dare he say that? Yes, he sincerely loved Izuku in a platonic form of love, nothing romantic. Besides, he knows how wrong it is to date a child. Even if he had romantic feelings for Izuku, he would never date him. The age gap is too large and he's underage. No, of course not. Let's get back on track with our original topic before we were interrupted. Shigaraki smirked, pleased that Overhaul cares about the kid. Another way to get revenge and get on Overhaul's nerves. "Oh. I'm glad to see that you care for the small green bean, though, I'm curious. The kid does look adorably cute, innocent, probably naive. It makes me wonder if he has ever experienced SE-. No way in hell will I let you talk to him like that, he is mine, don't get any ideas." Kai feels something inside of his crack. He glares daggers into Shigaraki's eyes. Shigaraki chuckles, sure. Well, I have an idea, I'll help your Yakuza. Only if I can see that kid one more time. Hell no. I will not be accepting that offer. As much as I want for our organization to work together, I will never let you see my angel. And if that's the only way we will be working together. Kai looked over to where Mimic was sitting and nodded to him. You can just leave. Mimic stands up and opens the door once he reaches the area. Awaiting Shigaraki. The man himself stands up, stuffing his hands into his pockets. He paces over to the door. But before Mimic could push him outside the room, Shigaraki looks over to Kai. Overhaul, I have a proposition. I know you will not let me see that kid. Why don't you let me? I don't know. I'll let you have Toga and twice if I can learn a little bit more about this kid. Kai continues to glare at the villain. He knew what Shigaraki was doing. He was playing it out well. He needed the help of the League for the upcoming hero raid, which would be happening soon. Ever since Izuku was seen by that blonde hero, he knows they will be coming. If he gains access to Toga and twice, he will have a greater chance of protecting Izuku from the hero's clutches. But on the other side, he hates to give any information to Shigaraki. He wasn't even supposed to know about his angel. But in the end, what is more important? A little amount of information about Izuku which Shigaraki will have no reason to use or risk the chance of the heroes getting him. The answer was obvious. Fine. I will give you some information. Shigaraki grins, great, see it wasn't that hard, wasn't it? Kai ignores what the villain said and continues, the kid is how I create the bullets, the Quirk erasing bullets. How does that work? Is it his blood or Quirk or skin? What? Kai shakes his head, that's all you get Shigaraki, you can leave now. Give Toga and twice to me by tomorrow. The compound. Izuku feels tears fall from his eyes while he is carried by Hari. The man quickly noticed, he held the boy closer. You're fine Izuku, you're fine. Hari said in a soothing voice. And no, I'm not I-. Before Izuku could finish his response, he felt the temperature of the rooms change. He looked at Hari, smiling once he saw his face instead of his mask. Hari walked him over to Kai's bedroom, placing him on the king-sized bed. He laid down beside Izuku. You're not going to be punished if you're wondering. Why, you sure? Yep. Why would I lie to my little green boy? Hari wrapped his arms around Izuku and held him close. Hee true, Izuku giggled and relaxed into Hari's hold. They stayed silent for a while, not even moving after hearing another person walking in. With a few clicks, Kai walked up to the bed and laid on Izuku's other side. Izuku felt the bed shift and looked over to Kai, gasping. He felt Kai's arms along with Hari wrap around him, both of them hugging him. Thank you for not running away, Angel, Kai whispered. After the conversation between Aizawa and Katsuki, Aizawa has been paying more attention to the news for any Quirk disappearing cases and ones from the past. He has been looking at any information he can get his hands on. The cases he has seen have all led to dead ends. He did obtain the documents about Izuku. It did prove to be harder than he thought trying to retrieve said papers, mainly because Katsuki did not tell what Izuku's last name was. He had to go through the many documents at the police station, using his only information, Izuku's first name and what he looked like. After a couple hours, he did found them. He could have asked Katsuki about it much earlier, however, he didn't want to drag him into his search for Izuku. Aizawa can tell Katsuki is desperate to find the green-haired kid. He doesn't want to get Katsuki's hopes up then realize Izuku is gone forever. He would rather have Katsuki wait than help him with the investigation. Besides that, Aizawa has appalled at what he saw in Izuku's documents. The heroes, detectives and police who were involved with the case of Izuku being kidnapped did nothing. They had the case for not even 24 hours and dropped it. The note said it was a lost cause and Izuku had been gone for too long already to actually find him. Which was absolute bullcrap. They were just hiding up the fact that they were scared to lose their quirks. Even that alone made no sense. It's his blood that causes quirks to be destroyed. Not by contact with skin or any other means. Cowards. Aizawa did find out that Izuku had been gone for more than 2 years. Poor kid, he must be terrified. The underground hero has been looking at the news, especially at the rise of famous villain groups and Yakuza. With some of the most recent attacks, quirk erasing bullets have come to the surface. Luckily, it only erases. It does not fully destroy a quirk, unlike Izuku's blood quirk. Being logical, Aizawa would have guessed it was someone else's doing instead of Izuku's. The key factor is, the quirk comes back. Though, he keeps on coming back to these reports, thinking it's Izuku. Maybe, the boy's captor or captors found a way to manipulate his quirk blood to have it where it only erases for a short PRD of time. To further this point even further, Aizawa had gotten a call from Sir Night Eye. The two heroes conversed over a future meeting about the Shie Hassaikai. Of course, Aizawa agreed to go and help. But he never expected that the main reason they're having said meeting is over Quirk erasing bullets and a kid. Sir Night Eye said his protege, Mirio Togata, came into contact with the young leader of the Shie Hassaikai, Overhaul. He said Mirio found a kid who had many injuries. Overhaul claimed that the kid was his boyfriend. Meanwhile, in Kai's bedroom, Izuku snores lightly, sleeping soundlessly. Through his sleep, he smiles once he was held tighter by the one and only Kai. The man was lying down beside Izuku, holding him close. He was just happy to have his angel beside him, unharmed. He only wants Izuku to be safe and with him. He loves him very much and hates it when he has the chance of being hurt. Kai is thrilled over the fact that Izuku is beside him and Shigaraki did nothing to hinder it. He couldn't even bring himself to be mad at the boy. It wasn't his fault. It was his. He should have been in Izuku's room. He should have Hari stay instead of going with him. He had Mimic, it's not like he was in any harm. Kai groaned lightly, dumb mistakes. As a result of this, he stuffs his face into Izuku's curls. Happy to have the boy lying beside him. His body felt so heavy, he was exhausted. He will never admit it to anyone other than Izuku. He couldn't sleep. Every time he closes his eyes to get some, visions or dreams of Izuku being taken by heroes haunt his mind. It's like his brain wants him to be awake in case Izuku is taken. He has to stay awake no matter what. He knows heroes will be coming eventually, but no matter what, he will save Izuku. No one will touch his angel. Speaking of angel, Izuku blinked a few times, waking up. He glanced around the room, only to be startled when he felt a body beside him. Looking over, he turned his BDOY over to look at the person. Kai. Izuku mumbled while he was looking at Kai's face, who just had his face in his hair. Rubbing his eyes, he scooches over to Kai, to be closer to the warmth. Kai smiles and holding him tighter. Hey Angel, how are you feeling? Izuku replied with a hum, good, am tired. Kai chuckled while he began to rub Izuku's back. I can tell. I would love for you to go back to bed, but alas you can't. No? Izuku said while he pulled his body to Kai's neck, nuzzling his skin. Kai continued to smile. He moved one of his hands to Izuku's, clasping it. You know what time it is? Izuku looked around the room, even though the lights were off. That was his only clue. Looking back at Kai, he said night? No. Morning? Kai nodded, squeezing Izuku's hand. Yep. Time for you to get some yummy breakfast, Angel. Afterwards, you can go back to bed. I'll stay with you so you don't need to worry about me leaving. Hari will catch up with us soon. Wrapping his arms around Izuku's bottom, he pulled him up from the bed. Scooching off the bed, Kai was standing with Izuku in his grasp. Yay! Izuku cheered, happy that he wasn't going to left alone. He was confused why though. Perhaps Kai is worried about something? Worried? Izuku frowned, hoping he wasn't being the cause of it. Kai was about to walk out of his room to go to Izuku's room. Pausing, he looks at Izuku, dead in the eyes. Angel, why would you ask that? I'm not worried at all, I just want to spend more time with you, nothing else. Can I do that? Izuku blinked, this was new. Kai never asks questions like that. Yes? He paused, what is he saying? Of course, he wants to spend time with Kai, that's not incorrect. He's even happier he gets to be with Kai more than usual. Shaking his head, he quickly changed his response to yes. Kai was pleased, moving his head forward to nuzzle Izuku's nose. Doing that caused the boy to giggle, getting distracted from pondering over Kai's worries. After a few minutes of amusement, Kai began to walk to the door. Opening it up, Izuku took his chance to look around the room. He gasped once he realized it wasn't his room. In fact, it was the room he went to yesterday after he interrupted the meeting. He has some guilt attached to that memory. He shouldn't have left his room. He was just worried. Yeah, worried. Kai looked like he was in an important meeting for his and Hari's job. Did he cause them to ruin a deal or some sort? He hopes not, that would just kill him. He loves Kai and Hari so much, and if he was the reason why their jobs were ruined, he should just leave. They seem to take pride in their work. Izuku wouldn't know what to do if he messed that up. Choosing not to voice his worries, he buries his head into the crook of Kai's neck. Kai thought he was going to say something after his gasp, but surprise surprise he didn't. Perhaps he figured it out on his own. That alone concerned Kai. Ever since that horrid hero found Izuku, everything about his angel has changed. Some for the better, some for the worst. Out of all those things, he would hate for Izuku to be independent. He needs to be able to ask Kai questions, not leave them unanswered. Or not answer them on his own. Sure, you could argue it's his fault that Izuku can't speak properly, but that makes him more clingy and dependent on Kai and Hari. Izuku relies on Kai and Hari to know what he's saying and asking. Is the boy worried that Kai wouldn't understand? Surely not. Maybe he is overthinking this. Angel. Never mind. Izuku looked up, squinting his eyes. Did Kai know what Izuku was thinking? Surely, he is very smart. He will probably ask him later when the time is right. Izuku planned to ask Kai then, hoping Hari had not gotten their jobs ruined. Putting his plague mask and gloves on, Kai walked out of his room, closing it on his way out. Outside the Udata dorms. Confused by what he had found about Izuku, Aizawa wanted to have a chat with Mirio before the meeting occurred. Currently, he is outside of Mirio's dorm hall, awaiting the third year to arrive at the dorms. School had just ended, so any minute now he should come. Aizawa had let his students out a few minutes early, surprising all of them. He didn't give Class 1A a reason why, he just walked out of the class, saying school's over. Aizawa didn't want to lose any time on this case. If Mirio had spoken to a kid, maybe it was Izuku. If it is, he wants to work as quickly as possible to find a way to find him. Hopefully, the meeting is going to be about saving Izuku. Leaning on the building's wall, he looks up once he hears voices. Pleased, he walks out to the path leading up to the dorms. The big three, consisting of Mirio Togata, Tamaki Amajiki, and Nijire Hato, walked up to their dorms. Once Mirio noticed Aizawa, he energetically waved, "Hey, it's Eraserhead." "Hi, Mr. Aizawa." The three walked up to where Aizawa stood, curious about why one of the Udata teachers was at their dorms. Aizawa looked at Mirio, then at the others. Before he had the chance to speak, Nijire spoke up. "Hi, Mr. Aizawa. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in class?" She placed her hand under her chin, in a thinking pose. "I'll leave Mr. Aizawa alone, he's probably is seeking people to talk to. Unlike me. I want to go home." Tamaki said in a timid voice, hands covering their face. Mirio rests a hand on Tamaki's shoulder. "You are home. The dorms are your home, don't you know that?" He chuckles once he finishes speaking. Tamaki slightly nods. Aizawa raised a hand to get their attention. "To answer your question, Hato, I am here to talk to Togata, alone." Short and sweet, I like it. Nijire smiled, pulling Tamaki along with her, who had his head hung low to the doors. "Bye Mirio. We'll be in the lounge." "Alrighty." Mirio waves goodbye, watching them leave. The halls. Kai carried Izuku along the halls, not caring that he was seeing everything in the compound. Arriving at Izuku's room, he waits a few minutes. Izuku opened his eyes, he had them closed during the walk, to see what's the hold-up. He noticed he is in front of his room. Why wasn't Kai walking in? "My room." Izuku lifted an arm to point at the door. Kai acknowledged this, nodding to Izuku. "Yes, I know." Not moving, Izuku mumbled, dropping his tired arm down. Kai lifted Izuku's arm back to where his other one was. "I know, Angel. We're waiting for someone." Izuku perked up at that, looking at Kai now. "Who?" Kai chuckled, caressing Izuku's head. Moving the greeny curls out of Izuku's line of sight. Doing this allowed him to see deep into the green eyes. "I think you know them when you see them." "Oh?" Izuku was about to say something about a guess of who it was, and right on time. The man he guessed walked out of the room with his plague mask and gloves dripping in some sort of red liquid. "Hari." Izuku was about to jump over to Hari but was stopped by Kai's tight hold. Pouting at Kai, he whined, "Whyyyyyy. Patience Izuku." Unknown to Izuku, Kai eyed Hari, who began to collect 3 buckets of old dark blood and chunks of bodily parts. Grabbing all 3 buckets, he walked away from the 2. "Clean, boss." Izuku was about to look over to where Hari was but was stopped by Kai's hold on his chin. "No looking." "Bathroom?" Izuku said after he tried to use his eyes as pointers. "Let's go there, after we can go to your room," Kai said while he began to walk to the washroom. After Izuku was done his business, they walked out. "Room?" Kai nodded, walking into the room. The room was exactly how it should be. Hari did a good job cleaning it. Izuku didn't seem to notice anything. The only thing he saw Izuku do was scrunch his nose up at the strong smell of cleaning products. Sitting Izuku down on the bed, he began to prep the table and chairs for breakfast. Izuku looked around, shivering. Something left off for him. He glanced at Kai, who had just taken off his mask. Did something happen? Izuku tried to remember if something had happened. All he could recall was him interrupting the meeting. That's it. Remember. Kai finished prepping breakfast. He looked at Izuku, calmly walking over to the boy. Picking him up, he walked over to his special chair, sitting him down. He sat himself down as well. "What do you want to remember, Angel?" Izuku looked down at the table, bad feeling about yesterday. "Are you worried about what happened yesterday and now you can't remember it?" Izuku looked up and smiled. Maybe Kai will make him remember. "Yes." Before Kai could speak, Hari walked in with a platter of food. Izuku noticed he didn't have the red gloves anymore. He smiled. Red isn't a good color on Hari. Hari placed the food on the table, taking his mask off. He sat down as well. Heya Izuku. Hari. Missed you. Hari snooped a glance at Kai, who was fixing up the food. He fully looked at Izuku. Me too, I hope you're feeling better about yesterday. He forgot what happened yesterday. I was about to tell him. Do you want to feed him while I explain? Kai said, looking at Hari now. Hari nodded. It's smart for Kai to explain. He knows what to say to Izuku. Kai passed the plate full of pancakes to Hari, who stabbed a piece with a silver fork. He pulled it up to Izuku's mouth. The boy ate slowly, keeping his attention on Kai, who was now speaking. Simply, Izuku, you, Hari and I were playing some video games, talking about random stuff. Hari and I had to leave for a meeting. Shortly after, you left your room to find us. I don't know how you got out, but you did. Either way, you made your way to the meeting room. Opening the door, you found me talking to a man. Hari picked you up, bringing you to my room. I joined after a few minutes. Kai explained with a few lies and secrets woven into the words. Izuku continued to eat the food Hari was giving, slightly nodding, and mumbled a thanks around a mouthful of food. Hey, what have I told you about eating with your mouth full, mister? Hari said, who couldn't help but have a smile spreading across his face. Izuku was too cute. Izuku was about to speak but paused to swallow his food. To not, he giggled at the playful expressions of Hari and Kai. After he was done eating, Kai and Hari began theirs. In the silence, he couldn't help but think about the meeting. Did they lose their jobs or not? Question. Izuku rose his hand into the air. Kai nodded, finishing his bite. He set his fork down. Looking at Izuku, he smiled. Yes? Perhaps Izuku will explain why he gasped earlier. You have jobs now? Kai and Hari shared a glance. We always have had a job. Hari talked to you about them yesterday while we were playing video games. Did you forget about that? Izuku shook his head. Not that. Now like now. Have jobs? Lost meeting? He tried his best to make the sentence make sense. It took a second to understand what Izuku was saying, but after it clicked. Ah, I see. You are worried that we lost our jobs because you interrupted the meeting. Is this why you gasped earlier? Izuku nodded, sorta. Surprised being your room and that. I understand now. For one thing, we still have our jobs. In fact, you interrupting made our jobs better. I got a great deal after you and Hari left. Izuku smiled. Phew. He thought about why was it now better. They made a great deal according to Kai. What did he do? Izuku pondered. He can remember a man being there in the meeting. Maybe the man was enthralled with his cuteness. Yeah. That's it. Kai and Hari always say he's cute. Maybe the man thought he was cute too. Man thought me cute? That made Hari choke on his water and Kai's breath hitch. Not even thinking, Kai stood up, slamming his hands on the table. No. 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 No one is allowed to think you're cute. Only Hari and I. If that goddamn man thought you were cute, he should not be allowed to live. You are mine, no one else. If you ever see him again, tell me immediately. In fact, if anyone other than Hari and I say anything to you from now on until the end of time, you tell is immediately. Understood? Hari was trying to stop Kai's rant but was preoccupied with the water he drank going down the wrong tube. Izuku froze. Staring into the eyes of the man he loves, he didn't know what to do. He has had Kai yell at him but nothing like this. He was so. What's the work? Oh. Obsessive. Over what? Izuku? This confused him even more. All he said was what he thought the man thought. He didn't want this to happen. With a few tears falling down, he responded with yes. Kai. Kai's breath was uneven. How dare Shigaraki think that, even if it was Izuku's idea? It made sense. God, the thought alone made Kai want to GG. A gross murderous man, the leader of the League of Villains, thinking his perfect angel was cute. Hell no. He controlled his breath while looking at Izuku, feeling a pang of guilt. The tears. Those tears. He caused those again. He just gave another reason for Izuku to run away. He is probably not terrified of Kai. With a blank face, he glanced at Hari. Get your head together and help Izuku. He looked at Izuku one more time, frowning even more once he saw more tears. Walking away, thinking he needs to cool down before he makes the situation worse. Hari can fix it. You're overthinking. This Kai. Hari says to the man. Kai listened but didn't change what he was doing. Putting his gear on, he left the room. Outside the Udata dorms. Mirio looks over to Aizawa, grinning. What's up, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa shoved his hands into his pockets and began to speak. I have some questions I need to ask of you, Tagata. Mirio waves his hands back and forth. There's no need for you to call me Tagata, you can just call me Mirio. And also, I would love to answer them to the best of my abilities. He smiles, causing Aizawa to nod. Understood. Can we go somewhere more private? I don't want any noisy students or faculty listening to our conversation. Aizawa gestures to the path, leading to the entrance of UA, away from all the dorms and school buildings. Mirio gives a thumbs up and walks along Aizawa. After a few seconds of silence and walking, Aizawa decided to speak up, comfortable about the privateness. How's the Sir Night Eye agency going? Mirio was surprised that Aizawa asked that. He thought he would just get to the point and ask the important questions. Not go the route of asking how he's doing in his work study. Possibly, he's going to ask a few filler questions then ask the key questions. I love it so far, it's great that I get to be in person and actually help civilians and be a hero. Sir has been teaching me so much, really practical lessons. I certainly have learned a lot more than at UA. Don't tell anybody I said that. Aizawa chuckles softly, don't worry, I won't. I do have to agree with you on that, experience is the best teacher. Mirio pumps his arm into the air, exactly. Sir always says that, it's super smart. Anyway, I do have an important question to ask. Aizawa says while he glances around, looking for any eavesdroppers. Oh? Have you heard of a kid with a name of Izuku? Izuku's room. Izuku tried to hold it in, but he couldn't. Once the door was slammed closed, he cried out, sobbing his little heart out. Hari panicked, standing up he rushed over to Izuku's seat. Picking him up, he sat down on the bed, rocking Izuku back and forth. Izuku felt Hari's raincoat pressing his chest. Crying loudly, he was pulled into a tight embrace. Shhhhhh, you're fine. Kai's not mad at you. He's mad at himself. Not you. Come on Izuku, I'm here. You don't need to cry anymore. Hari whispered, loud enough to be heard. Izuku tried to calm down for Hari. Hiccuping he said, sorry. Did not mean happen. Hari rubbed Izuku's cheek from the side, I know. Kai has been having a hard time lately. He has been stressed out about a lot of things, paranoid. He said with sorrow. Izuku looked up, Hari whipped his tears away. With red puffy eyes, he tried to smile for Hari. He could clearly see Hari was saddened as well. Sad? Hari smiled along with Izuku's wobbly one. Yeah. I am. When Kai is sad, I am. I don't blame him though. Why Kai sad? Kai, okay. Breathing out Hari picked up Izuku and laid him down on the bed. Lying down beside him, he looks at Izuku. Ever since you ran away from the compound. Kai has been really paranoid, he worries that if he does something to you, you will want to leave. He loves you so much and it would kill him so much to see you gone. That's why we have let things slide, normally we would have punished you greatly for interrupting us in our meeting. However, Kai didn't want that. I know he didn't want that. He's worried if you are alone for any longer than a minute, you will try to leave. That's another reason why we aren't taking any blood from you, he feels like that will make you leave. He is paranoid and often overthinks this. That's why he is sad and left your room. He didn't want to make things worse. Izuku was speechless. It all makes sense now. Wow. Hari cleared his throat, just wow. You understand now? Izuku smiled, think so. Izuku closed his eyes, feeling a wave of exhaustion clash against his body. Tired. Sleep? With me? Opening them to only have them be closed again. Hari lightly placed his hand on Izuku's eyes, closing his eyelids. Of course. I may need to go and take the dishes away. No. Hari looked at Izuku, who now had his eyes wide open. No? Izuku tiredly nodded, yes for Kai, stay. I see, you want me to stay for Kai? You're so smart, I hadn't even thought about that. In case Kai comes back in, he will see me with you, protected. Hari smiled, he sat up taking his raincoat off. Revealing a white dress shirt. Tossing it to somewhere in the room, he laid back down to snuggle with Izuku. Thank you. They both closed their eyes, sleep quickly overtaking them. Path. Mirio stops in his tracks and gasps, Izuku? Izuku? Like a kid with green puffy hair, freckles all over his face. Aizawa stops with him, tilting his head, he speaks, yes, exactly. Wait really? Oh boy, I haven't heard anything about him since I saw him a bit ago. I talked to Sir about it and he said he would look into it. I didn't press any further afterwards. How do you know Izuku? Mirio questions with a hint of nervousness. One of my students, Katsuki Bakugo, knew Izuku. They used to be childhood friends. I talked to him after he grew to be mentally drained in class. Bakugo told me Izuku was kidnapped. Presumably by villains. He also told me what his quirk was. Quirk erasing blood. He can destroy quirks entirely with his blood. Mirio felt a pang of guilt course through his body. I saw Izuku in an alleyway. He was crawling out of it. An alleyway? Aizawa questioned. Yes, he was in the middle of a sidewalk, right in front of the alleyway. He was admiring the view of the city. His eyes were as wide as saucers, taking everything in. I walked up to him, asking if he was okay. He looked really young. I questioned him why he was on the floor. He was in so much shock to answer. I picked him up after he did nothing. I quickly noted he was extremely light. He was so confused about what I was. He talked like he had no idea Hero's excited. Even his speech patterns sounded like a child. Wait, isn't he childhood friends with Bakugo? He should be the same age. Why did he look so young then? Aizawa opened and closed his mouth. Mirio took his confusion to keep on talking. Everything he did was childish. He should be 15 or not a 6-year-old. I would even argue younger. Aizawa nodded, frowning even more. I do know he was in junior high. He is a teenager. Mirio nodded, wiping his face. Even more, guilt came seeping through. I think it might have something to do with the leader of the Shie Hassaikai, Overhaul. Izuku's room. Izuku cuddles up to Hari, smiling at the warmth of the blanket and the body beside him. He's awake now. He woke up after he felt shivering cold dance along his skin. He glanced around the room. Hari forgot to turn off the lights. No biggie, he can sleep with them on. Trying to go back to sleep, he closes his eyes. Whoosh! Izuku shot up, thinking it was Kai who came back to the room. But to his surprise, it was not Kai. It was a purple mist. Huh? Izuku yelped once he saw a man walk in. He rushed back into the blankets, forcing himself into Hari's chest. He tried to shake the man up, but with his very weak arms, Hari stayed sound asleep. Full out panicking. Hari! Ha dash! He was pulled out of the blankets and onto the floor. Crying out, hitting the ground. Darting his eyes up, he stares into red eyes. The eyes of a man with a hand on his face. You must be quiet, Izuku. What if he hears us? All the time it took me to get to your room would be wasted. I had to go to many rooms, trying to find ours. Luckily, I found it after a few tries. The man says with the edges of his mouth peeking out. Izuku's mouth gaped. Oh. I haven't said what my name is. It's Tamura Shigaraki. You can call me Tamura. Alright, Izuku. Tamura says with sweetness decorating his raspy voice. Izuku didn't know what to do. He was too scared to move. He sad seen him in the meeting room. Wait. You were meeting Kai. Izuku says in an uneven cracky voice. Tamura makes no effort in answering. Instead, he grabs Izuku's hair and sits down, pulling him into his lap. No talking. He will wake up. You wouldn't want him to see me talking with you. Izuku quickly nodded. He knew this was the man that caused Kai to get mad. He knows that if he wakes up Hari, Hari will probably tell Kai, who will get mad at Izuku because he was talking to Tamura. He even said not to talk to him and tell Kai immediately. He would run or yell to get Kai Hari, but he couldn't. Tamura was right. Tamura smirked, pulling Izuku closer to his chest. The noise of the purple mist disappeared. He looked prepared. He looked like he was set on achieving a task. He knew Izuku's name. Perhaps he did the research. It was only Tamura and Izuku. Awake. What are you doing here? Tamura asks. Huh? Why is Tamura asking a question to him? He just said to be quiet. Is this a trick or a test? He just shook his head. It conveys he doesn't actually know. Tamura chuckles. Smart. You're smart for a kid like you. Listening to me pleases me. You know how to listen. Overhaul knows how to teach. Huh? It's only a sound, not any words. Izuku is confused. Who is Overhaul? He keeps on coming back to the same question. Damn it, he can't ask. Of course you don't know where you are, you naive child. Heh, never mind that. I want to know, how old are you? You can use your hands to show it. Izuku would use his fingers to say his age. However, he doesn't know it. He can't remember it. Kai and Hari never mention it. He shakes his head like he did with the "what are you doing here" question. Tamura laughs. Just laughs. Izuku still has no idea how Hari isn't awake by now. Tamura was laughing at Izuku. This caused Izuku to feel tears drip from his eyes. Kai and Hari never laugh at him, they laugh with him. What is so funny? Oh, never mind, Izuku knows. Tamura is laughing that he doesn't know his age or what he is doing here. Crying more after figuring the origins of the laugh, Tamura laughs louder. Making sure his laugh wasn't too loud to wake up the man in the bed, he continues. Izuku was crying silently as possible. He doesn't want Hari to wake up now. He doesn't want Hari to see Tamura laughing at him. Haha, so pathetic. You're crying over me laughing at you? You must be kidding me. This is hilarious. Tamura finishes laughing until Izuku's eyes were bloodshot red. Izuku whimpers. SSO-. The next thing he knows, a cold hand was clasped over his mouth. Oddly enough, one finger was lifted up. Now Izuku, you know the rules. Do not speak. If you step out of line one more time, you will be punished. Izuku's breath hitches. My quirk, decay. It allows me to disintegrate whatever I touch with all 5 fingers. It will take effect whether you are organic or not. Don't think you can throw things at me to stop me from killing you. The disintegration spreads quickly and will spread through your whole body if you don't amputate the decaying body part. Dying in seconds. You don't want that. Do you? Shaking his head slowly, his eyes darted to where the extra finger was. Tamura lifts the hand from his mouth, replacing it around Izuku's neck. His pinky right above the skin. Any sudden movements, Izuku is dead. I trust you to not speak or make any movements. If you do that, you will die. Too scared to nod or shake his head, he blinks quickly. Tamura's smirks grows larger. Excellent. Izuku's eyes follow Tamura's eyes. He realizes something is off. He could see this glint in his eyes. He has never seen this with Kai or Hari. This is new. Tamura speaks up. You know what heroes and villains are, my little Izuku? The boy feels a shiver go down his spine. Besides the heroes and villains part of that sentence, he has never heard anyone other than Kai and Hari use "my" before his name. This freaked him out. He scrunched up his nose and eyebrows, hoping for Tamura to understand it was a no to the question. Luckily, Tamura understood. Haha, so sweet innocent Izuku. Don't worry. I am here to answer that for you. The terms heroes and villains are simple. Heroes are the people who mess things up and villains are the people who fight for what is right. To an extent, of course. Izuku kept his eyes scrunched up. He knows what they are. Sort of. He remembers Kai talking about a hero he met, saying bad things. He forgets if they talked about villains in that way. Tamura continued, personally I am a villain and I am proud to admit that. I am a person who wants to destroy the hero society for good. I want to murder anyone who decided to go down that hero path. Because they are in my way. And right now, you're in my way. In some ways at least. As a result of that, I want to punish you to SBMSN. Izuku gulps and hitches his breath. He doesn't know what Tamura meant by him being in the way and wanting to punish him. He nods anyway, confusion decorating his face. I'm not sure if you fully understand what the hero society means. Do you or do you not? Izuku quivers, he notices Tamura's grin. Scrunching his face once more, Tamura laughs. To be honest, I'm surprised. I would think a kid like you would know what heroes are in the society. What has Overhaul done to you? You're so scared you don't even know the simplest of things. It makes me wonder. Do you know what SEC is? Tamura grins sadistically. Izuku stills. Tamura sighs. So innocent. Something I want to touch. You might be wondering, why? Izuku just watches. To make it simple, I think you're adorable. Once I saw you in the meeting room, you have made the top of my list of things I want to touch. I love cute things, you don't even know the slightest of things. I guess you aren't dating him, are you? Izuku says no through his face. He knows that's not true, Kai has said they aren't. He even explained what dating was. Nothing they do classifies as romantic love. I see. Tamura shakes his head, I digress, that's for another day. For my punishment to you, I just want to talk. Nothing too bad, right? Izuku feels the hand around his neck tighten. It wasn't anything hard but he could clearly feel it. What would you classify Kai and Hari to be, heroes or villains? Tamura asks using their actual names. He knows it will be easier to leave a scar this way. Izuku doesn't do anything. Oh, I forgot. Look to your left if you think they are villains or look to your right if you think they are heroes. Be honest. Izuku's mind goes to heroes right away. Looking to the right, Tamura looks at Izuku and slaps him with his other hand that wasn't around his neck. Quickly bringing him to his chest, he tightly holds him so that Izuku can't try to run. Izuku sniffles and fights the urge to cry. Wrong. Kai and Hari are not heroes. So far from it. They're not heroes, they're villains. Proud villains. Izuku knows they never have said what they are. They don't classify themselves to be heroes or villains. He only thought they were heroes because of what he sees in movies. In movies, he always sees the heroes doing the good, saving others. And that's what Kai and Hari do. They help him. He knows they have said heroes are bad because they would want to take them to prison. But he can't help but think that's not all heroes. However, to Tamura's view, he is wrong. Try again, are they heroes or villains? Izuku looks to the left, saying, villains. Another crisp slap. Trying to jump upwards, Tamura holds him down. Don't copy what I said. What are they to you? Izuku doesn't know what to do. He would answer but the hand around his neck tightens. It's like Tamura wants to watch him suffer. He looks at Tamura, deciding not to look right or left. A few seconds passed, Tamura smirked. The reason why they are villains is they kidnapped you. Huh? Overhaul, or should I say Kai and Hari, are the bad types of villains. I did say villains fight for what is right and some are good. However, Overhaul and Kai are the bad types. Izuku's mouth gapped. I'll answer the first question I asked of you. The reason why you are here and what you're doing is here because of them. They kidnapped you. Izuku's eyes widen. He now knows who Overhaul is. It was Kai all along. He was with Overhaul all this time. He felt tears drip down his reddening face. He also knows, he was kidnapped by Kai and Hari? Why would they do that? Izuku begins to think differently. From the movies he was seen, kidnapping is always mentioned to be bad. For example, from the movie Tangled. The Disney movie Hari and him watched before. In this movie, Mother Gothel kidnaps Rapunzel. In a bad way. Did they kidnap him in a bad way too? Meanwhile, Tamura smiled sadistically at the boy's confusion. There is one more thing I want to tell you. Heroes are going to save you. Huh? Why the worried look? You want to be saved, don't you? Haha, why is that even a question? Of course, you do. Overhaul and Hari took you away from your family. You must want a hero to come in and save you. They will come in and you will never see Kai and Hari ever again. It's a win-win. You are saved and they get to go to prison. Izuku couldn't help but speak. Heroes are bad. Another slap. Again, don't speak. Do you want me to punish you again? Izuku's eyes scrunch up in a no and confusion. He hasn't been punished yet. Watching his eyes, Tamura nods. You have been. I guess this is a new way of punishment. I will call it the truth. All I say to you is the truth. Sadly, it's the sad truth. Anyway, heroes are bad. Like villains, some heroes are good and bad. The heroes who are going to save you are the good kind. This made Tamura cringe. Izuku gave a small nod, careful of the hand around his neck. I think you have Stockholm Syndrome. Yeah, I think you do. It is the state when the hostage like yourself bonds with your captors. Like you have done now. You love them, I can tell that. But guess what? I'm here to show you the light in your thinking. You must stop thinking you love them. You honestly don't. Tamura was pleased with the effect he has on Izuku. This is revenge for what Overhaul did to the League of Villains. Izuku cries even more. Stockholm Syndrome is a bad disease, and you have it. Listen to what I have said and you will be cured. And also the heroes will be your savior. Tamura said, and whispered, oh the irony in that. Speaking louder, he says, you also might want to take into account is the word disease. Overhaul often speaks about curing the world of diseases. You don't want to be near Overhaul or Hari when you have a disease festering in your mind. It shows how much you need the heroes. What would Overhaul and Hari think when you have a disease? Izuku whimpers, Tamura is right. I myself would save you but I don't have a proper home for you to live, so you must wait. Another whimper. Oh by the way, you can speak now. Izuku cries once he was lifted from Tamura's lap and onto the bed. Through his sore eyes, he watched Tamura pull out his phone and tap away at it. A flash was seen, making Izuku rub his eyes. A picture? A few seconds later the purple mist appears. He faced the portal, walking away from Izuku. He cries louder, sobbing now. He doesn't want him to leave, he needs to leave Kai and Hari. Tamura is his way out. Please don't go. He yelled with as much force he can muster. This awoken the man who was sleeping on the bed. Hari blinked and shot up, looking for Izuku once he didn't feel in the bed. Izuku? He looked over and inhaled. Shigaraki. Standing up, he rushed over to stand in front of Izuku. What the hell did you say to him? Tamura looked back. The heroes are coming soon, Izuku. Once you're free, I'll come back to touch you. My sweet little Izuku. He walked through the portal, happy after what happened. His lies crossed Izuku's mind as truths. Hari was there to hear the last it, fantastic. Before the portal could fully disappear, Hari ran to stop Tamura. But he was too late. He changed his course and ran to Izuku. Picking him up, he runs. Not even caring to place his mask on. He runs to Kai's room, holding the boy close who was still sobbing. He was trying so hard to get away from Hari, he didn't want to spread his disease. What if it does? In record timing, he was in Kai's room. He could tell by the smell being different. A gasp and a few words were passed. He didn't understand all of it but adieu. Hari said. Shigaraki came to Izuku's room. What? I fell asleep with him and Shigaraki came. Izuku tried to get away once again but the next thing he knew he was being held by Kai. Please. Disease. Spreading to you. Stop. Let go. Izuku screamed his heart out, but nothing he said made Kai let go. In fact, it made him hold him tighter. He tried pushing, even biting. Kai wouldn't budge. Path. I think it might have something to do with the leader of the Shie Hassaikai, Overhaul. Mirio says. Really? Mirio didn't speak after a few seconds. You said Izuku was kidnapped by villains most likely because of his quirk? Yes, get to the point. Oh God. He gulped. When I held Izuku in my arms, I was going to head to the hospital because of the injuries I found on him. Right when I was about to do it, Overhaul came walking in. He said Izuku was his boyfriend and he could treat him. I gave Izuku over to Overhaul and he walked back into the alleyway. Oh god, you don't think Overhaul kidnapped him? Aizawa froze. Why didn't he see it earlier? Well, he couldn't have. He didn't have this information. Besides that, it makes sense. He has come to the conclusion the Shie Hassaikai has been in charge of creating these quirk destroying bullets. It makes sense for Overhaul to have kidnapped Izuku to use his quirk to create the bullets. Now that you mention it, I think you're correct. Mirio covered his face. I didn't save him, I could have saved him. If I was faster, Izuku would have been rescued. Who knows what has gone down in the Shie Hassaikai compound. Overhaul had probably made Izuku act so much younger than he is. Aizawa places his hands on his shoulders. You couldn't have done anything. You didn't know Izuku was being held by a villain. The only thing you could have done was talk with Izuku and get information. Which you have done. If it wasn't for you, we would have never learnt this. Mirio rubs his eyes, feeling Aizawa move his hands. He looks at Aizawa in the eyes. You're right. Even better, there is a meeting coming up about the bullets and Izuku. You should talk to Sir Night Eye about our findings before the meeting. We can even now look into searching for Izuku now. Will do. Mirio nods and energetically speaks. Thank you for this, Izuku will be saved. Yes, he will. League of Villains base. Tamura walked through the portal, laughing. None of the other members were there unless you count Kurono. The mist was right at the entrance of the base. Did it go well, Tamura Shigaraki? Tamura just laughs. Ha ha ha, more than well. It went perfectly. Everything I planned worked the way I wanted. Did it now? Tamura sits down on one of the old sofas. I hate Overhaul with a passion. Ever since Magna died after twice brought the Shie Hassaikai to the warehouse, I have been plotting my revenge. Luckily, an opening showed up. A boy who Overhaul loves. We talked and I showed him the truth. Not the full truth, but a part of it. The boy will be saved by the heroes and he will never see Overhaul or his right-hand man ever again. This is payback. How do you know the heroes will come to rescue the boy? At first it was a hunch. But after yesterday and today, I think I know. You see, I took a picture of Izuku before I left. All I need to do is print it at a local store and write some things on it. Tamura pulls out his phone, looking at the picture of Izuku. In it, Izuku was sitting down with the most lost face he has ever seen. Puffy bloodshot eyes and pale skin. It was perfect. What would that do? Kurono asked. Just wait and see. I need you to transport me to the city. Tamura stands up, taking father off his face and onto the couch. Next, he paced towards Kurono. You sure? Are you worried that you will be found by the police or heroes? Not at all. Kurono nods and opens a portal to an alleyway in the city. Tamura walks through, with his hoodie dropping, creating a shadow. Tamura texted Kurono once the picture was in place. This shall be fun, he said, walking away from the building to an alleyway. The picture laid on the ground in front of the Night Eye agency. Right in front of the door. It was big enough no one could miss it. On the back of it, it said, "Come to Street XXXXX, the main Shie Hassaikai base. This is where you will find Izuku. He is in room XXXX." 2 days had passed since Aizawa spoke to Mirio. After receiving the new information, Aizawa told Night Eye right away. This amplified the severity of the situation as a whole. Quickly, Night Eye and his agency contacted many heroes who were able to fight the Shie Hassaikai at the given time. The meeting began a day after receiving the information. Aizawa wants to say the meeting was a success. For the most part, it was. They are still going to the Shie Hassaikai base. Nothing had changed. Sadly, there were some issues some heroes brought up. A lot of the heroes argued that they shouldn't attack the Shie Hassaikai. The meeting was a split situation. Many agreed while the other half disagreed. The people said they should let the boy Izuku stay with the Shie Hassaikai. Or have the mission on a whole separate day. Thinking, it's not the top priority. On the other hand, some said they should save Izuku as soon as possible. Aizawa said to them they were cowards for not wanting to save the boy. He knew they were scared of Izuku's quirk. This made absolutely no sense. He explained Izuku's quirk and how it works. Some questioned how he got this information. Aizawa said he had gotten it from Izuku's childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo. He explained the information he got from his student and quickly persuaded the heroes to save Izuku. And with that, the date was decided. The next day, 6 a.m. The meeting came to an end. Aizawa knew he had to talk to someone before the attack occurred. He had to notify Katsuki they're going to save Izuku. Currently, Aizawa walked down the halls of the dorm hall, his hero outfit locked and loaded. It was 4 a.m. He had half an hour to talk with Katsuki before he had to go. Aizawa also did not tell any of his students about the future attack. Apart from Tsuyu Azui, Ochako Uraraka and Ijiro Kirishima who were going. It was planned that all three agencies, Sir Night-Eye, Fat Gum and Ryuko, were all going. They did not want to fail this time around, unlike the heroes who did nothing to find Izuku 2 years ago. All his other students knew he would be gone for hero work. Aizawa arrived at the dorm. Already knowing Katsuki was awake. He knocked on the door and not even a second later, Katsuki swung the door open. "Where is he?" Katsuki yelled, not caring if he woke anybody up. Aizawa crossed his arms and squinted his eyes. "Where's who?" "God, never mind." He turned and faced his room. Walking in, throwing his arms in the air. "Ugh, I'm so. Ugh. I can't believe you kept finding Izuku as a secret." Aizawa walked in, closing the door behind him. He looked around the room had changed. From what he remembered it was in shambles, a complete mess. But now, it clean. The piles of papers he saw last time were all seated on Katsuki's desk. He noticed how reports were taken off the walls. Only pictures of Izuku were on them. Katsuki's eyes followed Aizawa as he sat down. "You got nothing to say? F dash." He rubbed his face, groaning. He waited for his teacher to respond, but nothing came out. "You want to know how I knew Izuku's location has been found? I'll tell you anyway. I heard from Shitty Hair." Aizawa frowned. "Really?" "Yes, really. I'm not that oblivious. Even though I have the remedial lessons for the hero license, I still observe every and anything that is about Izuku. Once I heard Shitty Hair talk about a green-haired kid with the name of Izuku, I knew you found him. I'm pleased to hear that you are your old self. But to answer your Supasound. Yes, he found his location and will be saving him today. A few hours actually." Really? Katsuki couldn't help but smile. His angel will be saved. "Wait. How?" Aizawa stood up, knowing what was about to go down. "Kid, I would love to tell you. But I can't." Katsuki clutched his hands, feeling his quirk go off. "What the hell? What do you mean you can't tell me? I'm the one who told you the information about Izuku. I was the one who told you Izuku was in danger. I was the one who told you I need him. I'm the one who started all this. I'm the dash." Aizawa put a hand up. "Kid, I can't tell because it is private information. I never told you what we're doing or about the meeting because I didn't want to put any more stress on you. I was worried if I told you, it would show how much I didn't need you to find Izuku. You gave me information about his quirk, but that was it. You weren't required for the investigation." Katsuki's breath hitched. "Wait. You didn't need me? I needed your information about Izuku's quirk. Without you none of this dash." "Shut up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that Izuku has been found without me. I was the one who would save him. Me. No one else. There is no point for me to be helping at all. No point." Katsuki yelled at his teacher, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Aizawa understood his anger. "I didn't want your mental health to worsen. Is that it?" Katsuki looked down, teeth and hands clenched. "You don't even have your hero licenses. You can't help Izuku at this point." "I still could have helped. Why couldn't you let me in the meeting? I don't care if I break the law. I just want to see Izuku again." Aizawa looked at a picture of Izuku on the walls. "Kid, you don't know how much Izuku has changed. You have the audacity to tell me that? I know my angel. The only reason why he could have changed is because of those lunatics who kidnapped him. I know how to get my angel back. Just do yourself a favor and get out of my room. If you don't need me, I don't need you telling me how to feel. Just leave, tell me when Izuku is saved." He pointed at the door. Aizawa sighed. "Will do." He walked over to the door, not even looking at Katsuki while he left. "I'll call you once we have him." "You better," Katsuki said while he sat down on his bed. "I'm the only one who can get Izuku back to normal." Aizawa sadly smiled while he closed the door. Once he was out he groaned. "Sorry kid. You don't know how much Izuku has changed. I don't think you talking with Izuku will fix everything." With that, Aizawa left, heading to the location of the attack. The compound day before, right after the last chapter. Izuku bites down on the arms wrapped around him. He did everything in his power to get away from Kai and Hari. Tamura was right, he has a disease. Why aren't they listening to him? Kai hates germs and sickness, why was he trying to hold him tight? Izuku wiggled around, squirming trying to break free so he could book it. He was scared of so many things. The heroes will be coming and he won't be able to do anything. Kai tightened his hold on Izuku, not caring if he was bleeding from the bite Izuku gave him. Hari was quick to stand in front of Kai, ready in case Izuku got out. The boy continued to yell out and cry. "Stop! Let go!" The two men held their ground. They stayed silent, letting Izuku have his tantrum. Izuku began to punch Kai's chest. "Please! Just leave! Leave me! Please!" He stopped screaming, he broke out into sobs. sobbing his heart out. It was painful for Kai and Hari to hear the cries. Whatever they tired, Izuku didn't budge. Kai tried rocking him or bouncing him. However, they knew why Izuku was acting like this. It was all Tomura Shigaraki's fault. He placed these horrendous thoughts into the boy's mind. They knew Izuku wanted to run and hide from them. Kai and Hari could never allow that. Izuku loudly cried, it slowly ceased to sniffles. He stopped his physical attack and movements. He felt a hand be placed on the back of his head, pushing forward. Izuku allowed the hand to guide him to Kai's neck. With all the energy he released, his eyes began to felt heavy. Izuku tried to keep his eyes open but failed once a hand rubbed his back. With the darkness that comes with eyes being closed, Izuku fell asleep. Kai unhooked his mask and threw it off to the side. He brought Izuku's face to his own, touching him by the cheek. Angel. I'm so sorry. Kai was never an emotional man. But it hurts him to see the one person he loves to be in so much mental pain. Izuku loves him so much that he would do anything to help Kai. Izuku thought he has a disease. A fake disease dubbed by Shigaraki. The only way he thought to cure himself was to run. Feeling Izuku's breath clash against his face, he looked at Hari through his eyes. You're telling me, Shigaraki, that BSTRD found Izuku's room with you in it, walked in and had a goddamn conversation with my angel. Our angel. Talking about how the heroes will quote-unquote save him? And said Izuku had a disease. Don't you dare tell me he did that? Hari sighed and frowned sadly. He did, Kai. Kai clenched his hands and arms. He couldn't believe it. I want to be mad at you. I want you to be punished for sleeping while Izuku was suffering. But I can't. It wasn't your fault. It was all Shigaraki's fault. And now Izuku had a mindset that he is a FING disease and the heroes will kidnap him from us. In actuality, they will not be saving Izuku. No, they will be torturing him. Hari nodded, thank you for not punishing me. But you are right. If the heroes do end up taking Izuku away from Up, which will never happen, Izuku will not know how to take care of himself and the heroes will certainly not know either. Kai sat down at his desk with Izuku on his lap. Hari pulled up a chair so that they both had a good view of the boy. Correct. Izuku would lose the sense of reality. He would never survive. That alone shows how much we need to protect Izuku. The two looked at Izuku's face. They will do whatever it takes to protect him. No hero will lay a finger on him. After a few minutes of silence, Hari broke it. How did the meeting go with Toga and Twice? When Hari was with Izuku, Kai had the meeting with the two villains, talking about their plan for the hero attack that should be happening soon. Kai couldn't help himself when he openly groaned. Don't even remind me. The events of today and the meeting makes the situation worse. Nemoto used his quirk on them, asking if they know if Shigaraki will betray us. They of course said no. But now, I find myself thinking they got past Nemoto's quirk. That's impossible. Hari gasped. No way that could happen. If anything, they didn't know about what Shigaraki was going to do with Izuku. Kai played with Izuku's messy curly hair. That too. I think that's more playable than what I said. Where are they now? Hari asked while looking at Izuku's eyes that were closed. They're here somewhere in the compound. Probably in the spare rooms. We need to keep an eye out for any odd behavior from them. Kai said. Agreed. It still concerns me that we don't know what exactly Shigaraki said to Izuku. Kai nodded, as do I. Maybe it's me overthinking, but I can't help myself thinking Izuku hates us. No, Hari said in a strict voice, surprising Kai. He would never. He's just scared at the moment. Kai threw his hands up. I know. I just wish everything could go back to normal. Before the heroes investigated us. When it was only Izuku, Hari and I. When the only problem we ever had was Izuku misbehaving by not eating fish. I do 100% agree. Life isn't fair for us. Hari frowned. Hari looked up at Kai, who was now looking at him. Are we going to do anything with the heroes? Kai looked down at Izuku. I guess we wait and see. It's hard for us to make a plan for both of us. Everyone else in the Shie Hassaikai knows their positions and roles. Let's just hope those defenses are strong enough. Hari leaned forward to kiss Izuku on the forehead. Let's just wait and see what happens. Izuku will be our #1 priority. Hari stood up. As much as I will love to stay with Izuku, I'm going to go check on the temps. Hari said angrily. He didn't want to leave Izuku for when he wakes up. But this is too important. Who knows what Twice and Toga will do? Kai noticed Hari's glint of anger in his eyes. I really hope they know not to cross the line. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up betraying us. Same. Luckily, we will be away from them. Unless they specially search for us, they will not come in range of Izuku. Correct. Hari walked out of the room, probably first heading to Izuku's room to grab his mask. Kai watched as the door closed, looking down at Izuku. The boy was sleeping soundlessly. Caressing his face, he watched as Izuku began to open his eyes a couple of times. Lifting him up more, he leaned on Kai's chest. Don't worry, Angel. You will never leave. You're my love. My only love. I love you so much. I'll never let you go. Izuku fully closed his eyes, seeking more sleep. After the hero battle, me, you and Hari will leave this place and find a new one. Just the three of us. Hari and I will leave our jobs and spend our rest of our with you. Love you. Izuku said unconsciously. Next day, the same day when Katsuki and Aizawa spoke. Izuku shot out yelling, Kai, Hari. Blinking away his tiredness. He glanced around the darkroom. Arms pulled him down to the soft fabrics. He looked up and gasped. Kai? They both were lying down on the bed. Izuku? Kai? I be but I why you be bed? I'm here to be with you. Huh? Kai pulled Izuku closer to his body. He didn't want to ask Izuku what happened or how he was feeling right away. He wanted Izuku to ask him. This would show if Izuku is ready to talk and will most likely talk more. I don't know why. Izuku began to cry. Kai quickly wiped the tears away. Come on, Angel, he said in a gentle, soothing voice. I swear to God, you have a quirk where you cry more than the average person. You're going to make me cry if you don't stop. Kai. No. He giggled at Kai's playful voice. Oh? You laughing now? Kai smirked. Time for some tickles then. Kai dived into Izuku's chest, tickling him until Izuku couldn't breathe. Ha 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 ha, stop. Kai. Ha ha. After a few playful 5 minutes, they settled down. No more crying? Kai asked while Izuku smiled. Maybe, Kai? Yes, Angel? I'm scared. If you think I'll leave you, that's a no. If you think the heroes will come, that's a no. What the man said to you Kai tried his best not to let his anger lash out. You mean Tamura? Izuku said in a quiet voice. Kai twitched. Yes, Tamura. With whatever he said, I'll never let anyone take you away from me. Izuku nodded, still having trouble believing in what he said. Okay, Kai. I want heroes to come. Kai held his breath. Why do you want heroes to come? Izuku looked down. Tamura said you, Hari is bad villains. Kidnapped me. Kai paused. What? He said that to you? He spoke with anger seeping through. Izuku nodded, yes. Why? Kai looked away from Izuku the first time that morning. Want the truth? Izuku nodded, scared for what is to come. It is true. Hari and I kidnapped you a while ago. The reason for it was we needed to save you. Kai didn't look Izuku in the eye. Huh? You had a bad home life. I don't know if you remember, but you lived with people who hurt you all the time. We found you walking to your home, and once Hari and I saw you, we both knew you needed to be saved. From then, we brought you to the compound. I wouldn't per se call it kidnapping. Your parents weren't there, no one cared for you. You lived alone, practically starving. After bringing you to the compound, you changed for the better. And that was 2 years ago. Kai explained in a way where Izuku didn't know the full picture. Izuku shook. He was more than pleased. Tamura said they kidnapped him. He guessed it was in a bad way, but luckily it wasn't. It still bummed him out that he couldn't remember it quite well. Bits of glimpse of it, but it was very blurry. It was like his brain wanted to forget. That turned out to be the better option. He doesn't have the everlasting fear of his childhood hanging over him. If he did at the beginning, Kai and Hari cured it. Though, he was surprised about the time frame. 2 years? It took everything in Kai's power to look Izuku in the eyes. It scared him that he didn't know how this was going to play out. Would Izuku hate him? Even with the lies he coded with his explanation, Izuku could think of kidnapping as a bad thing. Which it is not. Now looking at Izuku's eyes, he watched as Izuku stared into his own. His green orbs looking innocently at him. Feels shorter. Then 2 years. Kai just blinked. This was a surprise. His angel is questioning how long it was? Time flies when you're with the people you love, Angel. Kai, you. Thank you for obeying me. Kai warmly smiled. Love you too, my little angel. He blinked when he felt wetness seeping out of his eyes. He couldn't express it in words, but he was happy. No, more than happy. Ecstatic that Izuku was not bad. He was worrying all for nothing. Why would he think Izuku would change after explaining his origin? Kai, you cry. Izuku swiped his hand lightly across Kai's eyes. He didn't want to see Kai crying. No crying. Sad. Kai held Izuku's hand once he stopped feeling the tears dissipate. I'm not sad. I'm happy you still love me. Huh? Why would I not? The boy stuttered out. He still loves Kai. Who wouldn't? You're right, Angel. You wouldn't change just like that. I was worried that you would think differently about me or Hari. Think we are bad people. Kai watched Izuku carefully. Huh? Oh. Nope. He shook his head, moving his hands out of Kai's hold. He pressed them onto Kai's face. Scrunching his cheeks up, nope. You the best. You, avid me. Hari and you. Both you good. Protect me. Kai began to laugh loudly, startling Izuku. The boy quickly recovered after he saw the playful expression on Kai's face. Oh Aizu. Kai pulled Izuku into a stronghold. The boy let Kai's face go and watched the man grin at him. Thank you so much. You don't know how much that means to me. To us. Hee hee, Izuku giggled loudly. As much as I want to stay in bed with you, I think we should get up. If I'm ought to stay with you all day, I need to make sure you have the time of your life. What do you want to do right now? Kai said with all the happiness he can muster into a sentence. Video games. My room. Of course, Angel. We can figure out the food plan when we get there. Kai hooked his arms under Izuku's legs and lifted him with little to no force. He glanced around the room for anything suspicious. Kai? Just making sure nothing can hurt you in my room. You're funny. Let's go. Kai smiled, ruffling Izuku's hair with an empty hand. Let's go indeed. Walking out of the room, he grabbed his plague mask and closed the door. Arriving at the hall of the bathroom and the room, Kai brought Izuku into the bathroom to do his business. He asked whether or not Izuku would want a bath now or later that day. Izuku exclaimed a yes answer. Kai chuckled, placing Izuku on top of the toilet seat. He turned on the water and watched Izuku, who was staring at the water filling up. Washing the boy up took under 5 minutes. Drying Izuku up with a fluffy towel he got while Izuku was in the bath. He dried his green hair so that it was only damp. Walking into Izuku's room, he inspected the room itself before he placed Izuku on the bed to be changed. Changing Izuku into a new pair of midday clothes was an easy task. The boy kept on talking about his plan for Animal Crossing. Sitting the boy up on the bed, Kai texted Hari to deliver plates of food. Izuku silently watched Kai on his phone. He feels like he had won before he was with Kai and Hari. Now, he can't remember if he did or not, but no matter the answer to that, he finds entertainment watching Kai tap away at the phone. He would normally hate it. Kai always had to leave after went on his device. This time was different. He didn't need to worry, Kai had promised he will stay. Okay. Kai dropped his phone on the bed and stood up, grabbing the Joy-Cons. Let's get started. Yeah. After who knows how long, Izuku asked for Kai to play the game while he watches. The man happily obliged. Izuku rested his head on Kai's side. Kai? Kai controlled his character to catch a butterfly. Do. When heroes come. Izuku tenses once the in-game character stopped moving. You don't need to worry about that, Kai said in a cold voice. It won't happen for a bit. Izuku twiddled his thumbs. Heroes coming. Don't deny. Look at me. Izuku looked up and saw Kai's stern face. It's hard to deny when it's the truth. I really hate lying to you. I honestly do. The only lie I have ever told you was about the heroes. I knew for a long time they were going to attack. I never wanted you to know. You mean the world to me. I would hate for you to know what comes with reality. I understand. Trying to hat's best for me. That's one way to put it. Kai mumbled. Heroes. Come to take disease away. Me. Izuku stared at his lap, too scared to look Kai in the eyes. Angel, look at me. Kai said in a voice where it left no room for arguments. Looking up, he held in his breath. Kai lightly grabbed his chin, pointing it to his own face. You are not a disease. BBUT. Tamura said dash. Disregarded what that man said, Kai said with venom seeping from his words. Tamura. Was lying to you. If you were a disease, I would have cured you right when I saw it. Huh? I do regular checkups on you. You may not notice, but I do. Every time I drew some of your blood, I checked for any sickness or disease. Every time I got a negative answer. That meaning, you had nothing of the sorts. Even now, I do. I check up on you before you go to bed. I guess you are too tired to notice I am doing it. You have never got a disease where I needed to stay away from you. And if you did, I would have cured it. Aizu, do you still think you are one? No disease. Izuku said in more confidence. Yes, Angel. Thank you. Izuku bashed his head out of Kai's hold and pressed his head on Kai's shoulder. Kai wrapped his arms around the boy. The two hugged it for a while, playing more video games right after. Izuku hadn't felt true happiness in a while, mostly thinking he was a disease. Now, after Kai has explained it, he doesn't anymore. He forgot about the world around him, it was just Kai and him. Having a fun time. After a bit, Hari came in with plates of food. Izuku heard the door open and yelled out Hari's name, trying to reach for the man. The three enjoyed their early breakfast. They laughed, smiled, you name it. They completely lost track of time. Too bad nothing good lasts forever. Izuku yawned. Kai and Hari were both sitting beside him on the bed, talking about made-up stories. The two men knew something was going to occur, they had a feeling. They could care less that the schedule they had placed 2 years ago was in shambles. Not following it at all. You tired, Izuku? Hari paused from his tale about the tortoise and the hare. He yawned once more, it was only morning. He shouldn't be this tired. Too tired. Oh, sorry about that, Izu. Kai had to wake you up or you had to wake up early today. We needed you to be awake in case anything happened. Hari ruffled Izuku's head. Oh, okay. Tired. He rubbed his eyes, closing them after a wave of exhaustion hit him. Want to say goodnight to Kai before you sleep? Hari said in a whisper. No. Morning. Izuku said with his eyes open. Oh. It is morning. Let me rephrase that. Want to say good morning to Kai before you take a nap? Yep. Good morning, Kai. Had fun play video games. Me too. Have a good nap, we will wake you up when needed. Kai said, pushing Izuku to the bed. Izuku nodded, sighing at the warmth he felt with Hari tucking him in. Sleepy time. Izuku said in a quiet voice. What opinown about clouds? Izuku said, staring at the two men. This shocked them, it's like Izuku had a memory of some sort. Kai spoke up, want to make a promise, Izuku? A promise? Izuku looked at Kai. After the fight with the heroes, the three of us are going to move away from the compound and live somewhere where we will never be attacked or be in any conflict. After we find a new place, we will go outside and watch the sky. Watch the clouds zoom by. I promise you we will do that, all three of us will do just that. Izuku's mouth gapped, gasping, really? Really? The sky. The clouds. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Izuku tried to rise up from the bed to hug the two men, although Kai and Hari were quicker. The two hugged Izuku close. We both promise. Hari said with a huge smile. Welp, we should let you sleep, Izuku. They back away and smile. Sleepy time. Izuku pulled the blanket up and sighed, he couldn't wait. He knows the heroes are bad. He knows they want to save him. But with Kai and Hari protecting him, that will never happen. He just needs to wait out the attack and he will get to watch the clouds once again. Though, he couldn't lose a bad feeling he had. Sleep dreams, Izuku. Hari and Kai said at the same time. Too bad nothing is good as it sounds. Wake up. Eh? Izuku blinked and groaned at the voice who was talking to him. He was warm. Why does he need to get up? Sleep. Sleepy. No, Angel, you need to wake up. Now. Izuku felt sweat form on his forehead. The boy sat up, he saw Kai standing before him. What's wrong, Kai? Izuku rubbed his eyes, not looking at Kai. When he did, he saw Kai in his green jacket with his iconic plague mask on his face. I have an important meeting. Hari is busy at the moment. I would ask him to take care of you, but he is required in this meeting. I need you to be awake when it happens. Kai said with no room to argue. Okie dokie. Izuku watched as Kai got him ready. Again? He did the morning routine again? He got him breakfast, bathed him, changed him into PJs? What the heck? Kai was panicky, that he could tell. He would act collective and calm regularly, now he isn't. Though, Izuku made sure not to ask why. After being placed on the bed, Kai sternly told him not to fall asleep. Oh, okay. He pulled into a hug. Kai sat down with him, hugging him suddenly. Kai? Shush. Don't speak. I just want a hug before I go. Kai said, rocking Izuku back and forth. Izuku hugged Kai. He thought back to how Kai got him ready. Kai fed him quickly, told him not to speak because it would waste time. Kai didn't eat, saying he had already eaten. I love you, Angel. Love you, Kai. Can you do me a favor? Izuku nodded into Kai's chest. Kai picked Izuku up and plopped him down near the headboard of the bed. Kai pulled out a book from the bedside table. The book he loved so much. Where the Wild Things Are. Izuku, I'm going to leave this light on. Kai pulled out a mini light from his pocket and placed it onto the table. I need you to read this book and stay quiet. Kai crouched down to Izuku's level. He placed the hard-covered book on his lap. The main lights in the room will be turned off, this one will stay on. Kai pointed towards the mini light. He switched it on. I'll be back. Okay, Kai. After I get back, we will leave to find a new home. Like I promised you. Hari will catch up with us. Kai said in a quiet voice. Izuku nodded. Kai stood up, he leaned forward and rested their heads together. I'll see you again. Kai began to walk away. Kai. The man looked over to Izuku. Love you. See you. Izuku said in a cheerful voice. I love you to my little green angel. Kai walked to the door, looking down, telling himself to not look at Izuku again. He needs to do this. Turning off the lights, he closes the door. Not even bothering to lock it. Izuku watched as Kai left the room. Something was wrong. He shook his head, following Kai's orders. He needs to be calm and happy, it will make Kai happy. And he should be happy. Once Kai comes back in, they are going to leave. He will see the clouds with Kai and Hari. Izuku opened the first page of the book, the mini light creating a shadow. Izuku read the book slowly. He wanted to go back to sleep to pass the time. He couldn't. Kai told him not to. The next thing he knows, he read the book once. He closed it. He opened the first page. Reading it. Reading and reading the book over and over again. After who knows how many times he has read it, he screamed. Bang! Yelping, he jumped up. An explosion? A far distance one, but an equally loud one. He glanced around the room. It was terrifying. The room was pitch black and explosions could be heard in the background. He clutched onto the book. Heroes. Izuku panicked once everything came together. How was he so oblivious? Kai was saying goodbye. No. He only said he will see Izuku soon. He will be back. Izuku tried hard to embed this into his mind. Bang! Izuku fell to the ground, this one rumbled the walls of the room. Izuku picked up the blankets from the bed and pulled them down. He pulled them with him while he crawled underneath the bed. Wrapping himself up, he shook in fright. Crying silently as possible. Where are you, Kai, Hari? He tried to calm himself down before he had a panic attack. His breathing was hitching and gasping out. The room was shaking, he could hear things fall over. Explosion after explosion. Certainly, they are coming back. Certainly, Kai is safe. Certainly, Hari is fine. They are fighting the heroes. They must be winning, right? Maybe the explosions are someone's quick on their side. Right? The explosions are them fighting back. Oh God. Until it ceased. Izuku didn't know how long it took to be fully quiet. The explosion stopped. It was over. This means Kai and Hari won. Izuku crawled from under the bed, coughing as soon as he got out. The door was open. The explosions must have opened the door. Ha! Izuku held onto his blankets. The explosions ended. This must mean the heroes have lost. Kai and Hari will be coming back any second now. Any second. Any second. Any second. Any second. Any second? No? Izuku dropped the blankets and crawled to the door. Looking down the halls, he could hear nothing. Like nothing ever happened. Some chunks of the walls were on the ground. Okay, maybe something did happen. Izuku waited at the door. The heroes are gone. They won. Kai and Hari are making sure the heroes are fully gone. Yes. That's it. Where are they? He crawled a bit forward. Maybe they are busy. He pulled himself along the ground to the end of the hall. Nothing. Where are th-? Bang. Izuku covered his face, falling back. The heroes are gone. Why was there another explosion? Unless. Izuku gasped. Oh no. Izuku began to crawl backwards. No. He needs to get back. The heroes are still here. No wonder why Kai and Hari haven't come yet. Izuku looked back, there was a dead end. Wah? That wasn't there before. Izuku called the other way. He had to find somewhere he knows. It can be Kai's or Hari's room. He needs to find somewhere the heroes can't find him. Izuku crawled until he heard another explosion. Looking over to where the sound was, he saw an opening. With no rhyme or reason, he crawled through the gap. He felt a wisp of air class against his face. Looking onwards, he saw rubble. He saw two people standing, staring at each other. Hunched over, with blood trickling along their body. It was Kai and a hero. Lemillion. Kai and Lemillion staring at each other. Izuku froze in his spot. It was the hero he saw when he left the compound. Izuku stared at the hero and Kai. Lemillion glanced at Izuku in the corner of his eyes. Kai followed his eyes and saw Izuku. Izuku's mouth fell open. Kai was now staring directly at him. He had marks along his face, hives. Blood and cuts. What was going on? He needed to get out of here. Izuku jerked his head to find the gap. It was gone. Of course. How clueless can he be? The heroes were never gone. God. Lemillion, the hero will try to get him. He's going to kill Kai. 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 No. Kai can't die. He promised. He promised he will beat the heroes. He promised he will stay safe. He promised he will bring him to see the clouds. Izuku. Izuku heard his name, he looked at where the voice was coming from. Kai. Few minutes earlier. Kai fiercely threw his gloves to the ground. Slamming his hand down, he watched as the hero who came only a few moments ago dodge every spike that was formed. Jumping from spike to spike. His quirk allowed him to go through the spikes that were in his radius. Hari held the gun in hand. Trying to get a good shot of the hero. This was not supposed to happen. The hero should have never gotten to them his quickly. Hari. Hari whipped his head to Kai. The man looked over to him. Go to Izuku. Hari nodded and was off, running away from the battle with the gun still in hand. Hari rushed down the halls, ignoring the battles occurring around him. He needed to get to Izuku. Going in one direction, he runs to Izuku's room. Meanwhile, Aizawa in his hero gear helps Sir Night-Eye out from the room. They were just attacked by the League of Villains, Toga and Twice. Luckily, they fell back after they lost the battle. This meant the other heroes couldn't get more hurt than they already were. Night-Eye fixed his glasses and looked around the newfound room that was created. There were a few halls they haven't searched yet. No word about the boy. Mirio went off on his own, claiming he will get them on surprise. Let's hope he is fine. Mirio is very powerful, stronger than many pro-heroes. Though, Aizawa still questions if he can go against Overhaul. He wraps his capture weapon securely around his hand. He needs to find Izuku. If Mirio had found the boy with Overhaul, he would have contacted them by now. It's up to him now. We should head that way. Izuku's room should be down there. Night-Eye points towards one of the halls. Aizawa nods, I'll go. The hero begins to run down the hall. Find Lemillion. Right. Aizawa lets his capture weapon follow him closely, ready to attack at any given notice. He speeds by, reading the door plates. Searching for the correct room. It confused him by no one was the very hall Izuku should be in. Shouldn't they be protecting their only source of the quirk erasing drag? It didn't matter for Aizawa, this just makes his job easier. He turns a corner and sees an open door. The room was spewing out darkness. Aizawa stopped running. He noticed how there was another room perpendicular to the opened room. He looked inside the room. It was a bedroom. The light from the halls showcased that the bedroom was fancy. A master bedroom. Aizawa walked in, looking where Izuku was while keeping an eye on the door. He glanced around, opening things. Everywhere he looked, Izuku was nowhere to be found. To his surprise, Izuku wasn't there. Was this the wrong room? Aizawa whipped his head to the doorway once he heard boots clank across the floor. Current time. Izuku froze. He didn't know what to do. Kai just stared, the hero just looked. And Izuku. Izuku just panicked. With Lemillion's attention on Izuku, Kai activated his quirk to create a huge spike whipping towards the hero. With him distracted, Kai took his chance to run to Izuku. Picking him up, he holds him tight. Izuku didn't say anything. Kai waited for Lemillion to recover from the attack. Angel. His voice was raspy. I need you to stay in my arms and not move. I'll protect you. Izuku nodded, pressing his face into Kai's neck. He wanted to go back to his room. Kai stared daggers into Lemillion's head. Not even seconds, a blur rushed towards him, punching him in the head with full force. Kai tried to keep his hold on Izuku but was too focused on the impact. Izuku fell from Kai's arms, landing in a new set. Lemillion held him close to his chest. Izuku tried to push away. He needed to get to Kai. He didn't want to be near a hero. Kai! Izuku screamed. Lemillion stood his ground, holding Izuku so he couldn't struggle anymore. Shush. You are safe. I am here. Izuku heard this, causing him to burst into tears. No. Kai! 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 Please! Kai jumped to his feet. Don't you touch my angel. Kai screamed while more spikes were hurtled towards Lemillion. Lemillion dogged them. He would have hit back but had a boy in his arms. He couldn't risk it. He stuck to dogging. Izuku couldn't help but place his head into Lemillion's chest. He couldn't look. He hated this. He hated how he couldn't do anything. He ceased trying to escape from Lemillion's hold. He knew if he fell, he would be facing deadly injuries from the spikes. He couldn't blame what Kai was doing. This was the only way to stop the hero. Tire him out until someone from Kai's side comes along. Izuku hopes they come soon. He couldn't handle the dizziness of going around and around in circles. Overhaul. Izuku's prayers were answered. Wait. A man came walking in. Izuku looked over, lifting his head towards the sound. He saw a man who was a tall, lean but muscular with rather sharp and elongated features. His shiny hair was always worn smooth down and parted to his left, and was dark green, with 3 yellow streaks towards the front, 2 on his right, and 1 on his left. His eyebrows were also yellowish, matching the rims of the triangular glasses he wore and the strikingly bright yellow irises of his stern-looking eyes. The person was in plain office clothes, a plain white suit with gold buttons, a white dress shirt, and a red tie with white dots. The person ran towards Lemillion. Kai stopped his motion with spikes aiming towards the hero. Sir! Izuku watched. The person dodged the attacks from Kai. He wanted to get away from the heroes, but couldn't. The hero stood beside him and Lemillion. I have Izuku. Sorry, I didn't contact you, I didn't have time. You don't need to apologize, you got the kid, that's what matters. We need to attack Overhaul. Or should I say Chisaki? Oh, don't you fing dare use that name on me. Izuku presses his face to Lemillion's chest once again. He wanted to get away. No, he needed to get away. The heroes have him. He felt the breeze his back over and over again. He wanted everything to go back to normal. Izuku looked at Kai once more time, he watched as he activated his quirk. Izuku didn't know what to say. The quirk had disassembled the floor and reassembled a spike. It was the same spikes being aimed at Lemillion. He was in the arms of Lemillion. Did Kai know one wrong move on Lemillion's part could kill him? He buries his face into Lemillion's costume once again. Lemillion took this action as him being scared and wanting to be saved. Don't worry Izuku, we got you. During this fight, a member of the 8 Bullets came running in. Shin Nemoto. He had a black gun locked and loaded. Ready to shoot at anybody. Sorry boss, it took me a bit to get here. I was busy with a battle with a few heroes. Shin watched Kai rush to be at his side. Fire when ready. That kid over there, Kai points towards the green-haired kid in Lemillion's arms. Whatever you do, don't you dare shoot him. Kai said angrily. Shin nods, pulling the gun up. He was surprised to see a boy here. He had never seen someone like that before. Who was this? That wasn't the right time for questions, now it is time to fulfill his boss's wishes. Shin aims the gun at Lemillion's leg. Bang! Izuku yelped. Lemillion did the only thing he could do. He dodges the bullet but couldn't dodge it properly because Kai had spikes aiming right at him. Night Eye was too slow to stop it from happening. Ah? Izuku was the one screaming. He fell out of Lemillion's arms. He panicked, staring at the bullet wound on the hero's leg. Lemillion didn't scream or anything. That amazed Izuku. He watches as the blood arises from the wound. He heard a few voices but couldn't decipher what they said. The next thing he knew was that he was in the arms of someone new. Izuku looked up, happy to see a plague mask. A short black one. The man wore a black cape and a pair of baggy 3/4 pants, as well as a black bowler hat and pale sneakers. Izuku holds on to the man. He looked over and sked in a breath when he saw Kai. Kai looked like he was about to fall over. Kai yells out, "Run!" Shin starts to run. Izuku watches in slow motion as Kai's quirk opens up a hallway. He watches Kai's face. Holding back tears, he yells out to Kai. Kai! The hall opens up and Shin runs down with Izuku in his arms. Kai throws his mask away, smiling at Izuku. Kai seals up the wall. No! Kai! Over the man's shoulder, he watches as one of the people he loves is sealed away. Meanwhile, Hari runs down the halls, looking for Izuku's door, trying to find the boy. He was scared that Izuku was going to be captured by the heroes. He doesn't know what he would do without him. He places the run in his coat pocket. He didn't want to scare Izuku when he finds him. Hari feels tears drip down his face. Taking his mask off while he runs, he wipes his tears away. This is no time to be crying. Hari doesn't bother putting his mask back on. Arriving at the door, or the open door. He panics. Did Izuku leave the room? Is he too late? No. He looks into the room. Eraserhead was standing there in the middle. What the hell are you doing? Aizawa quickly identifies the man in front of him. Hari Kurono. Hari Kurono, the right-hand man to Kai Chisaki, chronostasis. Hari stiffness, he looks around the room trying to find Izuku, keeping an eye on the hero. This is Izuku's room. Aizawa stares at Hari with a death glare. Where was Izuku? Damn it. Hari pulls out a knife and runs towards Aizawa, startling him with a barrage of attacks. Hari stabs him in the shoulder, yelling, "Don't you ever say that name ever again. You do not have the right to. He is not leaving with you lunatics. He is mine." He pushes the knife into the flesh. Aizawa groans, they both were on the ground now. Hari was on top of him. Hari activated his quirk. Aizawa tried to crawl away or punch back, but couldn't. This is your quirk. He said in a strained voice. Hari laughs, it is. This is what you get for fighting us. Besides, he trailed off, looking around the room. Izuku must have run off. He hasn't been captured by the heroes yet, if he did, Eraserhead wouldn't have been there. Damn it, he says underneath his breath. Why are you here? Hari asks. Aizawa tries to open his mouth but fails to. Oh. Haha, I forgot, you can't speak. You know Eraserhead, I could kill you right now. I really want to. If it wasn't for you heroes, this would never have happened. You know what? I'll kill you now. Hari pulls up the knife, all for Izuku. Nothing will get in the way of my treasure. You will never know how much I love him and how much he means to me. His hands fall with so much strength the knife would be going through the man's chest. However, right when he was about to hit the body, he hears boots and tires. Hari jerked his head up, his eyes widened as he saw Shin walking in with Izuku in his arms. Izuku looked over and gasped. Hari! The boy reached out tiredly. Hari threw away the knife, standing up he rushed over to Izuku. Grabbing the boy from Shin, he held onto Izuku. Izuku buried his head into his neck. Hari! He sobbed so much. Are you hurt? Izuku, don't you ever do that again. Don't run like that ever again. You scared me half to death. Hari hugged Izuku tighter than he ever has. Sorry, I just scared. I know you are scared. Don't worry, you are safe. I am here. Hari rubbed Izuku's back. Thanks, Hari. Meanwhile, Shin watches Hari gush over Izuku. Who was this kid? He knows the name but still. He glances over to Eraserhead who was on the ground, bleeding from his shoulder. Aizawa had lifted his head, just a smudge. He was able to look at Shin, Hari and Izuku. He has wide eyes, staring at Izuku and Hari. This is the kid he has been trying to find. Katsuki's childhood friend. He is right here, in the arms of the villains. The kid who he is ought to save. He is crying his eyes out. Stockholm Syndrome, it has to be. Kurono. Hari looked up from Izuku's face, it took him a few seconds to do so. Nemoto. You should get out of the compound before more heroes show up. Shin explained to Hari in a monotone voice. Hari glances down at Eraserhead. Keep an eye on him. He should be on the ground for at least an hour. Keep an eye out just in case. Shin nodded, will do. Where will you be going? Someone needs to save Izuku from the heroes. The boss is busy with his own fight. We must save the one person he loves. Izuku. Shin looks at the quiet green-haired kid. Who is he? Hari looks at Izuku in the eyes. This kid is Izuku. Long story short, he is the origin of the bullets. That's all you need to know. I see. Good luck. You too. Izuku glanced around the room, something told him he should. See you on the other side? Nemoto. Before you go, I must ask. Do you think the Shie Hassaikai will survive after this? No, not at all. I honestly think Kai or the boss does not care about the Shie Hassaikai anymore. He cares about Izuku only. More than anything. I will risk my life to know Izuku is protected and away from the heroes. I also want to keep the promise we made with him. Hari glances at Aizawa, glares at him before he begins to walk. Izuku noticed a man lying on the ground. He was hard to miss, Hari had made him so happy that he will be seeing the cloud soon. Kai will be coming along as well. Plans may have changed, although the outcome will stay the same. Izuku watches the man he now knows the name of, leaves his eyesight as he is taken away from the room. Something told him to watch the bathroom and his old bedroom while he was taken away by Hari. On the other hand, Kai was failing. He was in a lot of pain. His body was screaming at him to stop. But his mind refused not to. He had to continue to fight. He had zero backups coming and knows Izuku is safe with Nemoto who is trying to find Hari. There, Izuku will have a head start with his promise. Their promise. You heroes think you know so much about everyone's FING life. You have no goddamn idea how long it took for me to get the things I want. You heroes are just parasites. The only way for you to be saved is death from me. I will not let you heroes ruin my love for Izuku. Kai couldn't afford to fail, if he does, he will never see Izuku again. That thought alone made his blood boil. Lemillion yelled out, you have no right to abuse a kid like the way you do. Shut up. He had one more attack before he falls. The two heroes are carrying their own injuries, however, they can fight for longer. He can't. He has overused his quirk. This is it. It's now or never. With a flurry of attacks, Kai let a scream, activating his quirk in all directions once his hands met the floor. Lemillion dodges most of the attacks, though he was hit by a few spikes in his legs. Nai dodges them by using the other fallen walls as shields. The attack was so powerful that Kai knew this was it. He felt dizzy and his vision was going out. No. I'm not done yet. Nai recovered from the attack and helped Mirio, knowing Overhaul was at his limits. Before Night Eye could get to Mirio, he rushes forward to Kai. Attacking him without his own quirk he lost by the bullet. He pushed him down, landing on top of him. Kai tried to fight back, but he was too tired to use his quirk again. Hands grab him, handcuffing him. He glanced to where Nemoto had run with Izuku. No damn it, Izuku. I'm so sorry. I'll be back for you, I promise. Kai said before exhaustion overtook his body. Hari tightens his hold of Izuku. Walking down the long halls. Izuku was trying not to cry, he held the tears in. He had to stay calm for Hari. He knows Kai is strong and is safe. The heroes show no match to him. Right? Of course, Kai will succeed. He made the promise, he may run a bit late but still. Kai never lies, he will see him again. Hari and he will have a head start on finding a new home. If Kai did lie about the promise, Izuku doesn't know what he would do. Izuku smiles at Hari, who was staring ahead. Hari. Yeah, Izuku? Hari said in an even voice. He was trying to hold in his anxiety. Do you think Kai wins? Izuku said in a quiet voice. Only the sounds from Hari's boots were heard. Hari nods quickly. Of course I think Kai will win. If he doesn't, I don't know what will happen. Remember that promise we made? He said all three of us will live together away from conflict. Kai will do whatever in his power to fulfill this wish. He's strong. Yeah. As long as he doesn't overexert himself, he should be fine. He's smart. He would not. You are right about that, my little Izuku. A few minutes of silence has passed. Something bad had happened. Izuku held onto Hari's raincoat harder. Bad feeling. Izuku begins to cry. Something has happened to Kai. He knows it. Hari is alarmed by this. He feels the same thing. He starts to run. He can't waste time now. The heroes will be coming this way. Slow down. Sorry Izuku, I can't do that. We need to leave. Go back. Kai. I need him. Hari holds on. Izuku, we can't go back. Kai told me to get you and leave. We need to leave now before the heroes find us. Izuku tries to keep calm, but it is very hard for him to do so when he knows something bad has happened to Kai. Rushing out, Hari and Izuku arrive outside. He whimpers once he feels a blinding light hit his eyes. Hari. Outside? Hari makes no noise. Izuku looks up. He gasps, the sky. Sure enough, a cloudy blue sky was above them. He was so amazed to see the sky once again, he didn't realize Hari used his quirk on him. Hari knew what was about to occur. He needed to make sure Izuku didn't panic or try to run. He knows Kai must have been captured. Izuku always could sense whether he or Kai was in danger. He needed to make sure Izuku didn't try to run to Kai if he sees him captured. Why do the heroes mess everything up? He wanted to see Izuku happy somewhere else. Enjoying the sky somewhere else. Not here. Izuku tried to get Hari's attention, although it was on somewhere else. He tried to speak, but couldn't. He looked over, he gasped. The members of the Ryukyu agency, Uraraka, Azui, Nijire and Ryukyu herself gave the villains they have captured over to the police. Uraraka watches Nijire gush about how good they were. It made her smile. Uraraka looked over to the base. Checking in case they missed anyone. She gasped. Her eyes landed on the same ones as Hari Kurono. Ryukyu. Look, it's chronostasis. Azui looked over after hearing Uraraki gasp, and Izuku. Wow, hey. It's the green-haired kid we need to save. Why is he up here though? Shouldn't the others have gotten him? Nijire asks while he quickly prepared her gear to fight. Ryukyu rushes over to where Hari was. The three girls followed, ready to attack. Hari panic. No, damn it. Izuku watches as the heroes come closer. He tries to press his hand on Hari's face but is too tired to. When was he this weak? Hari knew this was it. He holds Izuku on for dear life. Izuku, I need you to listen to me right now. I love you so much and I will do anything for you. Kai and I will. I'm sorry that I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. I'm so sorry this has happened. Please just know, we will save you from these heroes. Okay? I am sorry our promise can't happen right now. But it will happen once Kai and I find you again, okay? Just wait for us. Hari kissed Izuku's forehead. I'll never forget you. Please don't forget us. Don't listen to the lies people tell you. Izuku cried for Hari while he was placed on the patch of bright green grass. He tried to speak, no voice came out. He needed to say something. He had to say goodbye. This was it. Hari and Kai were leaving just like that. Izuku falls to the ground, watching his world disappear. Watching Hari disappear. Goodbye Izuku for now. Hari says while he watches Izuku fall unconscious. Hari stood his ground, ready for the hero attacks. He fell to the ground after a hit to the head made him unconscious. This was it. The other heroes had arrived at different sections of the compound, searching for any injured heroes or villains. Night Eye helped Mirio out of the rubble, waiting for more officers to get Overhaul. Once they arrived, they were transported to the surface. Amajiki and few officers found Aizawa with Nemoto. They quickly overpowered the villain, capturing him and saving Aizawa. The rest on the surface brought people to the hospitals and police stations. Mirio, before he was transported onto the ambulance, lifted his head trying to find Izuku. Sir told him they got Izuku, he just wanted to see the boy for himself. He finds the boy in the arms of his friend Nijire. He smiles, Izuku is safe. Nijire walks Izuku to one of the ambulances, the paramedics grab him and strap him to the gurney. Closing the doors, heading to the hospital. Aizawa watches as it left. Little to anyone know, that was the last time he ever saw Hari or Kai. They never knew how much they meant to him. That was goodbye. He never got to say goodbye to Kai. Warmth. That's what Izuku felt when he regains consciousness. It wasn't the warmth a person will feel after waking up from a long night of sleep. It felt like sitting with friends and family watching a blazing fire. You have both sides of the spectrum. You are beside kindling flames that give a sense of danger. On the other hand, you are warm from the loved ones beside you, giving you happiness and love. Izuku identified that his mind was screaming at him to run away from danger. What danger? Why was the flame he felt dangerous? Sure, the warmth he discovered was odd and something entirely new. He still couldn't help himself dive closer to the warmth when he felt loved ones beside him. He couldn't figure out who was who or how many were there. It almost felt like a vision or a dream. A distant dream. He couldn't identify who his loved ones were and how he knew them. It was like he forgot them, but his body remembered who they were. Every time he tried getting closer to the people he saw in the distant sense of warmth, a wave of blazing hot fire clashed against his soul, yelling at him to run. He did that, however, the feeling disappeared, opening to a sense of coldness. His body was telling him to run away while his soul or brain was seeking out the loved ones. And Izuku was stuck in between the mini-war. Was his body protecting him from something? Why would his body need to protect him when he is with the people he loves? He should be safe with them. No. He is safe with them. That he knows. So, why is he being told to run away from them? Are they dangerous like the blazing fire? Why does he need to run away from Kai and Hari? Kai and Hari. Kai. Hari. Kai. Hari. Izuku shot up, gasping. Staring at his legs or the white blankets that were covering him up to the waist. It was nothing heavy, rather light. A simple white pattern dressed the cloth, light blue fabric laced at the ends. Izuku felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He blinked through his tiredness, glancing around the room while he pulled his hands from underneath the covers. While trying to pull one, it was pulled back to a metal bar. Izuku looked to where his hand was locked into place and saw a single metal ring wrapped around his right hand was locked to a metal bar which he understood was his bed. His left hand was free from any ring. He looked at the hand, it was instead attached to a long tube connected at the back of his hand. A clear piece of tape was stuck to his hand and the clear tube. Izuku's eyes followed the tube which ventured to a metal rack that had a clear bag with some sort of liquid hanging from it. He gazed around the room once more, looking more precisely. The room was something he had never seen before. It was nothing like the room he lived in for so long. The walls were a pale peachy color and the flooring was white tiles with black borders. Around Izuku, machines he had never seen before were hooked up to the walls and connected to him somehow. One was connected to a beeping machine that showed a line moving up and down. It was wired to him on his chest. Weird. The room had a few gray chairs spaced around the wall with the door. The door that had 0 windows was directly in front of the bed he sat on. Another door was to the side as well. Speaking of bed, Izuku was sitting on an uncomfortable foam-like texture. It had side rails that were raised so that Izuku would struggle at leaving the bed. On the other hand, at the head of the bed, there were 2 white-sheeted pillows ranging in size. One was big and puffy while the other one was underneath it that was thin and smaller in width. The bed also had an odd-looking remote on the table beside the bed. It showcased different buttons with pictures of a bed-like chair in unique positions. Could the bed Izuku was on do that? He should ask Kai for a bed like this. Wait. Where is he? Where are Kai and Hari? Kai. Hari. Where are they? Hari. Kai. Where you? Izuku falls back onto the bed after a wave of nausea hits him, causing him to groan once his back hits the foam. Tears fall from his eyes while he stares at the ceiling. He lifted his left hand to his face, whimpering when the tube was tugged by his movements. His right hand laid LDLY near the railing with the metal ring wrapped around the wrist. Whimpering slightly, he laid his left hand back onto the bed. Izuku moved his head to the side, using the pillow to wipe his tears away. Even with some of those tears away, cascades of liquid fell onto the sheets below his head. He felt like crying for the rest of his life. Everything came back to him. Hari and Kai are gone. He last saw Hari about to be attacked by the heroes. Kai never got to say goodbye. Izuku began to sob, crying openly. They were gone and he was alone in somewhere entirely new. Worst of all, he doesn't know where Kai and Hari are. Are they gone? Forever? No. Izuku screamed. He can't take this anymore. Why did Kai and Hari have to lose? Why is he stuck here? Are they hurt? Were they captured? Was he captured? Was he taken by the heroes? Was Tamura right? Kai and Hari promised him they will all move to somewhere new and be at peace. Away from the heroes. They said they will come for him once the heroes are gone. If they won, he should be cloud-gazing along with them. Not here in a room with wires and metal connected to him. Being logical, Kai and Hari. Lost. By who though? Izuku looked back at the memory. He remembers seeing a stranger that was on the same side as Kai and Hari. The man holding him, saying goodbye to Kai. Running away to Hari. Hari running outside with Izuku in his hands, being placed on the ground. Hari saying goodbye. Izuku yelled out a strained scream. He remembers it clearly. Why did it have to end like that? All we wanted was to stay with Kai and Hari. He didn't even get to say goodbye to Kai. A proper goodbye. At least he got to talk to Hari before he was attacked. With Kai, it was only yelling. Ah? Izuku screamed. Why couldn't he stay in his room? If he did that, none of this would have happened. Kai and Hari wouldn't have to make sacrifices for him and the heroes would have never noticed him. But no. He had to leave it to know Kai and Hari won the battle. He just had to get lost. It was all his fault. Tamura was right. The heroes would have captured him. He will never see Kai and Hari ever again. Click. The door directly in front of the bed was opened. Izuku shot up scared to see what was on the other side. Shuffling and a few murmurs were heard. Izuku's heart was beating right beside his ears. Anxiety washes over him. It felt like the world was moving in slow motion. Why couldn't they move faster? Eventually, what felt like hours but only seconds for others, the door was fully opened. Izuku's breath grew louder. Two people in white coats walked in, one was a woman with black hair tied in a tight bun and the other was a man with white short hair. Hello Izuku. Izuku watched the movements of the two people carefully. He gave no effort in answering the man. The two smiled. The woman had a clipboard in hand, she stood near the door while the man pulled up one of the gray chairs. Sitting down, he grinned. How are you feeling? Izuku blinked. You're kidding me. He is asking how I am feeling? The man caught onto Izuku's face of disgust. Sad. I suppose? Izuku's eyes watched the lady place the clipboard on one of the empty tables and came closer from her post to the left side of the bed with caution. Her eyes were staring right at his hands. Huh? Don't worry Izuku. Nurse Suki is just going to check up on you. Standard procedure. We will leave you to your own devices after we check up on our physical health. Is that all right with you? The man said watching the boy like a hawk. Izuku squirmed under the eyes of the two people. He still made no effort in answering the man. But before we begin it, I want to tell you some important information. First off, you will be quarantined here for a week with a few doctors monitoring you. Your quirk is very powerful and we want to make sure it will not affect any of our staff at the hospital. Next, a menu will be given to you to decide what you want for breakfast, lunch and dinner. A few nurses will come 3 times a day to deliver your food. What else? Oh, the bathroom is to the left. You can press the button at the side of the bed, this will tell a nurse to come and take you out of your cuff, letting you go to the restroom. You can probably guess by your outfit that you are in new clothes. With the corner of his eyes, Izuku observed the clothes he was wearing. A white-like robe. Nothing he has ever worn before. You will wear this for the week and once it is done, we will change your outfit so that you wear traditional clothes. We want you to get used to other clothes because you were only wearing the same clothes when you were with the villains. Izuku whimpered. This was too much to understand. I know it must be hard to understand. But don't worry, you are safe with us. We will get you back on track, away from the villains. Izuku whined once again. The lady arrived right beside him on the left side of the bed. Hold up left hand, she said in a monotone voice. Izuku gulped. He looked away from the lady, pulling the hand close to his chest, ignoring the tug. Izuku, the lady said with annoyance. Izuku whimpered, trying to curl up, ultimately failing because his right hand was trapped. We have no time for your attempt of disobedience. Now, give me your hand. Izuku closed his eyes, they were scaring him. He wanted Kai and Hari. Kai. Hari, the boy said in barely a whisper. The lady beside him was close enough to hear him clearly. Oh? You want Kai and Hari? The lady said smirking. At that, Izuku nodded. Maybe, just maybe they will allow him to see the two men. You know, you will never see them again. They are locked away in prison. You are safe now. The doctor said with boredom lacing his voice. Izuku's head shot up. No. No can't be no. The lady took her chance and grabbed Izuku's wrist tightly. This caused Izuku to whimper at the pressure of her hold. The 4 is still secured and in place, doctor. Izuku began to cry once again. He tried tugging his hand away from her hold. She was not budging. Good. What about the right hand? The man said with a yawn. I'll check that. The lady let go of the hand and walked over to the right side of the bed. Izuku took his chance to cradle it close to his chest. He closed his eyes, not wanting to see the damage done to it. Or at least the mark that was made. Izuku opened his eyes once he felt his right hand be stirred. The lady was looking at the metal ring. All secured. she said in the same monotone voice. You can commence to standard procedure now. The doctor said, closing his eyes. All right, sir. Izuku brought his legs up from underneath the sheets to his chest. The lady gripped his knee and pushed it down. At the force of it, Izuku cried out. The lady let go and brought her hand to his other knee. Prepared to counter her attack, Izuku used his other leg to nudge the lady in the stomach, trying to tell her to stop it. Ah? Izuku blinked as he watched the lady scream and fall to the ground. Huh? His sounds were unheard by the quick movement of the doctor, who looked like he was about to fall asleep and now alarmed. It was like he was trying to trick him. Was he? Call security and more nurses. Nurse Suki was injured by a patient. Come quick, her quirk could be at risk of disappearing. The doctor yelled as he propped the lady up to the wall. Huh? All Izuku did was watch as multiple people run into the room, making Izuku curl up more. In a few quick movements by a bulky man in gear that said security, he felt his left hand be wrapped around a metal ring and be attached to the rail on the left side. Izuku looked down and gasped. His left hand was bruised purple and yellow. He tried bringing it closer to his chest because of the pain that came with it. However, like with his right hand, he couldn't move it. Izuku closed his eyes, tightly. The people around him were talking in loud voices. He wanted them to leave. He wanted Kai and Hari. A man said, Suki, are you okay? A woman said, she doesn't look fine, her quirk will be gone any minute now. We need to work quickly or she will lose her quirk forever. Someone said, is this how the patient's quirk works? Yes, it does. Suki has a. Izuku whined, he couldn't understand what they were saying. I thought it was from blood, not physical contact. Shut it. To make this work, we need to make it look like it was from physical contact, not his blood. Got it. His quirk is very dangerous. He needs to be shown the consequences of using his quirk. He could and will take all our quirks away. He needs to be more secured, away from others. Izuku tried blocking out the sound. They were making no sense. Shuffling and a slam. This caused Izuku to wince. Yelping at the noise. He lay back down on the bed. His two hands stuck at the railing. Staring at the ceiling, he listened to the beeping sound from the machine. He blinked slowly, staying still. What just happened? From what he heard, he activated his quirk. Interesting. Izuku wanted to curl up and cry until he sees Kai and Hari. As much as he wishes his life could go the way he wants it, life has never been on his side. Was he dangerous? Did he deserve this? Is this what he gets for being with Kai and Hari? Izuku closes his eyes. A wave of exhaustion clashed against him. Izuku tried to stay awake. Wanting to stay awake in case the people came in again. Without him even noticing, he lost consciousness. Izuku woke up to the sound of beeping and the door closing. The room's door. He tried sitting up, but once he did, he fell back. His head felt too heavy. Full of cotton. He closed his eyes once again. Opening his eyes, he saw a stranger with a white coat sitting on one of the chairs with a phone in hand beside his bed. He tried sitting up, failing like the last time. Oh, you're awake. The person said in a bland voice. Izuku closed his eyes. Never mind. Izuku opened his eyes. He smelt cleaning equipment. Looking over to the side, he saw the same stranger he saw the last time. Awake now? Izuku groaned, looking away from the man who was talking to him. I am Dr. Jim. Nice to meet you, Izuku. I just wanted to chat about a few things. Is that okay? Izuku closed his eyes, the cotton was getting increasingly bigger. Izuku opened his eyes. The stranger was now on the other side of the bed, near the rack with the bag. Izuku watches as he changed the bag for a new one with more liquid. The man noticed he was awake. I am just changing your for. Now. Shall we continue where we left off from yesterday? Izuku's eyes remained opened. I have a menu. For you to pick out what you want for breakfast. You haven't eaten anything in 3 days. Look. I'll bring it up to your face. Izuku blinked, trying to read the words on the piece of plastic. Whining when he couldn't read it. If he could anyway, he wouldn't have picked anything. That is Kai's and Hari's job, not his. But of course, the stranger can't understand that. Nothing you like? I see. I'll pick something for you. I'm not supposed to do this. The higher-ups would fire me if they saw me helping you. They explicitly told me not to choose what you eat. They said they want you to get used to normal life. Though, I'm not sure why they caused a big scandal about you using your quirk. Which makes zero sense because your quirk is activated through your blood. The only thing you did was touch the nurse with your leg. You didn't hurt her. She just hit her head on the floor. Izuku whimpered at the thought of choosing for himself. Kai and Hari did everything for him. That's what he wanted. He didn't want to pick out what he was going to wear or eat. That was their job. Everything was perfect before the heroes arrived. Give me a few minutes to get the food. Please stay awake. Kai and Hari would want you to eat. With that, Izuku's lidded eyes shot open and lifted his head. He watched the man leave. Maybe he can wait for the man this time. A few me dash. No, longer than that passed. The stranger rushed back in. Out of breath. Sorry for the long wait. I got the food. I can't stay. I got to go. I'll just leave the food on the table. Please eat. For Kai and Hari. Here. I'll unlock one of the cuffs. Izuku watched the man place a tray of food on the bedside table and pull out an odd-shaped item with jagged edges and a round base which was gold and put it in a certain area near the metal ring. It clicked, and the ring was off his left hand. The stranger placed the item back in his pocket and left the room. After the door closed, Izuku pulled his hand to his chest. When was the last time he could do this? He smelt the food. Looking over, he grimaced. It was toast and eggs. Food he would normally love if it was served by Kai and Hari. The stranger said he needs to eat for Kai and Hari. Should he? The two made sure Izuku didn't eat on his own. Izuku shouldn't break the rules. Even if they are gone, what happens if they come back? He needs to be following the rules. Izuku turned away from it and laid down with his hand close to his heart. He needs to spend the time wisely. Eventually, they will come in and lock his hand back up. Izuku closed his eyes, just once. Relishing in the fact that he can move his hand freely. Wait. Izuku mumbled before it was too late. Izuku opened his eyes. The stranger was gone. He looked to the left and right sides of the bed. His left hand was locked up in the metal ring. Gah! Why did he have to close his eyes? Izuku noticed how the food was supposed to eat was now gone. Nothing was there. Click. He watched the door open. A man with gray hair walked in, a tray of food in his hands. Izuku tried to look behind the man to see if they were there behind the door. Kid, what are you looking at? The man said in a deep voice. Izuku mumbled, Kai and Hari. The man nods and sighs, you're still waiting for them? He walked forward, with a spare hand, he pulled a gray chair along with him. Positioning it beside the bed on the right side, the man placed the food on a table. He looked at a few of the machines, not paying any attention at Izuku. The boy followed the man's movements. Eventually, the man sat down. Can you eat one bite? Izuku shook his head slowly. Rule. He said in a very quiet whisper. The man nodded, you must miss the two. Don't you? Izuku nodded, looking at the man. I understand you have Stockholm Syndrome. Unlike some people who don't care for people like you. They are selfish, scared that somehow they will lose their quirks. It will be hard to move on, just know some people who are waiting for your quarantine to be over are excited to visit you. Izuku hummed. This man gets it. As much as you hate to hear it. The two are in prison. Never mind. He doesn't. You are safe. You may not consider it while you were with them, you were in danger. Now, you being in the hospital makes you be away from harm. Ha! The heroes will be protecting you. I'm pretty sure a hero that saved you wants to talk with you after the week is over. Izuku groaned. He didn't want that. He closed his eyes. He opened his eyes. The door to the room was slammed open. Someone came in, looking enraged. Izuku notices the ring around his right hand is tighter than usual. The person who came in had a tray in their hands. Bang! The tray dropped to the ground, making a loud noise. It continued to roll around and clink against the tiles. You haven't eaten. We will not give you any food if you are not going to eat. Izuku's eyes widen. At least he was given the option of eating, even if he said no. It was nice that they didn't force him to eat in any way. Although, now he doesn't have the option at all. I will give you one more chance. Will you eat and do anything for yourself? You haven't gone to the washroom and we must come and clean up the sheets you keep on soiling. Izuku whimpered. Why we're yelling? No? That's good to hear. Huh? Izuku raised his head and looked directly at the person. Oh? You don't know? Izuku stayed still watching the person begin to chuckle. Normally, we would help patients. Take care of them. However, we can't do that anymore. We have discovered how your quirk works. If we come top close to you, our own quirks will disappear. Izuku whimpered lightly. I believe you should have stayed with the villains. You would eventually take their quirks away, making it easier for the heroes to capture them. But no, they don't listen to us in the medical field. They even knew we would be risking our own quirks helping you. Izuku brought his legs closer to his chest. This is punishment, in a way. You will stay here for the remainder of the week. No one like you should be taken care of. You are a disgrace to our society. No one should have a quirk that destroys others. You simply were born at the wrong time. PRD. Maybe at the start of when quirks started popping up. You could have stopped quirks from taking over the world. Now, your quirk doesn't have a purpose. You don't have a purpose. Izuku's head fell back, closing his eyes. Izuku opened his eyes. The room was dark, a light glimmering through the dark. He was still in the same room, stuck to the bed. Unlike the last times he woke up, this time felt different. He felt everything crumbling down. Kai and Hari are gone. It is impossible for them to escape from prison. They even said it themselves. Izuku feels pressure in his eyes. He blinks it away. Tears. The normal tears that are supposed to fall down are staying in his eyes. It's like his body has reached a peak. Has he hit the point where he can never cry again? Is he broken? Is he that broken that Kai and Hari will be gone forever and he can't do anything about it? Of course, he is. He is stuck here in this room while Kai and Hari are in prison. He can't even go to the bathroom alone or even eat. The thought alone makes him GG. The fact that he could quite possibly never see Kai or Hari ever again breaks his heart. It terrified him. How will he survive without them? He relies on them, and once the week is over, what will he do then? Who will take care of him? To Izuku's demis, he knows no one can take care of him like Hari and Kai did. No one can replace them. He could possibly accept a new caretaker, but it wouldn't be the same relationship. They wouldn't love him like Kai and Hari did. And he wouldn't love them either. He's scared of the future. Izuku stares up at the ceiling, barely even blinking. He hasn't moved since the person who came in. Who could blame him? Everything he lived for is gone. What's the point in doing anything when he knows he will never be happy again? It seems that he himself is his only friend. Pathetic, isn't it? Even then, Izuku can't consider that to be true. His mind continues to tell him to run away to find Kai and Hari or to just give up. He just wants to stay in the bed forever and wait for them to come back. Izuku agrees that he should leave the room to find Kai and Hari and somehow break them out of prison. However, his body is staying put. Every time he tries to move his arm, his heart begins to race and hyperventilate. Why can't his body make up its mind? All he wants to do is see them. Why can't no one see that? He doesn't like it here, nor does he feel safe. Izuku's face scrunched up once he felt dampness around his crouch. Oh yeah, he has been told to go to the washroom multiple times. There was even a note on the washroom door, telling him to press a button for someone to come in and get him out of the cuffs? Whatever that meant. He refuses to do it every time he feels the urge to go to the washroom. If the people he sees are smart in any way, they should know they need to bring Kai or Hari to bring into the washroom. Sure, he has gone to the washroom alone when he was with Kai and Hari. But that was one time. He hasn't ever done that yet again. Also, he doesn't want to talk to anybody. If he presses the button, he would need to ask them to help him. Which is terrifying. They aren't smart enough to understand his needs, unlike Kai and Hari. They always knew when he had to go to the washroom or when he was hungry. Some people would come in a few days ago, he thinks it's been a few days, and complain to him about soiling the bed or about his quirk. He remembers, one person told him they won't take care of him because of his quirk. They didn't even help him eat. Now, he is damp, cold, hungry, tired, lonely and depressed. With no purpose. How long is a week anyway? He closes his eyes. Izuku opened them. He hears the door opening then closing. He doesn't even make an effort in moving his head to see the person. Another person to yell at him. This time it was different. Unlike the normal monotone voice he hears, this time it was someone with a cheerful voice. They said hello. That's new. The people at the begging of his stay in the room did say hello. Now they just walk in. Maybe a bet, no. He can't put his hopes up. This person is just trying to trick him. Hello. Remember me? He does. The hero. The hero he saw multiple times. The one time when he first saw the sky and the second time when the heroes attacked Kai and Hari. It was the hero with blonde hair. Lemillion. The person who caused Kai and Hari to be captured. Izuku stared at the ceiling. He doesn't need to look at the hero to know who he is. Maybe this hero is smart enough about how much he is suffering. Haha, what is he saying? Of course not, it's another one of the people who just want to laugh at him. Heroes are not as smart as Kai and Hari. They are superior to everything in every way manageable. The hero will not help him. He is hopeless. He hears the hero gasp. Why is he gasping? He stares at the ceiling with more intent. He hears a chair being dragged along the ground to the end of the bed. He thinks the hero is trying to get his attention. The hero plops down and twiddles his thumbs. Hello Izuku, how are you doing? No response. By the way, I'm Lemillion, just in case you forgot. My full name is Mirio Tagata. You can just call me Mirio? The hero said in a calm voice. My goal is to save 1 million people. And I am glad you are one of them. I hope you are doing well. I know this is very stressful. Since the week is over, I will be here for now on. Or at least a lot more than a weekly visit. Izuku slowly blinked. From what I heard from some other patients walking around the hospital, I heard the nurses and doctors aren't treating you nicely. I would do anything to move you to a new building, away from them. However, I can't. Under the law, you are assigned to stay in the hospital until the medical team deems that you are okay to leave the hospital. But don't worry, I plan to protect you from them and take care of you. Izuku felt like smiling. That's something he would like to hear. Though, he can't help but feel that Mirio is lying. Mirio frowns. So, what have you been doing thus far? Staying in your bed. I suppose. Izuku blinks. To change up your routine, I can bring in a TV and we can watch a movie together. Or you watch it alone. Izuku liked that idea. Movies are nice. No answer. What's your favorite things to do? I love being with Kai and Hari, playing video games with them, watching movies. Mirio began to ask Izuku random questions, trying to create some sort of bond between the two. Even if Izuku was not answering, he just wanted to talk. I heard that you love watching movies. He knew this from the raid at the compound. According to some investors, they found movies near the TV and a bunch of video games in Izuku's old room. I will say one of my favorite animated movies is Up. Have you seen that one before? If you haven't, it's a super good movie. It's really sad and fun. I always end up crying at points in the movie. My friends tend to make fun of me when I do so. It's pretty funny. I also love the message that comes with Up. I don't know, but it is super fun. The main character, Carl, had a house with balloons attached to it, making it fly in the sky. While Mirio was talking about the movie, Izuku found himself having a small smile. He remembers watching Up with Hari. The laughing, crying, and smiling. Wait. The sky? How could he forget? In Up, you can see the blue sky with the white puffy clouds. Izuku slowly raised his head, sitting up. Even if his hands were tied to the rails, he sat up, looking at Mirio. Mirio was shocked to say the least, but he continued talking about Up. Izuku watched Mirio talk about the movie. He found himself smiling. The sky. How could he forget? He missed Kai and Hari very much. He doesn't stop thinking about them. They still lied to him and broke the promise they made. Maybe Mirio will bring him to see the sky? It still won't be the same, but it is something. It does sound selfish. He's just desperate. Mirio gave him the determination to leave the room. He wants to see beyond it. Mirio smiles, happy for Izuku. You seem to like Up. We should definitely watch it. Izuku blinked, not talking. He still doesn't have the confidence to speak in any way. Mirio began to talk about random things that came to his mind. It was mostly about movies and video games. Izuku knew every movie or game he was talking about. It was nice to remember the good times he had watching playing them with Kai and Hari. He felt something he hasn't felt in a long time. Happiness. Just a bit. Without the two even noticing, an hour had passed. Mirio was pleased. The doctors told him Izuku was catatonic. He was happy to see that Izuku was able to move around and somewhat respond. Well, Izuku. I'm glad you are feeling better. But I do want to pause our conversation and talk to you about something important. Izuku didn't give a nod or a response. Mirio continued. You are safe here. I'm not just saying you are safe. I will protect you and I will not leave you. You will no longer be in isolation. It mortifies me that they made you go in quarantine for a week. Plus, not even caring for you just because they are quote-unquote scared or your quirk. Either way, I am here to save you and I want you to feel that you are safe from any danger. I want you to feel the same safeness when you were with Kai and Hari. I do know that love Kai and Hari very much. For the first time in a while, Izuku nodded. Mirio feels a rush of joy. He made progress. I want you to understand that I will try my best to make you feel happy and safe with me. I know I am not the same as Kai and Hari. But I will try. It might take a while. It might take weeks, months, and years. Just know, I will not give up on you. Is that okay with you, Izuku? Izuku finds it hard thinking if it was true. He doesn't understand why Mirio wants to do that. I promise I will. Izuku zoned out at the word promise. He finds it hard to believe in that. Kai and Hari broke their promise, so what is stopping Mirio from breaking that? Izuku couldn't believe this was happening. Why was this happening? He just wants Kai and Hari back. Why does his life need to be like this? In a quiet whisper, Izuku says, I miss Kai and Hari. Mirio. Izuku stares back at the ceiling. Still sitting up, he waits for Mirio to come back in. He said he had to go and get something, whatever that meant. The green-haired kid began to think about many things. After saying he missed Kai and Hari to Mirio, all the hero did was smile and say that it was good they took care of him. How did a hero like himself know they took excellent care of him? He never said anything of the sort. Maybe the hero is smart. Of course not as smart as Kai and Hari. The hero seems nice. He wasn't like the people who came in to yell at him. He didn't say anything hurtful about Kai and Hari. He just chatted with him. That was it. Mirio didn't ask for a favor or questions about his quirk or anything like that. He just proposed generic questions. How can someone be so kind? Mirio didn't care or say anything about him not eating or not talking. Why would he act like that? Izuku believes he hasn't done anything to grant Mirio to act like that. Every person he has met tends to be rude or confusing in some way or another. The only people who weren't that is Kai and Hari. Izuku wants to say that Mirio is under that list, but he feels terrible to do so. After all, Mirio is the reason why Kai and Hari were captured. He feels too guilty to think Mirio is nice. Kai said heroes are bad. Maybe this one isn't? That train of thought makes Izuku have chest pains. He shouldn't be conversing with the enemy. As much as he wants to, he shouldn't. It would make Kai and Hari mad. Though, Izuku still worries that Mirio is lying about the promise or is going to break it. Hari and Kai did. What is stopping Mirio from breaking his promise? Absolutely nothing. Kai and Hari promised they would stay and keep him safe. Mirio is promising the same thing. How would this time be any different? Izuku yelps once the door was creaked open. He tries to cover his face but fails to do so. The stupid rings. It took him a bit, but he looks up to the door. Mirio was standing there with a flashing smile and holding a tray of food. Izuku feels a pit of warmness growing inside him. Maybe Mirio will take care of him. However, that warmth is destroyed by the thoughts of his mind. He shouldn't be happy to see the hero. No, he should be angered. Sad. Is the hero trying to manipulate him? That's it. Kai and Hari would never manipulate him and they are calcified as villains. It must be a hero trait. Can I sit down? Mirio asks with caution. Izuku stares. If he tries to answer verbally or physically, he could be manipulated again. Mirio takes Izuku's normal silence as a yes and sits down on the gray chair in front of the bed. He placed the tray of food on his lap. Mirio smiles and thinks about which question he should ask Izuku. On the trip of getting Izuku's food, he brainstormed questions or ways for Izuku to get out of his shell. He knows Izuku is confused and scared, rightfully so. He wants Izuku to have the smile he saw not that long ago. Mirio looks down. Bingo. Oh, Izuku, are you hungry? It took a bit but Izuku shook his head no, very slowly. It was like he didn't want to be noticed that he was answering the question. In truth, Izuku wanted to nod. He was very hungry. The food in Mirio's lap looks delicious. But he knows if he does anything to answer him, he could be manipulated. Plus, he didn't want to feed himself. That wasn't his job. Mirio asks once again, would you like to eat just a few bites? No response. Mirio glances around the room. He looks at the equipment on the walls and the room's scenery. He was missing something. He could tell Izuku was hungry and wanted to eat. It wasn't like he was scared. If he was, he would have never talked or responded to any of his past questions. From the reports from doctors and the rescue team, they said Izuku was healthy. He wasn't abused physically by Kai and Hari. Meaning he isn't malnourished. It appears that Kai and Hari treated Izuku very well. Mirio knew the reason why Izuku wasn't eating was not being told not to buy the two men. It has to be something more than that. They took such good care of him for a while, this means they had some sort of plan to help Izuku. Wait a minute. Realizing something, Mirio asks, Izuku, did you have a routine of some sorts when you were with Kai and Hari? Izuku stills. Mirio was right. He did. Izuku finds himself nodding. He is certain that Mirio is trying to manipulate him. Somehow. I see. Do you mind me asking what they were? Izuku shook his head. Manipulate me. He knew by now Mirio is trying to help, somehow. As much as he hates it, he needs to tell Mirio his routine and the rules. Then, he will be treated the way he knows is right. However, he needs to ask if Mirio is trying to manipulate him and why he is acting the way he is. Mirio tilts his head. Why would you think I am doing that? Izuku finds his voice stuck in his throat. He wants to say it but he can't. Is he too scared? Are you confused why I haven't been rude to you? Izuku nods his head. He understands. Just like Kai and Hari would. They would always guess what he was trying to say and talk about it. Ah, do you want my honest answer? A nod. I want to help you. I hate seeing people sad and I want to be able to help you. I know you miss Kai and Hari and you probably hate that you don't exactly know where they are. I would hate it as well. However, it is very important for you to be healthy. You are getting scared and nervous thinking about them. I know you can't help it but it's the truth. You are thinking about it in a way where they are in pain or in the worst place possible. You probably won't believe me, but just know, they are fine. They are not in that place because of you. It was other reasons. I need you to think about your own health, then once you feel better, worry about Kai and Hari. Izuku looks down. Mirio was right. He still has some doubt but he was right. Whatever Mirio said made Izuku nod. How can he think he is trying to manipulate him when he just said that? Tell you, Izuku whispered. The boy began talking about the routine ranging from the schedule where he stays with Kai or Hari and the one about getting his blood drawn. It took him a while, but he said it all. He didn't tell Mirio about his own experience with it. He just said what happens if he does not disobey. Though, he didn't say anything about him getting in trouble. He doesn't want Mirio to be disappointed. After explaining that, he talked about the rules. Not the punishments though. He said, he cannot walk, Kai or Hari would carry him around. He must follow what Kai or Hari says. He cannot leave his room by himself. He cannot feed himself, Kai or Hari must do it. He must eat all of his meals at each given time. He can only watch or do activities that are approved by Kai or Hari. He can only go to the washroom with Kai or Hari present. He cannot leave his bed at night. Izuku must follow procedures when his blood is being drawn. Mirio was humming and patient the whole time. It took a while, but he was happy Izuku told him. Now he was a better understanding of his life with Kai and Hari. No wonder why he didn't want to eat, it's one of the rules. He can't feed himself. Though, he will admit some of the rules were odd. Luckily, it wasn't harmful in any way. He did wonder what would happen if Izuku broke a rule. He will ask that another time. Izuku breaths out, panting. That took a lot out of him. So much talking. He realizes something. Mirio was right. He just wants to help. He was nice and patient, didn't laugh when he messed up on words or skipped them. He nodded and allowed him to explain it all. It was almost like he was with Kai and Hari. He feels calm. Different but calm. Maybe Mirio isn't bad after all. Izuku smiles at Mirio, a small one. Do you want to try eating again? Don't worry, I can feed you. A nod. Izuku watches Mirio as he places the tray of food on the bed and brings a chair over to his left side. He sits down and places the food on a table. Izuku tries to maneuver himself to face Mirio but is stopped by the rings. Whimpering at the metal digging into his skin, he looks up to Mirio. How long did you have that around your wrist? Mirio asked in a serious voice. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Give me a minute, I'll be back. Mirio stands up and walks out of the room quickly. Izuku looks down, maybe he is wrong. Mirio is scared of his quirk just like the other people were. He is going to get a person that will yell at him. He begins to cry. Right when his life was getting a bit better, he messes it up. Izuku brings his legs up and cries. He flinched at the sound of yelling. Then a bang. Yelping, Izuku shuts his eyes. He's screwed, 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 he's screwed. I can't believe you locked him up like he is a prisoner. Sir, please calm down. No. You hurt him and I demand you to give me the keys to get him out of those goddamn cuffs. Sir, we can't d-. Yes, you can. I will call in other heroes, that is not how his quirk works. His blood needs to be placed in a person's body, it is not by physical contact. I can't believe you would do such a thing. You are all just selfish. Calm down. You know what, I am calling Eraserhead. He can get this sorted. That's not need. Yes it is. You people do not understand how much you are hurting him. Izuku whimpers, why is there so much yelling? The door creaks once again. Someone came inside. No. They are going to yell and hurt him. No. Izuku violently cries, he just wants to be with Kai and Hari. Away from all of this. Arms wrapped around him. Flinching, he buries his face in the chest of the body that is comforting him. He gasps once he feels the rings around each wrist unwrap around them. He pulls his hands to his chest and presses them against the chest in front of him. Hey! SHHH. I'm here. You don't need to cry. Mirio. Izuku looks up with puffy red eyes. Mirio was smiling. He was the one that was hugging him. He wasn't mad? I'm not mad at you, I'm sorry you had to hear that. I can't believe they did that to you. Quirk. Izuku mumbled. They lied to you. That's not how your quirk works. Your blood needs to be exposed to a person's mouth or inner body. No physical contact needs to be involved when you use your quirk. Izuku nodded. He finds it interesting that he has a quirk like that. It still makes him question why his blood was drawn. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku buried his face into Mirio's chest. They stayed in silence for a while. Mirio rubbed his back and waited for him to be ready. Do you want to eat now? Izuku nodded, he is hungry. Izuku also realized Mirio was sitting down on the bed with him. He watches Mirio unwrap his arms around him and grab the tray of food, which was surprisingly still warm. Mirio slowly picked up a fork and collected some food. He lifted it up to Izuku's mouth. He followed quickly. He notices how the food wasn't as good as you would think. Definitely not as good as Kai's and Hari's cooking. Stop. He needs to stop thinking about them. Mirio continued to give Izuku food until the plate was empty. After, he was given some water with a straw. After that cleared, Mirio asked if he had to go to the washroom. Izuku nodded and was carried by him to the bathroom. He buried his face into Mirio's chest. It was awkward, it took a while. Simply because Mirio didn't know how to do it properly and Izuku kept on staring off to the distance thinking about things. It almost made Izuku smile when he saw Mirio take out a fresh pair of clothes. No more robe. Somewhere else. DMNIT. Katsuki yelled. He was notified that Izuku has been saved. His angel. Technically, he wasn't told by the people who saved Izuku. He saw it on the news. It said that the whole raid was supposed to be disclosed, which failed miserably. According to the news station, it said that the footage they received was from civilians recording the situation. It angered him that Aizawa never even told him. In it, it showed a green-haired kid. To put it simply, Katsuki was enraged. Aizawa didn't want him to help with the raid. Screw that he didn't have his license yet, he just wanted to see his angel. His teacher knew how much this affected him and he didn't want him to go. Plus it has been a whole week since the raid. It didn't reach the news station until a week had passed. He has missed valuable time where he could be talking to Izuku. All he wants to do now is see his angel. He decides this quickly and books it down the halls of UA. He ignores the calls of people and teachers. He didn't care what they said. The news said Izuku was now in XXXX hospital. That was his destination. He ran as fast as he could, ignoring the screams from his body. In 20 minutes flat, he arrived in front of the hospital, panting. He's not done yet. Running in, he goes up to the front desk worker. He demands to be told where the room was and the number. The worker said Izuku can't have any visitors at the moment. My butt. Sparks fly from his hands. Do you have any idea how long I haven't seen him? I demand you to tell me where he is. I am his friend. The worker nodded quickly and said where it was. Katsuki didn't thank them and just ran, sped walk. He was told by security to walk or he will be kicked out, to where the room was. Seeing the door at the end of the hallway, he stills to a stop when he saw Aizawa standing beside the door. He walks up, ignoring the hero. He placed his hand on the doorknob. Aizawa places his hand on his wrist, right over his own hand. Huh? Katsuki JRKS his head to the side, staring at his teacher. Aizawa looked tired altogether. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and sighs. Katsuki, Izuku is in a fragile state. What the hell do you mean? You're kidding me? Katsuki knows that. Remember what I told? I said things will be different. Izuku will be different. Yeah, I do remember. Katsuki looks to the side. Izuku is not the same as you last saw him. He has changed a lot. But if you are going to go in, be ready that he will act differently. Be calm. Aizawa said calmly. Fine. Aizawa let go and watched Katsuki open the door quietly. Katsuki walks in, looking for him angel. He wanted to be calm. A part of him wanted to yell at Izuku for being kidnapped. Still, he knows, he needs to remain calm. He has been waiting for this moment for 2 years. He can't mess it up. It's finally happening. He said under his breath. He fully opens the door and he hears a yelp. Shooting his head to where the sound was from, he stilled. Looking over at the bed, he saw a young man with blonde hair, one of the big 3 members and most of all, Izuku. Mirio was rubbing Izuku's back, talking to him. Izuku seemed to be trembling. Was he scared that I came in? Izuku tried to listen to Mirio who was trying to calm him down. He was scared. Now, he was staring at the person who walked in. One was behind the other. He recognized one. The person who was behind the other. He remembers him from the raid. He was on the floor when he saw Hari in his room. That made him frown. Memories came back to him about the hero attack. He may think differently of Mirio, he still dislikes other heroes. After all, they made Kai and Hari go to jail. Though, he will have to admit. He still is mad at them for breaking the promise. Of course, he still misses them but just can't forgive them for that. Mirio, on the other hand, was trying to calm Izuku down. He knew Aizawa and this other kid was scaring Izuku. He was calling his name, calmly. Izuku finally looked over to Mirio and listened. He stopped shaking and looked at the people. Mirio pulled Izuku into a hug. You're fine. I'm not leaving. Izuku was pleased that he was given reassurance. Izuku looked at the person who was fully in the room. Katsuki stared at Izuku. No emotion was on his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. The person he loved so much is sitting on the hospital bed. Hello, Angel. Katsuki said. Izuku SCKS in a breath and freezes. Izuku stares directly at Katsuki's eyes. Katsuki continued, do you remember me? I'm Katsuki Bakugo. We used to be childhood friends. Aizawa and Mirio quickly noticed Izuku's instant stupor. Something is wrong. Izuku forgets how to breathe. No, why did you have to say that? Now he has to remember all the time Kai said that. All the good times and memories. The name Angel and the person himself. Why did he have to hear that? He still misses them, and why bring up that name? It makes him miss him more. Not only that, he couldn't remember the person. His mind couldn't remember while his heart could. He feels like he does remember him. Every time he tries to think about it, a feeling of sadness and pain washes over him. Izuku begins to cry. He didn't want to be near this guy anymore. Why is he crying? He wants to be happy. He was happy with Mirio. Aizawa nods at Mirio, who nods back. He grabs onto Katsuki's arm and pulls the shocked teenager out of the room, closing the door on the way out. Katsuki stares at the door. For the first time in a while, he was frozen. He couldn't say a word. Aizawa looks at Katsuki. I need you to look at me. He turns his head from the door and looks at his teacher. I told you he will be different. He needs to stay with Mirio for now. He isn't ready to have other people try to talk to him. We can try this again when Izuku is feeling better. From what I saw, I think Izuku doesn't remember you but rather remembers you through a feeling or a memory. The bullying most likely. Katsuki clenches his fists. TCH, fine. Aizawa watches Katsuki walk down the hall. Somewhere else. Kai groans at the restraints around his hands. He is thrown into a cell. Technically, he was guided to a cell, but in his opinion, he was thrown into it. The cell was a simple style one. What annoyed him the most were the filth around the walls and floors and the restraints stopping his quirk from activating. Most of all, he was furious that he didn't get to say goodbye to Izuku. He knows he will see the boy again. It still hurts that he won't see him for a bit. He will get out. Hari and him will get out of the Dmed prison. Once he is out, he will find Izuku and give him the promise they said they will do. Kai's biggest fear is that he won't be fast enough. He is worried that Izuku might change. He knows he will see him. It's important for him to do so. If he doesn't, Izuku will lose touch with reality. Izuku wouldn't know what to do with his life without him or Hari. Kai smirks. If Izuku changes, it's fine. He will be his normal self once he is in his arms. Safe and sound. Izuku looks down at his lap as a song plays in the background. Mirio had put it on, saying it calmed him when he got stressed. Which had worked for Izuku, at least a bit. He still felt nervous and frightened over the whole situation with the blonde guy. Him saying Angel confused him to no end. Why would he say that? It's a sensitive topic for him. He misses Kai and Hari deeply. Him hearing Angel doesn't help the whole feeling at all. It made him remember the times he was with the two men. The good and the bad. He also hated the fact that he could recall the blonde guy to an extent. He remembered a feeling that made him cry his eyes out. It took a while for Mirio to fully calm him down. And that's why there is music playing in the background. He should ask him what music is. Mirio was sitting down on a chair at the side of the bed doing some sort of work. He held a yellow-looking stick, moving it up and down on a white piece of paper with black letters. Mirio? Izuku whispered. He wasn't sure if he wanted to ask what he was doing. It felt like he shouldn't. Yes? Izuku looked at Mirio, who had stopped the stick from moving. Izuku didn't know how to phrase it, so instead of talking, he pointed towards the piece of paper on Mirio's lap. Mirio looked down. Oh! Looking up, he stood grabbing the items. Sitting down in the bed, Izuku moved his body so that his legs were hanging off the bed, just like Mirio was doing it. See here, Mirio showed the paper to Izuku. It was a whole bunch of letters and numbers in lines. Huh? This is my homework I got from school. It's math. Oh math, we never get along. Huh? Izuku squinted his eyes at the paper. What is this? Mirio watched Izuku's face morph to a confused facial expression. Do you know what math is? Izuku shook his head. It's a school subject. A class I need to take. Mirio explained. Cool subject? Mirio held in the laugh that was trying to come out. It was adorable watching Izuku try to pronounce those two words. Do you know what that is? Izuku's eyes stayed on the paper, a shake of the head. Before Mirio explained what school subjects are, he had a thought. Do you know what school is? Izuku looked up. Mirio looked. It was an odd expression. Not sad or disappointed, rather confused? He looked down. Kai and Hari never said anything like that before. Even if they did, he didn't know what they meant by it. No, he whispered. Mirio didn't know what to say. Izuku is at least 14 or 15 years old, he could tell that from the records about him. He knows Izuku went through junior school because of what Bakugo said. After seeing Izuku for the first time and the second time, he looked like he was younger than maybe he looked like he was 12, but how he talked and did things, and in this case, no things, it makes him look like he is that showed Kai and Hari doing other things to Izuku, not just taking care of him. He knows Izuku has been missing for 2 years. Anything could have happened to the boy. In those 2 years, Izuku must have been adapted to act a certain way. Why, though? And what did they do to Izuku? He knows asking Izuku will not work. More than likely, Izuku didn't know the answer. The only way they could figure it out is through talking to Kai and Hari. Want me to explain? Izuku looked up, having flashbacks from all the times Hari explained things to him. Nodding to Mirio, he pulled his legs up, sitting cross-legged facing him. Let's talk about school. You may not believe it, but you went to school before you lived with Kai and Hari. No, Izuku's mouth gaped, he was surprised. This is what he did before. Kai and Hari? Before they kidnapped him? Laughing, Mirio continued, yep. I'm not fully sure about you. But for me, I went to school when I was only 4 years old. I went to school all the way until like now. I'm actually 18 years old, you stay in school for a long time. I think for you, you probably went to school at the age of 4 or around there and stopped going at age I'm not 100% sure though. Izuku's eyes showed stars. 1. He is 14? Or is he older? No, Mirio said 14, so he has to be 14, right? Second, that sounds crazy, being or doing something for, wait how long? Long? Let me do the math. I have been in school for at least 16 years. I think. Oh. I just realized something. Using the numbers, I was doing math. Izuku tilted his head, 2 things. 1. That is a very long time. And second, math? Before I get into that explanation, school is a place where you go to every day to be educated about a large amount of topics. It's a place where you learn, basically. Izuku's eyes widened, that sounds so cool. Why wasn't he there when he was with Kai and Hari? You would think you would remember something like education if you were taught it, right? Izuku could not even remember what school was and Mirio told him he went to it, so why can't he remember any of it? Oh, never mind. It is his stupid memory forgetting everything. It also makes Izuku question why didn't he go to school while he was with Kai and Hari. Mirio goes to it still, while he doesn't. To be honest, he felt like Hari didn't teach him like this school did for Mirio. He doesn't know what this weird thing called math is and Mirio does. But Hari is very smart. Did he forget to teach him? Or, did he not want to? It makes him question a few things. Math is one of the topics you learn in school. In my opinion, it's very boring. Math is where you talk about numbers and how they relate to real-world things. It's challenging for me. Mirio explained, happy to see Izuku intrigued. Why not me? Mirio paused. He was lost for words. He isn't sure why Izuku wasn't taught like he was. If Kai and Hari took such good care of him, why did they not do this? Izuku took Mirio's silence to heart. He's right. He's different. He isn't like Mirio in any way. Mirio could talk like Kai and Hari. While he can't. Mirio is smart like Kai and Hari while he isn't. Izuku could barely understand things while so many other people could. He and Mirio are similar in age, he is 14 while Mirio is, those two numbers are close. Which means at one point he will be like Mirio, right? At a certain age, he will be like Mirio. He will know how to talk and do so many other things. It makes so much sense. Kai and Hari took care of him because his parents couldn't. His parents must have been doing a terrible job at taking care of him. If he is right, at a certain age you will no longer have trouble with talking or walking. No wonder why Kai and Hari made the rules. They were just trying to protect him. They knew he wasn't of age to do those things. It makes so much sense now. No wonder why Mirio and him are so different. At a certain age, he will be like Mirio, Kai, and Hari. The age must be 15, 16, 17. It can't be 18, Mirio would still be acting like he is now. He needs to tell Mirio this right now. For the first time in his life, he learned something all on his own. Kai and Hari would be proud. If they were here. Mirio made no effort to conceal his confusion. Why was Izuku staring at him like he held the answer to the universe? Get it? Izuku yelled, jumping up to hug Mirio. Huh? What do you get, Izuku? Answer. Why can't I talk L like you? Or act? Mirio's eyebrow quirked up, want to explain? Why yep. See certain AHBBL like YU. 15 or 16 or even teen. Izuku explained, trying his best to make sense. Oh boy, he couldn't wait. Only a bit and he could be like everyone else. Izuku looked up at Mirio and felt his heart drop. Mirio was looking at him with a sad smile. I'm sorry, but that's not how it works. Izuku's eyes widened. What does he mean by that? How else would it work? If it was any younger then he would have changed by now. Or less, it is older and he is older by 1 year. Maybe the certain age is higher than that's it. Not old. M15 not 14. See certain AHB 16 or even teen. Izuku continued to go on a huge tangent about how the whole certain age criteria made sense and why Kai and Hari did the things they did. For Izuku it was like he figured out the answer to his existence. Mirio stopped Izuku's tangent by pulling him into a hug. Izuku took it as a gesture that he was happy for him. Though, Izuku was wondering why Mirio, Kai and Hari said nothing about it. They should have said something so vital. They know he has a harder time figuring things out on his own, so did they leave it for him to understand? Mirio? Izuku. Mirio said in a serious voice, startling Izuku. He acts so cheerful and now why isn't he? Can we talk? Izuku felt his heart drop once again. Nodding, he felt a wave of nerves hit him. It was like when he got in trouble with Kai and Hari, he felt like he was about to be scolded. Izuku, do you want the complete truth? Mirio said with hesitance. Izuku nodded, he wants to know if he is correct. Mirio placed the paper and items on the chair he was sitting on and grabbed a phone, turning off the calming music. Izuku felt the urge to ask Mirio what the music was, but he stopped himself. He didn't want to get distracted. Mirio sighed, Izuku. Remember how you were with Kai and Hari for 2 years? Izuku nodded, confused about how this relates. During those 2 years, they changed you. They alerted how you acted, talked, and thought. Before the 2 years, you used to do everything on your own. You were independent. Like so many people are. Normally, once you are born, you are a baby. Your brain isn't fully developed. You can't walk or talk until at least the age of 3. At age 3, you can fully do those things, though with a bit of struggle. While your age increases, you change how you think. This is how normal people age. However, you are an exception. When you were kidnapped by Kai and Hari, they changed you. They made you act young like a 5-year-old when in actuality you are a teenager. Izuku stared. What? You are supposed to act like me in a way, independent. You are supposed to choose what you eat, for example. That's why the doctors gave you a menu and food, you should be able to eat on your own. You might be thinking, what about the rules? Kai and Hari created the rules so they could control you. Manipulate you in a way where you act like a child. From what I have seen from reports, I guess you can't remember things because they kept you in the same room for so long. I'm sorry Izuku, but they lied. Izuku sked in a breath. This could not be happening. In an instant, Izuku jumped up from the bed, darting to the main door. Trying to run, failing at it, he falls to the ground with a bang. The floor was ripped out of his skin due to the mere force of it. He needed to leave. No. No way was that true. No way is he different. Why did Kai and Hari do that? Why did they make his memory terrible? They loved him, right? Is this what you do to your loved ones? Make them a completely different person? Izuku curled up on the floor, crying his heart out in loud wails. Not to mention, they manipulated him. They lied to him. What did they lie about? Why did they treat him like that? Shouldn't they want him to be like a teenager? Not a child? Izuku began to scream a blood-curdling scream. He couldn't handle it, his whole life seemed to flip upside down. A part of him wanted to think Mirio was lying, but he knew Mirio was telling the truth. There was too much evidence to prove that he was telling the truth. Kai and Hari lied. They lied about Mirio. They said Mirio was a bad person, while time and time has shown Mirio cared for Izuku. He will not forgive Mirio for causing them to be captured, but now he doesn't know what to say or think. Was Tamura right? Izuku screamed until his voice became hoarse. Warm arms wrapped around his body, he tried pushing away from the arms. Now sobbing, he felt betrayed. Everything he knew was a lie. No. Everything he knows is a lie. Izuku closed his eyes, tears continued to flow down the cracks of his eyelids. A hand fell upon his back, rubbing it. Hiccuping, he felt exhaustion hit him in one gigantic wave. Should go to sleep, a deep voice said. Nodding off, Izuku's vision fell into darkness. A few minutes before. Mirio stopped his explanation after seeing Izuku's panicked face. A face that looked like he saw death. A face full of betrayal. Mirio knew he messed up. He shouldn't have said it. But Izuku deserved to know. After hearing Izuku's tangent about what he thought was true, Mirio felt saddened. He didn't want Izuku to hold on to a belief knowing it wasn't true and would only lead to disappointment. He was mad at himself for how he said it. He shouldn't have been so blunt. He should have held more consideration for Izuku's situation. He forgot how mentally damaged he was. Mirio gasped when he saw Izuku throw himself off the bed and onto the floor. Jumping down to catch him, he was too slow. Hump. Mirio rushed to Izuku's side, who had just tried to make a break for it to the door. The boy began to scream Bloody Mary. Mirio tried to comfort him, rubbing his back or talking to him. Nothing seemed to have gotten to him. It all fell to deaf ears. Mirio began to worry he needed to take drastic measures. If he doesn't stop Izuku from screaming, the doctor and nurses will come in and make up an excuse that Izuku is dangerous. Mirio's eyes darted at the door when he heard it creak. Aizawa, the underground hero himself, was panting, holding the door open with a hand and staring at the scene. It looked like he was running to get to the room. Was Izuku that loud? Venturing forward, Aizawa made quick work to pull Izuku into a tight embrace. The screaming ceased to only sobs, then to silence. He's asleep. Aizawa stood up with Izuku in his arms, frowning. Mirio stood up, rubbing his arm. What happened? Aizawa said as he placed Izuku on the bed, pulling the blanket up to his chest. Mirio looked down. It was all his fault. I told him the truth. The truth? Mirio clenched his teeth. I explained what happened to him while he was captured by Overhaul. Why would you do that? Aizawa asked in an angered tone. Stalking up to Mirio, he stood right in front of the young man. Mirio glanced at Izuku, who was sleeping soundlessly. A pain of guilt washed over him. Looking at the hero, he smiled sadly. He is so sweet and innocent. I explained what school was. He had no idea what it was. Izuku then began to express what he thought was correct. He explained his theory about why he is not like a normal 15-year-old. He said once you turn a certain age, you will change where you could talk without trouble or walk without help. He then said why he thought the villains kidnapped him. I felt so bad for him because his whole life he could remember has been altered so much by Overhaul and his right-hand man. They made him act like a child. Because of his... I told Izuku the truth. Saying what they did to him. Aizawa watched Mirio explain. I suppose Izuku figured out that whole theory on his own. Mirio nodded. It doesn't sound like something the villains would say to him. They probably told Izuku it was the norm to act like a child. Aizawa placed a hand on his shoulder. You shouldn't have said the truth, Mirio. You don't think I know that? Of course, I do. I regretted saying it once it came out of my mouth. I should have waited until he was mentally healthy to do so. Mirio looked down. Damn it. How could he be so stupid? Now Izuku will be traumatized even more. He could tell Izuku wanted to find out why he acted differently compared to everyone else. Now that he knows, he will look at the world differently. Why don't we go get something from the cafe? I think we should talk about this somewhere else. Aizawa said, waving his hand at the door. Will Izuku be safe on his own? Mirio said, watching Izuku's slow breaths. As long as one of us are here when Izuku is awake, I am sure he will be fine. Aizawa said as he began to walk out of the room. Mirio followed, looking at Izuku as he walked out. The door closed. Mirio didn't know what to say. He wanted to stay in the room and be there for Izuku. But a part of him felt he should cut ties with the boy. Izuku will probably be terrified to be with him. After all, he was the one who helped Izuku create his theory. If he had never come into the room, Izuku would have never compared himself to Mirio. Hey, don't think you should stay away from Izuku, Aizawa said, guessing what Mirio was thinking. As much as you should have not said the full truth yet, but we can't change what has been done. But we can change the future. This is where I believe it will be a good idea to create a plan to help Izuku. Mirio and Aizawa began to walk down the halls of the hospital heading toward the cafeteria. Mirio scowled at the nurses rushing around the halls. He will never forgive them for what they did to Izuku at the start of when he arrived at the hospital. Aizawa spoke up, I would like to be able to help Izuku's recovery. Why haven't you before? A sigh, I was busy trying to sort out the press and reports with the police. I wished I came sooner. I still can't believe what the people in this place did to Izuku. Mirio nodded, agreed. Anyhow, I think if Izuku is introduced to a few people, it will work wonders for him. I have been having ideas for a plan to help him. You do? Aizawa nodded. They both arrived at the cafeteria. It was busy with staff and people eating and talking. Mirio stopped walking after he realized Aizawa was still at the entrance. Are you okay? Aizawa looked around the cafeteria, clearly trying to find someone. Yes, I am. Mirio glanced around the room, wondering what could have caught Aizawa's attention. There he is. Aizawa said under his breath. Mirio followed close behind Aizawa, walking towards the endless amount of chairs and tables. To Mirio's surprise, it was the same blonde teenager who came into Izuku's hospital room a few hours prior. He was waiting there the whole time? Taking a closer look, he remembered he was Katsuki Bakugo, the winner of the first-year sports festival. When he came the first time to Izuku's room, he was distracted to worry about who he was. Bakugo had his face in his arms on the table. Aizawa paused his walking when he stood right beside him. Mirio stood back, watching the scene. Katsuki dash. What the F dash? He shot up, looking at Aizawa and him. Oh, it's just you, he said in annoyance. Are you just here to rub in my face how Izuku is in your care and how he likes you? Aizawa did not look impressed. No. Then why the hell are you here? Bakugo leaned back on the chair, surveying his teacher. I want to talk. It's about Izuku. Aizawa said, staring down. Bakugo grew annoyed and stood up. Oh you come to me now. Why couldn't you ask this fucker here? Bakugo pointed at Mirio. I know you are mad at the whole situation, but I need the three of us to talk. It's important. Bakugo rolled his eyes, haha, why should I even care? Izuku doesn't even remember me, he just looked at me and began to cry his eyes out. Bakugo, listen. Mirio yelled, causing people in the cafeteria to look at the three. Bakugo looked at Mirio with boredom. What? In a quieter voice he said, I messed up with Izuku, I told him something I shouldn't have said. He needs all the support he can get. Aizawa wants to create a plan with the two of us so we can help Izuku. You want to help him, don't you? Bakugo looked away, tch, he stood up, waved a hand. Are we going to talk or what? Aizawa and Mirio looked at each other. Aizawa went ahead of the two and they followed. Bakugo stuffed his hands into his pockets and glared at everyone who spared a glance at him. Mirio followed, silently. The three were all silent as they walked. Mirio didn't know where they were going but figured it out quickly when they got to the lobby and Aizawa asked for a spare conference room. The lady at the desk nodded with a roll of her eyes. Damn hospital. The three walked down the long halls for what seemed to be hours. Mirio begins to worry if Izuku will wake up while they are gone. As much as he should stay away from Izuku for a bit, he is worried that he will make things worse for Izuku. He still wants to make sure Izuku is safe. At least they are going to create a plan to help Izuku. Private room. The three sat around a round-shaped table in a private conference room. They waited a few moments before speaking. So, Mirio drew out. So, Katsuki said with irritation. So, let's start. Aizawa said, beginning the meeting. Leaning back on his chair, Katsuki recklessly placed his feet on the table. Mirio squinted his eyes before placing his elbows on said furniture. Before I get into the details about the plan, I would like to ask you about your observations about Izuku, Mirio. Katsuki glared at Mirio who was staring at his lap. From what I have seen, Izuku acts like a child. His personality, physicality, emotions, you name it. Everything a 5-year-old would do. He can't eat on his own or walk. He needs to be brought to the washroom. He's really dependent on the people who care for him. Once I started to talk to him after he was at the hospital for a week, he warmed up to me rather quickly. I guess it was because I was able to help him in ways others couldn't. What? Katsuki snarled, that's not the Izuku I know. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Katsuki, I said it before, Izuku is a completely different person from when you guys quote-unquote hang out. Tch, I don't get why he would act like that then. Aizawa placed a hand on his chin. I'm not sure what Overhaul and chronostasis did to Izuku but I could guess they wanted him to be like a child. From cases I have seen in the past, captors find it easier to control their captive by making them act younger than they actually are. If we insert that information into Izuku's case, it doesn't add up. Izuku clearly misses Overhaul and chronostasis and we know they took good care of Izuku. I don't understand why they would want Izuku to act like a child. Maybe he was harder to control at the beginning, so they just kept treating Izuku like a child. Knowing it will be the best option in controlling Izuku. Mirio nodded, that could be true. But I still find it hard to believe, if that was true, Izuku most likely would be more cautious around me. Be more scared around me. I would think Izuku would refrain from doing things like he would normally do with Overhaul and chronostasis around. Simply because of the emotional factor that comes with it. If he was refusing being with Overhaul and chronostasis at the beginning, he would have had a better memory. He would remember the bad times with them, be more willing to go with the heroes. However, I believe Izuku was more willing to act like a child at the beginning. That's why he can't remember things well, the mindset of being a 5-year-old took over his mind. Oh. I forgot to say this, Izuku seemed to have wanted to act like a child. Sometimes he would ask for me to do things, saying it was a rule. But other times, he said he enjoyed it. Katsuki rested his face on his hand, taking in what he heard. Aizawa took a few moments to think. I think that's the most plausible theory. It all adds up, he wants to stay with them, he still wants to be taken care of. Though, I'm not sure if he wants to anymore after what you said to him, Mirio. You're probably right, Aizawa. Mirio clenched his fists. Izuku will most likely frown upon himself, knowing the truth. Thinking he isn't normal. I believe. No, we need to protect Izuku. I know what Mirio did was reckless and rather stupid, you should have paced it out more. However, what's done is done. Like I said before, the only way to help Izuku is to give him the support he needs. I have some ideas on how to do so. The idea would be to divide up the work. What work and what do you mean by divide? Mirio asked. Mirio can't do everything on his own, that was proven right when he messed up talking with Izuku, Aizawa said looking at Mirio for a second. This caused Mirio to look down in shame and guilt. I think we should take up roles that will help Izuku in different ways. But before I tell you what the roles are, I would like to explain the dividing part. Does that sound good thus far? Mirio nodded energetically while Katsuki nodded slightly. There will be 3 roles or jobs you could say. Since there are 3 of us, one of us can focus on one role. I have assigned each of you a role. So what? Katsuki growled, looking down. No matter what role I get, it will make no difference in what Izuku thinks about me. Face it, your plan will not work. At least it will not be with me around. No, it will work. The roles I have created are, Aizawa pointed his index finger up, showing the first number. 1. I will help Izuku get used to the norms of society by bringing him to my house. Once he is checked out of the hospital, he will move in with me. I can protect him from enemy forces and I can help him. Plus, we know Izuku's parents are long gone. And I would never think of bringing him to them. 2 fingers are up. 2. Katsuki will stay away from Izuku until Izuku is mentally okay. In the meantime, he will visit Overhaul and chronostasis at the prison. What? Katsuki leaned forward so quickly it could probably give someone whiplash. You're kidding me. I'm sorry to say this, Katsuik, but you need to be away from Izuku dash. I know that. I just don't get why you need me to go to the prison to talk to Overhaul and chronostasis. They know what happened to Izuku. The best we could do now to get more information on Izuku is to talk to them. Izuku doesn't know what they did, at least not to the extent of what they know. So we can't ask him. I would do this myself, however, I need to prioritize helping Izuku. We don't need the information right away, because Izuku is like an open book. Mirio and probably others can read him and understand what he thinks pretty easily. So the information is not vital but will be helpful to have. I see. Fine, I'll do it. Anything to get at those BSTRDS to mess my angel up. And that, Aizawa said, waving his hand at Katsuki who looked at him in bewilderment. I think what caused Izuku to burst into tears is what you said and how he inwardly feels about you. I don't think it's wise to use that word, angel, around him. I'm not sure why, but it seems to trigger something in Izuku. Mirio says, another thing to ask Overhaul and chronostasis that, they will know why. Katsuki looked away with a hump, crossing his arms. Aizawa nodded along with Katsuki's angry one. 3. Mirio will step back a bit from Izuku for now, at least until I know Izuku is okay. In the meantime, he will shop for items for Izuku to use. This will give him a new fresh start. Once Izuku is okay, you will help him try to get him out of his shell, understood? Loud and clear. Mirio said, pumping a fist into the air. He knows Aizawa can handle Izuku for now. He's happy he can help Izuku in a way where he won't be mentally damaging him or making things worse. Katsuki nodded, crystal clear, Mr. Aizawa. He said in a sadistic tone. Oh, boy is he ready to yell at Overhaul and chronostasis for what they did to his Izuku. If he wants to help Izuku, he needs to do things that will make Izuku comfortable. We will begin this operation once Izuku wakes up. Oh. We should make up a name for it. Like, I don't know, Mirio trailed off, thinking. Why not, Project Deku? Katsuki said. He forced himself not to smirk, he is so excited to talk to Overhaul and chronostasis. Of course, in a way where he can get answers and taunt him. He can't wait for this to begin. That's brilliant, Katsuki. Mirio said, waving his arms up and down. Tomorrow we will begin Project Deku. Aizawa said standing up. Shota Aizawa waves a small goodbye to Mirio and Katsuki who say goodbye back, one energetic and one annoyed, walking separate ways, to more presumably the exit of the hospital. Before Mirio said he had to get his school bag and papers he left in the room, Shota spoke with Katsuki while Mirio grabbed it. Izuku was asleep while he received said items. Shota also said to Mirio he will keep him posted about Izuku and will stay with him for an unidentified time. Mirio asked him if he could tell him when he could visit Izuku again. Shota nodded, allowing permission. Katsuki was quiet. Plus, Mirio told him what he needs to do for Izuku. The rules and how to take care of him. Shota plans to help Izuku slowly adjust to doing things independently. But for now, he will help Izuku. Shota was pleased that the two both agreed with their given roles, allowing the plan to begin. Or Operation Deku. Which to Shota's mind, he doesn't care what it is called, which is a given. Though, he questions why Katsuki would name it Deku even knowing he used it as a rude nickname towards Izuku. The man followed the halls, watching the people wising around the hospital at work. Speaking of work, after the raid, he had to do patrols and regular hero business, but he was pretty persuasive saying Izuku needed help. Besides, there is a ton of heroes on site, it won't make a huge difference if he is gone for a bit. Arriving at the door, he softly wrapped his fingers around the knob, twisting it, allowing the door to open. He calmly pushed the door with a hand, peeking his head out to see if Izuku was still sleeping. Luckily, he was. Like where he saw him last time, he was softly snoring cuddled up to the pillow and blankets. The traditional hospital gear they give patients is uncomfortable, however seeing Izuku warmed up and calmly sleeping, makes it look like it is the most comfortable place you can be. Shota walked without a peep, sitting down on the side chairs. Izuku would sometimes move a limb but mostly stayed still. A nurse had come in glaring and annoyed at Shota for being there. Shota made a simple argument saying he needs to stay or Izuku will be sicker. The nurse rolled their eyes, quickly doing a checkup on Izuku. The equipment that was attached to him was ripped off due to him trying to make a break for it was back on his body in the correct places. Shota asked why certain ones like the heart monitor or the 4 were needed. The nurse simply said to make sure he doesn't get sicker. Which is stupid because Izuku was sick mentally, not physically. The nurse had left a while ago, judging by the time, 2 hours had passed. Shota spent the hours on his phone texting other people who were in the raid, trying to get any information possible. Anything would be good at this point. It worries him that he is in the unknown when it comes to Izuku waking up. He doesn't know how he will act or anything. He just wants to be there for Izuku, and if Izuku wants him to leave, must provide a good reason, of course, he will leave. It made him sick thinking back on what Overhaul and Chronostasis did to Izuku. Sure, what they did was good, they took excellent care of his physical health. His mental health was a different story. He also began to think about Izuku's future living situation. He has talked with Children's Services and the hospital, each saying he needs to find a home. Shota took his shot, hoping he is able to have Izuku live with him. He knows if Izuku were to go to an orphanage, it would be hell. In the end, he is able to take Izuku home after he is checked out of the terrible hospital. A mumble broke him out of his thoughts. Shota looked up from his lap, waiting for Izuku to do the first move. In a flash, Izuku shot up from the bed looking terrified. His eyes were wide and his body was shaking. In his unkempt hair, Izuku looked down at his legs that were covered with a blanket. A loud whimper and a sniffle alarmed Shota. Shota made a stiff sound. Izuku jerked his head to where he sat. His eyes were unimaginably wide. Breath heavy, Izuku fell back on the bed. He tucked his arms near his face, covering it. His legs bunched up to his chest. He grabbed onto the blankets with a tight hold, covering himself with it. It almost looked like he was trying to hide. Shota was about to stand up but was stopped by the door opening with a slam. Izuku cried out, curling in himself, looking like a human ball. "Hey!" Shota said in a raspy whisper. The person who opened the door was another woman in a nurse outfit. She had a tray of food in hand. "God, I can't believe anyone stands that brat," she said in a purposely loud voice. Shota grew angered and stood up, stalking up the nurse. "Shut up," he whispered in an angry tone. Staring at him she said, "What?" A whimper made Shota's anger tip over. "What do you mean what?" He continued saying in a whisper. Pointing at the bump on the bed, "Why do you even care for him? He doesn't listen to anyone, he doesn't eat. I don't even know why my supervisor told me to give the brat food. He won't eat any of it anyway. You people here are BSTRDS. Shota said with a twitching eye. "Oi! Don't call us BSTRDS, call the brat one. He is the one with a quirk that could destroy all quirks." The lady said with an eye roll. "You're kidding me." Aizawa said under his breath, "How can these people be so incompetent? Everything can go back to normal once he is gone, so I guess I am happy you are taking the hit for the team." Eraserhead. "Oh, you might want this," the lady said, shoving the food into Shota's hold. The lady pushed him out of the way, walking up to the bed. Shota was about to raise his voice but stopped at the lady's loud scoff. "You can't even do anything for yourself, brat." Shota paced forward with a deathly strong glare. "Don't talk to him like that." The lady turned to Shota with a face full of boredom. "Why shouldn't I? He just wet the bed. He deserves to be told if he is a brat. But to be honest, he is always a brat." The lady walked to the door with her hand on her hip. The lady glared at the bed one last time and walked out. Before she could slam the door, Shota grabbed the door handle, stopping it from closing. "Shoot yourself," she said, walking away. Shota held the food tray in one hand and the handle in the other. Sighing in relief, he closed the door with a very, very soft click. Turning to face Izuku, his face fell at the sight. Izuku was peeping out of the blanket with wide eyes, shaking violently. "Can I sit down?" Shota said in a calm voice, carefully to not scare Izuku anymore. He refused his urge to scrunch up his face when he smelt a whiff of the urine. He knows he needs to help Izuku change and get cleaned up, but he needs to make sure Izuku is okay for now. Izuku blinked, still shaking. Shota did what he thought was the next best thing. He showed him the tray of food in his hands. Izuku stared for a few seconds, then nodded. A very small one. In a stroll-like move, he arrived at the side of the bed, placing the food on the bedside table. Shota didn't pay Izuku any mind while doing so. He didn't want to make Izuku uncomfortable with the attention. He watched Izuku's movements in the corner of his eye. The boy was quiet as he sat up. Scrunching his face, he threw his head into his hands, crying loudly. Startled, Shota sat down on the chair, pulling it across the floor, closer to the hospital bed. Shoo, it's okay, I'm not mad. You're fine. No. Izuku screamed into his hands. Why, I when I not. Izuku whimpered through sniffles and sobs. Shota stilled. Not even having a handle on his hands, he grabbed Izuku by his sides, pulling him out of the bed onto his lap. He ignored the smell and the wet feeling growing on his pants. He slowly wrapped his arms around Izuku, not in a tight manner, though just like a small hug. Izuku buried his face into the fabric of Shota's shirt, sobbing, trying to say the same thing over and over again, not ine. Shota didn't know what to do. He wanted to calm Izuku down from his crying and hold him tight. But a part of him told him not to. He didn't know how Izuku would react to it. In Izuku's mind, Shota is new. Izuku eventually tuckered himself out from all the crying, resting his head on the crook of Shota's arm. He rubbed his runny nose on the fabric in front of him, sniffling. Shota allowed Izuku to do whatever he pleased. Happy, Izuku calmed down enough to stop crying. Hey Izuku. The boy himself looked up with his eyes, still having his face stuffed in Shota's shirt. My name is Shota Aizawa, but you can call me whatever makes you comfortable. Shota said as he began to rub Izuku's back comfortably. Shota. Izuku lifted his head from the man himself to look at him. Yes, that's me. Before Izuku could say anything, a thought went through his brain. Whining, he pressed his face into Shota's chest. Shota could only guess what Izuku was thinking. Is it about what you said? You don't think you're fine? Izuku nodded, nuzzling further into Shota's chest. Why do you think that? Shota asked as he lifted a hand to play with Izuku's messy curls. Izuku leaned back into the touch. Don't know. Truthfully, Izuku didn't know why he knew he wasn't okay. People came in telling me he wasn't. The people around him are normal while he isn't. So of course he will think he is not fine. How can someone think you're fine when you clearly know you are different from everyone else? Shota began to play with Izuku's hair, unraveling knots, gliding his hand through the green mess. It was calming for both ends. He felt Izuku lean closer to his chest, trying to get more of the relaxation. Shota hasn't done anything like this before, playing with hair. With Izuku, it just felt natural. Like he was supposed to be there. For Izuku, it reminded him of Kai and Hari. After a few minutes of silence, Izuku began to hum a tune. While Shota enjoyed being there for the boy. Eventually, Izuku began to squirm. Shota stopped his hand from moving, still apprehensive. Izuku motioned to his crotch, whining. I see, Shota nodded, lifting Izuku from his lap. Looking around for the washroom and a pair of clean clothes, he paced to the bathroom. Walking in, he placed Izuku on the toilet seat, saying to wait a few seconds. Shota left the bathroom, grabbing some soaps and cleaning supplies you would use for a bath shower. Arriving back, he quickly remembers who he was with. Izuku. The boy couldn't stand and there was only a shower. Not a bathtub. He would handle the situation by getting a shower chair or a normal chair that could fit in the shower. He was about to leave but stopped when he saw Izuku play with the hem of his shirt, grimacing at the uncomfortableness coming from his bottom. Standing in front of the boy, he crouched down asking if he could change him. Izuku gave a slow hesitant nod. Shota began to lift Izuku's arms for him, not really knowing how to help Izuku feel comfortable in this situation. He grabbed onto the white shirt and pulled it up. A giggle was heard as Shota ruffled Izuku's hair after the shirt was off. Now fully looking at the boy's stomach, he was pleased to see no scars. However, there were faint burn marks. Odd. Overhaul and chronostasis or any member of the Shie Hassaikai that was caught don't have any quirks that involve fire. Putting that to the side, he lowered his gaze to the now noticeable wet stain around Izuku's pants. Asking for Izuku to grab onto Shota's arm, he was lifted by it and Shota used his free hand to pull down Izuku's pants and boxers. Plus taking off some socks that covered his feet. Now the boy was completely naked. He was surprised to see more noticeable burn marks on Izuku's hips and legs, ranging his sizes. The boy did not seem bothered by Aizawa's attention, looking at his body. He threw the clothes in the hamper that was provided by the hospital. He fully stood up, straightening his back. Izuku watched Shota walk out of the bathroom and come back in a few minutes later with a yellow chair. He tilted his head, confused why he was bringing a chair inside the bathroom. Shota walked in, placing the chair in the shower area. He He turned to face Izuku. The boy played with his lip as he was lifted by him. "Here we go," Shota said, sitting Izuku down on the chair. The boy looked down, feeling a shiver through his body. Wrapping his arms around himself, he chatters his teeth together. Shota made quick work grabbing the soaps and sponge from the side. He could care less if he was soaked by the whole ideal washing Izuku, he was planning to change anyway. Shota pulled the shower wand from the hook and changed where the water flowed to. Izuku gave him a confused stare. He pulled up his sleeves and turned the knob for the water to squirt out. Shota tested the water temperature with his free hand, making sure it was warm. Izuku was staring at the water with wide eyes. It was most likely the first time he was something like this in a long time. "Want to test it out? Put your hand out," Shota said as he brought the wand close to Izuku. The water was not touching him, yet. "It's just water," Shota explained, waiting for Izuku to make a move. The boy lifted his hand slowly. The boy brought his hand closer to the water but yelped once he made contact with the strong flow of the water. Shota quickly changed the flow to be not as powerful. The boy protected his hand with the other, glaring at the wand with a pout. Shota chuckled, "Want to try one more time? It won't hurt you." Izuku gently brought his hand closer to the water, quivering as he felt the warm water wash over his hand. Izuku stayed like that for a few moments before he began to giggle. "More." Shota grinned, as the wand was led closer to Izuku's naked body. The boy almost jumped closer to the water, trying to get warm. I'll be back in a bit. See you guys later." Mirio waved goodbye to his two friends, heading to the exit of UA. He was ecstatic. Right after arriving back at the dorms from the hospital, he hung out with Tamaki and Nijire. He said what their plan was for Izuku and how he will be going shopping for him. Nijire gave him the fantastic idea to look for Disney movies and video games he knew Izuku liked. From the reports from the raid, they said Izuku's old room had a whole bunch of Disney movies and video games such as Animal Crossing. He did ask if he could use the copies from the old room, but sadly they refused to let him use them, saying it was evidence. Anywho, he is now going to go shopping. Aizawa said he would be giving the money he spends for Izuku back. Which of course, Mirio said not to. Although, Aizawa refused. Now, he is off to the mall. Izuku was able to get out of his shell just a bit talking about movies. This is great because if Izuku allows Mirio back into his life, they can watch and play them together. Mirio walks to the exit, surprised to see Katsuki leaning on a tree. The teenager spotted Mirio and walked with his head hung low. "Where are you going?" Katsuki said, looking at Mirio with a strong glare. "I am heading to XXXXX mall to shop for Izuku. I am going to get him some Disney movies and a few video games," Mirio said, pumping a fist into the air. "I'm coming," Katsuki said, turning to walk towards the exit. "Huh?" Mirio ran up following Katsuki. Katsuki didn't look to the side but rather rolled his eyes. "I don't need to explain myself further. I am going with you." "Oh okay, you can come," Mirio said, walking with Katsuki. Not caring if he got an answer or not. They both were headed towards the train station to the mall. Meanwhile, in Katsuki's mind, he wonders why Izuku loved movies and such now. When they were younger, Izuku never played video games or watched movies. The only movies he watched were hero movies, never Disney. Izuku was always busy playing with toys or taking up notes about quirks to play video games. In the end, Katsuki must now know Izuku is a completely different person compared to when he was younger or last saw him before he was kidnapped. Now, he guesses, he loves watching movies and playing video games versus talking about heroes. In a way it made sense. He was probably forced not to talk about heroes because of the villains he lived with. They most likely didn't want him to love heroes, so they changed what his favorite things and activities were. Izuku's hospital room. After 30 minutes, Izuku was all washed up and changed sitting beside Shota. He was leaning to the side of Shota as he was fed by him. Right after the shower, Shota had to leave, saying he had to get changed. In record time, he was back. Besides that, Izuku began to think. He didn't know what to do about it. Earlier, he was told by Mirio that his life was basically a lie. Kai and Hari must have told him so many lies and now he doesn't know what is true or not. This man, Shota, has only shown him kindness, he hasn't said anything that could be a lie. Only asking if he was fine to do something or telling him what to do. He gave him a great thing called a shower, that's what Shota said it was. It felt so relaxing to have him play with his hair, clean him. It was a different experiment compared to a bath. He still enjoyed both. Now he is warmed up in a new set of peachy-colored clothes resting on Shota's side as he is telling him a story about where the wild things are. He must be smart to know that is his most favorite story. Izuku remembers Shota from when the heroes attacked the compound. Unlike Mirio, he only saw Shota on the ground, doing nothing. So right now, Izuku finds it hard to not like him. Though he still fears Shota thinks he is different and will lie to him. It was relaxing nonetheless. Shota was treating him so nicely even though he didn't know how to. He didn't tell him at all. He just knew. That is so smart. He had to tell Mirio, while Shota he didn't. Hey! Shota said after he finished feeding Izuku. The plate was empty and Izuku was full. The boy hummed, closing his eyes as Shota began to glide his hand through his hair. I was wanting to ask if you can leave the hospital for a bit and we can go visit my house. I'll be with you the whole time. If you are comfortable with that though. Shota announced. Izuku found himself nodding at what Shota said. He doesn't know what house is or what it means. It scares him to see what it is, but he feels a little more confident with Shota on his side. Although he does want to leave the hospital. Get away from all the machines and the people who come in to torment him. That's great to hear. Can I leave for a second to get a doctor to make sure you are able to leave? Shota asked. Izuku nodded, not really understanding what he meant by that. He didn't want to disappoint so he nodded. Somewhere with Katsuki and Mirio. He would like this. Mirio pointed towards a shelf full of Pixar movies. The two have been searching for Disney movies and video games for at least an hour. Katsuki, at first, didn't want to take part in searching for them but eventually was pulled into it after hearing Mirio tell him what Izuku acted like when he first saw him in the hospital room. Katsuki reached for it and placed it in the pile cart itself was getting rather large. Mirio had to call Sir asking if he could borrow some more money. Sir was happy to allow them to buy more entertainment with the agency's money. After all, it was all for Izuku. Mirio placed a gaming system in the cart and rubbed the sweat off his forehead. That should be enough. You think? Katsuki said with a smirk. Izuku would never have a dull moment after all these things are delivered to him. Haha, welp, let's see the damage. The two walked to check out, already placing the items down once they arrived at an open one. After at least 15 minutes of paying, they left the mall with 5 large bags. It was mostly big due to the gaming systems they bought. We should ask for a cab, I don't think we can take all these bags on the train. Mirio said, trying to get a better hold on a particular boxy one. Yeah, I'll call for one. Katsuki said as he pulled out his phone. Walking a few meters away from Mirio. Not even a second to spare, a cab came right up to where they stood. That was quick. Mirio said with wide eyes. What can I say? Katsuki began to load the bags in the car. I am a master manipulator. You mean demander? Mirio said laughing. No, I'm not. Katsuki yelled, getting in the back seat of the car, leaving Mirio to close the trunk. They both sat down in the back, closing the doors. Where to? The cab driver asked. XXXXXX hospital, Mirio said. And UA? They look at each other. Katsuki shrugged, looking out the window. Mirio rolled his eyes. Go to Udata first, then to XXXX hospital. Izuku's hospital room. Izuku clung onto Shota's arm as a doctor checked over him. The man was doing an unnecessarily rough checkup on the poor boy, making Shota threaten to call higher-ups if doesn't stop it. All clear, he can leave for at least an hour and a half, the doctor said as he left the room with nothing but a pathetic wave. Shota grinned as he helped Izuku up from the bed. The boy immediately nuzzled himself into Shota's neck. Carrying him, he grabbed a few things from the room, stuffing them in free pockets of his pants and left. The doctor took all the wires off Izuku, saying he still needs to be in the hospital for a while longer after he comes back from going to his house. Which is fine, something tells him, Izuku will want to go back anyway. He still plans to bring Izuku to his house every so often so he can get used to it and eventually move Izuku to his house fully. He tried telling Izuku to go in a wheelchair, saying it would be easier to move him around. Izuku refused immediately, saying he wanted to stay with Shota. Of course, Shota took carrying him as the better route. Shota ignored the glares he received from the workers and continued to head forward. Izuku had his eyes closed as he cuddled closer to Shota. While he arrived at the main lobby, he saw Mirio sitting down on one of the guest chairs with bags around him. He was looking at his phone, scrolling through it. Shota wanted to talk with Mirio in person but refused not to, simply because Izuku was not ready to see Mirio yet. Even though Izuku hasn't said anything about Mirio, he still believes Izuku needs to take a break from him. Instead, he pulled out his phone and texted him. They exchanged numbers before Shota left to talk with Izuku, saying what he was doing here. Shota walked to a quieter place for Izuku to be more relaxed. Shota Aizawa, what are you doing here at the hospital? Mirio Tagata, oh hello. I just went shopping with Katsuki to get him a few video games and movies. Shota Aizawa, I see, where is Katsuki now? Mirio Tagata, he went to U.A, saying he needed to do some training. Shota Aizawa, alright. Just so you know, you can drop those bags off in the room. And set some stuff up. Mirio Tagata, Great. I'll do that. But what about Izuku? Shota Aizawa, Izuku and I are going to my house for a quick visit. We will be gone for at least 90 minutes. You should use that time to hook some of the stuff you bought. Mirio Tagata, that sounds great. I hope it works out. I also want to say I asked Sir to give me some more money for it, so you could probably talk to Sir and me together about money. Shota Aizawa, that's understandable. I should get going now, I'll talk with you later. Mirio Tagata, bye. Shota exits the app and turns off his phone, stuffing it back in his back pocket. He felt Izuku squirm in his hold, identifying he wants to leave and get away from the people in the lobby. Shota held Izuku tighter, walking out of the hospital through the main entrance. It was a short walk to the parking lot, where Shota's car was parked. Izuku would peek from Shota's chest every so often, usually getting startled, stuffing his face back where it was before. Until this happened. Once Shota arrived at where his car was, Izuku peeked out looking directly at the black shiny car. You like it? Shota asked, getting closer to the front seats. Maneuvering Izuku to one arm, he got out his car keys, unlocking the doors. Izuku's eyes were still trained on the car. Shota opened the passenger door first, allowing access for Izuku to sit down. The boy didn't make any moves, still looking at the car. You seem to either hate this car or love it, Shota chuckled as he unhooked Izuku's arms from himself, sitting him down in the front seat. The boy stared back at him with stars shimmering in his eyes. Huh? Izuku tried to jump up from the seat, but Shota held him down gently a hand. He pouted, still looking amazed. Shota watched Izuku whipped his head back and forth looking around the interior of the car and parts of the exterior. You must like cars from that expression. Izuku jerked his head up, nodding with a light smile. That's good to hear, because we are going to use it to get to my house. Shota said before he began to walk to the other side of the car, opening the driver's seat. Placing a few items in the car that was in his pockets, he started up the car. Izuku tensed at first but settled in quickly. The rumbling sound from the car made him bury his face in Shota's shoulder. After a few long seconds, he looked away to the window. Let's just say, Shota was smiling during the whole drive. Izuku kept on making cute noises as he looked out the window. He sometimes would mumble a few things and gasp. Shota laughed a few times when Izuku shot away from the window, pressing his back to his side. After a quiet drive, if you consider no verbal communication silent, they arrived at the house. It was a traditional Japanese home. From the outside, it looks huge with gray tones to it. Izuku gasped as he got a better look at it when they got closer to the main doors. Shota held Izuku tight, feeling as if Izuku would jump out of his arms. He seemed super excited. Shota has a place in the Udata teacher dorms and was originally going to have Izuku live there with him. After thinking about it, he refused. It is too early to bring Izuku to a place full of curious students and teachers. His house would be the best solution simply because he is the only one who lives there and it is big. Though, from the outside it is big, inside is not as big as you think though. Unlocking the door, Shota slowly walked in, allowing Izuku to adjust to the slight change in atmosphere. The boy looked up from Shota's neck, looking around the foyer cautiously. Shota changed his shoes, quickly noticing Izuku wasn't wearing any shoes, only socks. How did he only notice that now? He needs to tell Mirio about that. Izuku is in need of shoes. So, want a bit of a tour? Shota asked. Izuku looked around for a few seconds then nodded. Here's the foyer. It's the place where coats, shoes, and such are kept. He walked around, lifting a few items to show Izuku. Over here, Shota arrived at the next room to the side, which is the living room. The living room was connected to the kitchen, so if you were cooking, you could see the big flat-screen TV. The living room has a simple TV and a brown couch with a few recliner chairs. There was a cabinet with room to fit loads of movie boxes. Truthfully, Shota only used the living room to watch the news or take naps. Is the living room and kitchen. The living room is where you relax by sitting or lying down on the couch and watching movies. You like movies, don't you? Izuku nodded, eyes wide staring at the huge TV. Continuing with the tour, he passed the kitchen, having a feeling he shouldn't show him it just yet. Shota showed him a few minor rooms and eventually arrived at the bedrooms. In Shota's house, he has a master bedroom and a guest room, which will be Izuku's room in the near future. The guest room at the moment was plain and barren, only having a queen-size bed. Shota showed Izuku his own room, making Izuku shocked to see every nook and cranny of his room. The boy didn't say anything, but you could clearly see what he was saying through his little noises and eyes. After the tour, they sat down on the couch. Izuku cuddled up to Shota's side. We can relax for 15 minuets or so, after we need to go back to the hospital. Izuku didn't know what to say or think. A part of him wanted to stay with Shota in this house? Yeah, that's what it is called. And never leave. He loved how Shota took care of him so easily and never made him second guess if he was lying or not. However, as much as he wants to stay with him, he can't. Kai and Hari will break out of wherever they are and come back to him. He is still mad at them for breaking the promise and lying about so many things, but still, he wants to be with them. He misses them. Shota is great, for now. Eventually, he will be back with Kai and Hari. If he stays in the fancy building he is in, maybe they will be able to find him. They must know he is living here, right? Sadly, not likely not. He doesn't even know where he is. He hears people say, hospital. Is that where he is? But either way, if he doesn't know, Kai and Hari will probably know, right? Besides, if he ends up staying with Shota, he will love it. The people at the hospital don't care for him at all, they are rude and treat him so badly. Shota has only shown him kindness, so of course, he wants to stay with him. For now, he is willing to stay with Shota. Hopefully, the mindset doesn't change. He still loves Kai and Hari, even though they did some things to him. Of course, he loves them. They only lied and manipulated him. That's love, isn't it?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.